outside, you show up, nothing's showing up.
Okay.
Yes. So that's what I'm starting. Now, I'm joining the server. Come here. I keep joining the server and nothing is populating.
I mean, I can help
Come sit down.
This is just a test.
I know we're not on Bazaar.
Bang. An English start.
Bazaar CTF, here we go. I'm gonna say that it's an honor and a privilege to me.
To open the B stream.
Huh?
To open the B stream.
Yeah.
Restart the body semester. Very strong.
Should we just line up and do 10 points again.
I did say to PJ, like, PJ, you know, you play at 1, you play at 6. Weekend league loaded up. He was like, I'm so tempted. He's like, well, that's just check my teammates still playing weekend league while they're fucking shooting odds. It'd be incredible if you were a hot mic this entire time. Hello, world. In a world where Halo meets the championships, then a tornado comes.
Copy that, Celeste. Starting game. Not that. Extra bug. Extra bug. Extra bug. Makes time to
I really wanted to say
Hey, Dev.
if you want to start it as soon as you see guns,
Copy that. This. Someone didn't load it. Breaking shot joined before me.
Here, boys.
Yes, copy on it. Copy that. Starting game.
Just give me one of these and then we'll be good. It is cold here.
Loading in right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome along to the Halo World Championships live in Seattle. I was going to say sunny Seattle, but it's not quite that today. One thing we do know is the weather might be doomy and gloomy, but the attitudes for these players will be very much the opposite, with lots of these having ambitions of going on and making some of their best placements here and now. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Dan Gaskin. Dan, it's an honor and a privilege to be here.
It's an honor and a privilege to be alongside you, Jersey, as always. And yeah, an interesting matchup to start us off. Complexity versus Team Lethal Fox. If you cast your mind back to Salt Lake City, they did actually match up against one another in pool play, and it was a 3-0 comfortable sweep for Complexity. There were a couple of close games where Lethal Fox put some good numbers up. The Slayer in particular was a tight one. But I do think that Complexity come in this as clear favorites. But of course, when we go from one event to another, there is the chance to practice, get your head down, and get stuck in. And now that Lethal Fox are a team who have actually had time to put together stuff, maybe they've got a better shot here in this one.
Yeah, maybe a few more reps under their belt and they can make a better task of it than previous. Of course, you remind everybody of the scoreline. 3-0 was the last time these two teams met up in Salt Lake City. And of course, Complexity went on to top their pool, beating Optic Gaming also 3-0. So they finished top 6 last time around. TLF finishing top 16, going 0-3 in their pool. So a lot to work on for them. And for Complexity, their eyes will be firmly set on breaking into that top 4.
Well, off the rip, Complexity had a lead, but Lethal Fox were able to come back into this one, but we have seen that interference can be very back and forth, but as soon as one team does gain a little bit of control, they can really start to snowball out of said control and make it very difficult for the other team. With Overshield popping in 10, Complexity in the driving seat right now, and this is a really good chance to take a significant lead.
Team Lethal Fox did go down by 4, and they're starting to battle back A and C in their control, so making sure this one doesn't get out of hand too quickly. Huss top tower, putting down some beautiful shots, winning that 1v1 with Common. Overshield has been scooped up as well and just whisked away towards Engine 2. Rami's got that in his chest, a little bit left to play with, but not a lot. Looking to capture B, and TLF looking to lock in a trip cap of their own.
Yeah, just as I'm saying, the Overshield's popping, and maybe there was a chance for Complexity. It was great off-spawn work from Lethal Fox, and they're able to get control of B and C. A is now going to be where the fight's going to go down. You can already see Haynes has been able to pick up 1, so this is a good chance for Lethal Fox now off the push to try and really kind of suffocate Complexity off spawn here.
Rami rushed in to the bunker and made hard work of that kill, the player down to no shields, but did eventually get the job done before getting taken down himself. Rhinoob going to disappear towards Zigzag, stay alive, doing damage to Common all the meanwhile. C is in control of Complexity. Unfortunately for them, though, they find themselves 3 dead for a moment, so a lot of work for them to do. TLF not looking to roll over and make it easy for them.
TLF have yet to win Interference Strongholds throughout this entire season. Ever since it was added, they are 0-3. It's not much better on the side of Complexity. They've only won it once out of the 3 times they've played it as well. It's going to be one of the maps we have the least data on because it is one of the newest additions to the HCS. But certainly, Complexity should have the upper hand. But with how Lethal Fox have approached this, like, kind of last 2 minutes, they look like they're feeling themselves here in Seattle.
On board with Haynes then. What can he do? Rhinoob down to no shields now and taking down to the respawn screen. Rain and Breaking Shot will answer back for the death of Rhinoob, so numbers advantage now favoring Complexity, and they're looking to capitalize on those numbers by capturing some more strongholds and lock in a triple cap now. This is what the response is going to be very important now for TLF. Can they break out of this setup? They've gotten a kill, but it's been traded out immediately. So Overshield about to pop up. Will they prioritize picking that up or try and prioritize stopping some of those points being scored?
I was trying to lay down some suppressing fire to stop TLF from being able to push. And I think the Complexity, I mean, after a top 6 finish at Salt Lake City, they would have been relatively happy with that, especially if you look back at the history of the iterations of Complexity that we've seen, like sometimes falling as low as top 12, for example. But my real question is, can they go one step further? And if they are to do that here at the World Championship, they have to take down teams like Lethal Fox comfortably. Like, they shouldn't really be having close games. They shouldn't be dropping maps, especially here. But Lethal Fox are certainly making it tough for them in the opening stages.
And the question marks that were made and were had over this Complexity roster was Rain. Was he going to get up to speed after taking that little bit of time off, not making perhaps the team that he wanted to, so he waited in the wings as a free agent, eventually making his way back onto that roster with Rhinoob. Do you think he now has had the adequate reps to perform to the best that he can?
Yeah, I don't think there's any excuses there of being behind now. He's had a chance to catch up. He's played in the big matches. He's been on the main stage. And I think that Rain is not only here in Seattle outside, but also in the venue. And he is going to show up. I'm excited to see what he can do throughout this tournament. But this game in particular, Lethal Fox, they have a real opportunity to upset Complexity here and maybe question themselves a little bit. I think if you can get under the skin of some of the Complexity members, that's going to put you in great kind of stance to maybe make an upset.
Winning game 1 certainly would be a statement of intent, and maybe just, like you mentioned, Dan, to wobble Complexity's confidence just a touch, because the expectation is that they're going to come into this series and win 3-0, 3-1. If you can take the objective and then maybe look towards the Slayer, before you know it, you're up by 2 and in with a real shot at taking this series. But of course, still a lot of work to be done on interference, because we know it can change and the script can flip on a dime.
Breaking Shot had an incredible event. Last event as well, was often the most talked about player on this team. However, in this particular game, struggling a little bit. Neg 5. Although Huss, on the other side, 0 assists. It's just not quite the teamwork that we saw from Complexity. But as I say that, Overshield will be popped, and it is a trip cap. And now maybe this will be where they can show us what they're made of.
Rhino identifying where the spawns are going to be. Rain got the kill onto Rami, and he's looking to stand still over towards where the Railgun once spawned, if you're a fan of the old Halo 5 rig. Coming down to no shields, clambering away to back pipes. He's going to make himself a really difficult kill. Yaxing over to where the barrels once spawned as well. I'm very reminiscent of the rig and how I miss it, so maybe I just miss Halo 5 as well in general. Big fan. Always will be. Ryan Noob, though, in the basement looking to capture it and lock in again this triple cap. And TLF are in big, big trouble. Ryan Noob did step out and Huss was able to get the reset. And that might just delay and maybe quell the damage that's being done to TLF right now.
I don't think anyone can begrudge you being a Halo 5 kid. I think that's fine. I think it's one of those games, like, you know, there are a lot of games in the franchise that some people are not fans of. For example, I'm not a fan of Halo Reach.
Not a big fan of Halo Reach myself.
But there are some Halo Reach kids that will, you know, live and die on that sword.
Oh, they're losing their mind to the fact that we've said that.
And they are. But Halo 5, I feel like everyone was, you know, people will have their opinions. But I think ultimately everyone knows that Halo 5 was an incredible game. Whatever way you look at it. The maps, the weapons, the history we had. And then certainly the championships that we saw as well, won by players that are competing here today for the Halo Infinite World Championship as well. But Complexity, as we've been waffling, have started to create a big gap here against Lethal Fox. It just seemed like as soon as we got to the halfway line, Complexity started knuckling down. Yeah,
real distance between the two now. What kind of response can TLF muster before this game becomes dead and buried? Common over towards B will capture it, so they are starting to score, but numbers starting to get cut away. Yakson's going to fall, Haynes 2. Rami could be about to join him as he definitely tries to get the overshield. It has been played off the map, but the damage already done. 3 dead for TLF. And now Complexity just 20 points away from a 1-0 lead.
So one last stab for TLF to try and get back into this game. C is going to be contested, will be taken, so this is most likely the last opportunity then for Lethal Fox to actually get back in and maybe turn this one around when Complexity is so close to the finish line here. Maybe a big kill could do it, and Yak with the reversal. I mean, that's one that Huss is going to remember.
Yakety Yak, don't talk back. Flips that one on its head. 3 dead for Complexity. Gotta giggle out of you. That's my job done for the day. And a lifeline then for TLF. Not quite out of it just yet. And that's what I love about this map mode combination. You never truly know if somebody's out of it. You okay, Dan?
Yeah, I'm good. Do you remember when we were calling him Yaks?
Yaks!
Well, this actually is quite worrying for Complexity. They were very close to securing this game, but that turnaround from Yak maybe just gave them enough, but no, okay, now Complexity start to actually charge across 2 huge kills, which should secure them B.
There be moments then for TLF. Just looked like they had carved themselves an opening into this game again. But Complexity step on that gas, breaking shot over towards basement. Rami's gonna fall. Yakson's trying to desperately put it in reverse to stay alive, to keep himself on the map. But unfortunately for him, they're losing so many points here. They've captured one stronghold, but it's not going to be enough as Common tries to get to B. Cut down, cut short. Complexity 1-0 to the good.
Yeah, it didn't look comfortable, I'd say, for Complexity, but also the fact they did get the job done and got over the finish line was important, and now they should be able to use this momentum in the rest of the series. And I predicted a 3-0 before we started. I was a little bit worried at the start of the game, but I think that we're starting to head that way. We can go for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll of course have map number 2.
Explain to me again what I need to do. I was not paying attention to you. I'm in the middle of something. What do I need to do again? Okay, when you go to break,
back. Game number 2 underway. Aquarius Slayer, Pool D, of course, is where our attention is turned to at the moment. Complexity and TLF sharing the same group as FaZe Clan and the LATAM team at HCS Esports. So, a lot of work to be done for TLF as they find themselves down, but the underdog always has a dog in the fight, particularly when it comes to the Slayer, Dan, and they'll be hoping to bounce back here in game number 2.
Famous man once said, hey, you all love it, the underdog's on top, but certainly in this series, the underdog is not on top right now. But it is Aquarius Slayer, and it is one of the maps modes they played against each other in Salt Lake City. It finished 50-47 in favor of Complexity, so it was what I was alluding to previously. It was one of the closer maps in mode, so maybe this is the chance, if any, for Lethal Fox to get a game on the board.
Slight lead after the early innings. 4 kills, the advantage at the moment. Ryan Noob and Rain in the respawn screen. Breaking shot and hustle to hold the line, hold the fort, waiting for their teammates to spawn back up again. Fridge spawn. It seemed to be as Huss was locked in there, and Ryan Noob did spawn over towards S1 because of where Huss was positioned, and nades came a-flowing, nades came a-throwing, and took him completely out of that fridge. So, Ryan Noob has died over towards P1 as well. This is good from TLF. Still have that 5-kill advantage. So Complexity trying to fight back and not really putting any distance between the two teams. So, damage being done. Ryan Noob in the base again, so it's Complexity really playing off the back foot. Great aggression shown by TLF here. Settling for a trade, but it's actually 3 dead for a moment with TLF, so not what they would have liked. Still holding that 4 kills.
I think Aquarius Slayer is kind of the perfect mapping mode for Lethal Fox to try and get back into this series, not only because of previous results, but I think it's just one of those maps that you can be a little bit sporadic with your movements. You can catch your opponent off guard, especially when the game's in this kind of state where it's a little bit all over the place. There's no real structure. Complexity haven't been able to comfortably lock down a position yet, and Lethal Fox are taking advantage of that by playing at a pace which Complexity is struggling to keep up with. However, if Complexity are to regain control, slow this game down, that's when you start to worry for Lethal Fox.
It is always a recipe for success for some of these teams that are not seeded as high as maybe the likes of Complexity, is trying to keep things frantic and not allow Complexity to get into a groove and settle into some sort of rhythm. TLF have been doing that so successfully. Going to trade out 3 for 3 there, and with a 3-kill advantage still in their favor. Overshield's going to be massive here. TLF did secure the last one, but going to have to keep doing that, keep putting distance between them and ensuring that Complexity don't gain control of any win advantages.
As is the World Championship, I feel like we've been through another year, you and I just want to say how proud I am that you say 3 instead of tree.
I try so hard,
Does
you have no idea.
When you see the number 3, does your brain say tree?
I say tree,
yeah,
and then I have to translate it to 3.
Into English?
Yeah.
From Irish?
From Irish.
From Gaelic?
From gibberish. And sometimes what happens is, as you well know now,
yeah,
is I'll put H's within T's that don't even belong. They don't even belong there. It's a whole problem. I'm struggling through it, so and as you see, I said through it instead of through it. See, it's a whole thing. It's a process.
If anyone's watching this, you may not be. I don't know at this point. I just want you to know Richie's done that for you.
Are we alone?
All right?
Are we alone here?
I hope. Let me know. Tweet us. Because
let us know that you are here with us and you are struggling along with me as I try to pronounce words in English.
Boy, do we need you on this Friday morning.
We definitely do.
But this game is still in the advantage of TLF. Complexity did well to ensure that TLF don't run away with it, but what we were talking about, I think you're right. I mean, it is a little bit frantic. When you think about the Bandit, you think about this game in Halo Infinite's state at the moment, everyone is good at shooting, right? Every single member on this map can hit their shot. So if you are aggressive enough, you can almost take the tactics out of Complexity and just say, look, we will take you in a raw gunfight, and if we have the upper hand, if we've got the momentum on our side, if we can catch you on spawn, then actually maybe we can find a win here. And right now, that's been working for them.
And almost the flip side of things for teams like Complexity, you want to ensure that it stays as structured as it possibly can be for the most part, because you want to ensure that it's your teamwork that gets you into positions where you can win games. And of course, Slayers are always difficult to do that, because if you have a tougher start, if the opposing team gets an overshield and maybe you go fresh 4 dead, it can be very difficult to get yourself back into a motion and with some momentum. So TLF doing a fantastic job here at really putting Complexity on the back foot, and I've kept them there all game long.
It is worth noting that this is arguably Complexity's worst Slayer across the board, so I don't think they would be too disheartened if they were to lose, and maybe they come into it expecting a difficult game here, especially after the 50-47 in Salt Lake. But that 50-47, if they want to replicate that, they need to come back into it soon, and it's not going to happen with doubles like that from Common. It is now a 7-kill lead here for Lethal Fox, and they will not want to throw this one away from the position they find themselves in here.
It's important that they keep doing what put them in this position in the first place. Keep playing the same. Don't adjust things because we're getting towards the end game now. Don't turtle up. Don't play frightened. Husk's got a pick, though. Common, as a result, has had to drop down, knowing that his teammate is no longer there in position to help. He's going to settle for a trade. That's good, as it helps you get towards that 50-kill threshold. That's exactly where you need to be to tie up this series. Well, the lead now cut down to 5 from 7, so complexity starting to put things together, and it's very important for TLF, like I say, to remain consistent in what's put them in this position in the first place. That kill advantage now, 4, but very quickly Common with a huge double kill, 47-41.
Yeah, Common again, 15 kills now for him, and the 47 kills that Lethal Fox were able to get last time they played against each other have already been accrued here. The 48th now put in, and there is no way, surely no way, that Lethal Fox throw this one away from here. They are so close to tasting victory.
His name's Common, but he's playing more like a rare at the moment. You're pulling him from your packs. 1 kill then required. Overshield in the chest of Husk. It's probably going to be a little bit too late as Rami gets that final kill. 50-44 the final score. This series is all tied up.
Yeah, Lethal Fox on the board, and their World Championship has started. Considering I looked at this series layout, and they have lost every single map and mode in this series layout, and they have never found a victory except on Slayer Recharge. This is going to do them wonders. They needed something to give them momentum in their series. Anyway, map number 3 is going to be coming up shortly. It's going to be Empyrean CTF. We'll see you then.
Hello everybody and welcome back to map 3 of this Pool D matchup. Complexity up against TLF. The score currently sitting at 1-1. Empyrean CTF is our next game mode. And Dan, if I can take your attention just away for a moment from the Halo action, and just talk about how I want to complain and vent a little bit about how life is difficult for us left-handers because we smudge things when we write stuff, and it's been a nightmare ever since I was young.
I thought you were going to talk about the fact I can smell catering, and I'm so hungry right now.
That is also,
so
now
where,
you have said that, a concern of mine.
Where the Bravo stream is stationed, there is a clear waft of food arriving.
Cruelly stationed, now it must be said.
A waft of food arriving in our nostrils. So,
and I'm a very large man, so you know I like to chow down on some grub.
Whilst you smudge your paperwork. You poor left-hander. Anyway, into map 3, which is Empyrean CTF. Another map mode that was played in Salt Lake City between the two teams. It was, again, won by Complexity 3-1. But we've just seen Lethal Fox were able to overturn a map that Complexity won previously. So maybe they can do it again here. But Complexity do have the rockets, and they are on the aggressor here. They're able to get one.
The boom barrels, they connect, and they connect hard. Flags on the move, sniper rifle scooped up, they break.
Save the sniper!
Breaking shot falls. Huss also has a sniper rifle. So for a moment, a brief moment of that, Complexity had in their possession 2 sniper rifles. Now Huss repositions over towards the sword. One shot over towards Haynes, will not find a body, will not find a face. So no damage done. Although flag's been sent home, there was a little bit of damage done for the meantime. At the moment, nothing to show for the early pressure that Complexity had put down, and as a matter of fact, their flag is now under jeopardy.
Huss just not able to quite connect with a couple of these sniper bullets, still warming up here on Friday at the Halo World Championship. Certainly as the weekend goes on, those shots start to become more and more important, and if you do whiff them, can allow the other team just to get back into things. Huss is going to have a greeting very shortly, but maybe wise to it. Maybe heard a couple of tippy taps on the other side, and he's able to nade Common.
Rami with the snipe. Oh, beautiful shots. Huss warming up with the bandit for sure. Sniper rifle still, though, difficult to connect. Not really finding a home with them. Killing spree locked in, despite the fact that he has missed a number of sniper shots and been able to get that flag touch as well. Re-engage with Haynes now. Haynes down to no shields. Huss continues to fight off the back foot, doing a lot of damage and doing a lot of work for his team, but fortunately for him, Rocket's about to pop up and he's in no position to scoop them up. Ryan Noob, though, is going to push that flag forward. Rockets are going to pop over shield too, but important to know, Complexity now have the lead.
Rumour has it that Haynes is the southern cousin of Hines.
Oh, right.
Would you believe that?
That sounds like something I can get behind in some Halo trivia.
Yeah. We'll have to find out whether that's actually true or not later in the tournament, but for now, I'm going to believe it. Now, 1-0 to Complexity, and that's bad news for Lethal Fox. Considering their success came from Aquarius Slayer, where they were able to constantly be aggressive, they were pushing, they were not allowing Complexity the time to think. With Complexity now having the lead here, they can dictate the pace, they can slow the game down, they can wait on their side of the map if they want, and they are going to make it very difficult for Lethal Fox to get a flag here.
As you see, as time goes on, we see a lot of new weapon models being introduced to the HCS. You can see this bandit looking beautiful. Dragons on the side, but the commando, I don't know what to make of it. A lot of visual eye clutter as far as I'm concerned. I don't like it.
Well, this one, when it was released, very early days actually, in Halo Infinite, I struggled with it. It took too much of my screen up. It made my bandit feel heavy.
That comes down to is the weapon offsets that you use where you can like move it out of your screen. Yeah. That's what you want to start doing.
Still, it just felt heavy. I know it wasn't. It's exactly the same gun.
You were playing on 62 FOV as well, to be fair. So
62?
Yeah, who knows?
I'm trying to live in my Halo 2 days. God, take us back.
Ryan Noob, he's played this map mode. He has been taken back here many times before. He is no stranger to the pit. Empyrean, no matter what you want to call it, Ryan Noob knows how to play it. Flags being touched, but not much progress being made for now. The accent over towards what would have been previously known as the Mauler. Now the Needler, it's gone through many different transitions, many different names, but one thing we do know is the score still remains 1-0. Breaking shot and rain in the respawn screen, and Haynes has just joined them. Haynes Beans, Haynes Sauce. Either way, Hines might reign supreme.
Enemy flag returned.
Flag's going to be pulled again. And that snipe shot is going to do wonders because that player's going to be weak. Huss is going to be able to finish it off. And now Ryan Noob's in a position, if he tags one of these bodies that are going to be approaching, there is a definite chance of a flag run here, but oh, well, the nade does connect.
Nade finds a home, and an opening then. Ryan Noob recognizing though that his player's down to no shields and perhaps the run isn't on. Now opting to use it with the help of the repulsor as well, just to get it over towards green. A lot of distance being made, but unfortunately, Rhino and Rain do fall pretty much in tandem with one another. Rockets are going to pop up as well, which is good news for TLF, as they're going to send that flag home. Rockets have been scooped up, and unfortunately, it's not going to be in the hands of Common because he is in the black screen. But it's a mosh pit over towards green. A lot of damage being done. Breaking shot somehow, some way, has got his hands on them. Overshield is a non-factor, and Complexity continue to push forward here.
Overshield a non-factor, but in return, I guess the Rockets also a non-factor. They cancel each other out, as they so often do here in the period. They always historically have, ever since the good old days of the pit. But this flag is going to be difficult to grab now. You can see Complexity is certainly trying to be aggressive onto it, but there's just so many players from Lethal Fox off the spawn. Because Yak's able to get one, it is just going to pin Complexity back a little bit here, but the shots are good again from Huss, and he can get another touch.
Rami over towards the courtyard, putting down damage, down to no shields, so breaking shots made it all the way through, long haul with the flag. Commons in the respawn screen, that's going to make this defense a lot tougher. Shots will go down, but not enough to put breaking shot away, and that's going to be a 2-0 flag advantage now for Complexity. They are well and truly in the driving seat.
Yeah, this is so much better from Complexity. Huss, 17 kills at the moment, and Lethal Fox are going to really struggle to come back into this one. I would be very surprised if they were able to get 2 flags on the board in 5 minutes. So Complexity can again slow the game down a little bit, start to focus and think about that next set of rockets and overshields that are going to be coming up. So they really don't have to be too aggressive, but at the same time, if they can continue getting these natural picks, these natural advantages, they might just go for a 3rd flag, but Common at least can get a snipe on the board just to remind Complexity that they are still there.
And you would think it's almost impossible to throw away a 2-0 lead, but Manchester United showing very recently that actually it can be done, and it will be done. Though Common with the sniper rifle, he's going to need to start hitting some shots if they're going to upset the apple cart here and get themselves back into this game, and they desperately want to. As he moves now back towards his tower. And
there was once upon a time where Man United would
yes.
have been probably like the biggest team in North America, like in terms of like fan base,
we
right?
Probably still are, right?
I don't know anymore.
We're a marketing giant.
You're just a bit poo now, aren't you?
We're very bad. We are very bad. There's no hiding it. Our glory days are well and truly over, at least for now. We need some sort of lifeline revitalization, as do TLF.
You need a poster boy.
We don't need that.
You don't have a Cristiano Ronaldo anymore.
We had him for a little while.
You did. He
We
came
had
back.
him back. Although he was ancient, God bless him. Now, Ryan Noob. Speaking of ancient, Ryan Noob with the overshield. What can he do with it?
Speaking of poster boys, I mean, Ryan Noob has been the face of this team for what feels like quite a while.
It's the face
now,
of
right?
experience, is what
It
you'd
is.
say.
And
He hasn't lost a beat, God bless him.
he's been trying to find the perfect, I say this every event, he's been trying to find that perfect team. He was constantly rebuilding, constantly finding different players, new players to try and maybe fit his play style, fit the way that he likes to play the game. And this roster that he now ends up with just seems to click. The top 6 they achieved was brilliant, but they will want to go that one step further. They will want to break into that top 4 and finish this Halo World Championship season as a top 4 team.
They do have the ingredients and the building blocks in place to see some success, whatever that looks like for them. Perhaps it is a top 4. Breaking shot and Huss combined, taking down another couple of kills. 3 dead for TLF for a moment, and Huss will throw that flag out, but opting to wait now, delay this run until his teammates are in a position, and perhaps there's more slays on the board.
Sniper is going to pop up, but maybe that's a chance for Rhino to swoop on in, steal it away, and then use it as an extra tool to try and demolish the remainders of Lethal Fox. But it's not going to happen because all 4 were temporarily dead there for a split second. And that does mean that TLF can regain control of this map and start to get a move on, get a boogie on. You've only got 2 minutes and 45 seconds to get some flags in.
Play the music. The boogie needs to get rolling now. The sniper rifle though from Huss finds the face of that player position top, and Jackson's going to fall. And with that sniper rifle falling, so does the chances of TLF getting that flag capture that you were calling for. Because now a lot of this next passage of play is going to be played in the TLF half. Courtyard spawn for 1. Haynes over towards that Mauler situation as well. And again, Huss can hear someone close to him, but perhaps Not able to track him down just yet. I feel as though Complexity will be quite happy just to play this time out. They've got what they need.
Yep, use your brains and don't really need to overextend here. You don't need to do anything a little bit drastic. You can even pad the stats a little bit. If you're starting to see those stats on broadcast and your numbers haven't looked too healthy over the last few events, well, if you're like Huss, 23-9, you're going to be up there as the main slayers if you can continue putting numbers up like this. Elsewhere on the main stage, Shopify Rebellion did just take down Native 3-1, so that is our first result coming through on the main broadcast. And Complexity, I'm sure, would like to replicate that because the series is going a similar way. Over on that game, Native lost the Slayer. Native won the Slayer, excuse me, just as TLF did. So Complexity looking to try and go 3-1 here. But this game is done. It's over. I mean, you can start to talk about miracles. You can start to talk about possibilities of Lethal Fox getting back-to-back flags. Ain't gonna happen. Stop thinking about it. If you're a Lethal Fox fan, start thinking about map number 4.
And you're speaking about elsewhere. Well, these two teams share a pool with FaZe Clan and Halo Esports, and actually at the moment, 2-2 the series score it seems to be. I'm looking across the screens. So they're heading to a game 5. We'll need to get confirmation if that is the actual score, but my eyes don't seem to be deceiving me from...
Surely not.
I'm seeing 2-2, so maybe we'll have to get some sort of confirmation. But at the moment, 4 dead for Complexity. They hold 2-0 advantage in this flag game with time dwindling down.
I just don't believe you. I'm going to be honest. There's no way that's happening. Well, yeah, we'll get confirmation.
You do some investigative journalism.
All right,
there.
I'm going to investigate. You talk about the 30 seconds.
I'll keep talking about the time dwindling down. 27, 26, 25. I'll just keep counting down. 2-1 the score.
Hold
so
on.
actually, hold on a second.
Hold on.
There is an opportunity for TLF here.
I've looked away.
You looked away for
I
too
said
long.
they'd need a miracle. Nah, 15 seconds. I'd shave my head if they come back into this game.
You've said that before, and when something magical happened, you didn't do it. You're not a man of your word. 10 seconds remain then, and it got to go now. Push forward. Haynes is going to try it there, but Complexity are posted up, waiting for players to push forward at their base. They're going to close out this one, even though some final nervy moments. 2-1 the score then in the flag game. Complexity also 2-1 up in the series. So TLF then 1 game away from going 0-1 in pools, and Complexity the reverse. 1-0 looks like it could be on the cards for them. And Dan, you've got some information for me.
It is 2-2.
It's 2-2.
It's
My eyes
2-2.
don't deceive me.
If FaZe lose that match, then I don't know what to say.
It's World's magic.
The World Championship is already going to start off with a bang. You'd imagine they would come out on top in Game 5, but again, we'll keep you guys updated with that one. I imagine LVT might be covering it. I'm not sure which matches they are covering at the moment, but exciting results all around at the moment. Elsewhere, Cloud9 are currently beating Dark Inside or Dead Inside, whichever way you want to call it. But here it is 2-1, and we'll have to get more after this break.
Incoming.
And we are back with game number, let me count my fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
Complexity, 2-1 to the good. And yes, we do have confirmation that the other games in the pool that are going on right now are actually locked level. They're in a game 5, going to a shootout to settle that little squabble that they have over on Recharge. So, interesting things happening at the World Championships already. Of course, remember, FaZe Clan, the defending world champions at the moment, and at risk now of losing their first game at pool play. And has that ever happened? Well, that question will have to be asked and answered on a different day, because what we have to look at right now is Haynes with a sniper rifle and a camouflage as well, trying to tag some bodies. A lot of shots being fired, but not a lot of damage being done. Rain, though, looking to make it rain on his foes. Common over towards... Well, looks like he has no interest in him at the moment. He will re-engage with him now over towards the nest. Common will get that kill onto Rain. Haynes also elsewhere getting one onto Breaking Shot. 13 seconds to 1. Ball back in neutral position, bottom middle. So TLF have an early advantage, although not a lot that you would be banking on.
It's a decent mapping mode for Complexity. They've had their success throughout the year on Live Fire Oddball. A 60% win rate. I mean, it's not the best, but it's certainly a positive one, especially if you look back at the previous maps. They are on less than 50%. For TLF, again, it's another one they have yet to win an Oddball on Live Fire throughout this year. But of course, they've only competed in a couple of events, so stats a little bit skewed. Early stages, TLF do have the lead, but now Complexity, they've got a chance to get a little bit of ball control over towards green, and of course, when you are at green, gives you the chance to toss it off if you get pressured. But Ryan have caught off guard there and not able to play it. Instead, they're going to have to fight their way out of this one.
Yeah, you had the opportunity to play it, opted not to use it though, and Rain is going to scoop it up at the second attempt and toss it off. So perhaps the error or mistake that Ryan have made, perhaps he thought that he could fight off his back foot, perhaps he thought the teammates were there and in position to help him. Ultimately, the answer was no. The ball should have been played, and ultimately eventually was. 3 dead though. Rain, last man standing off the respawn after that play ball. And TLF will scoop it up and start to rotate towards the scoreboard. Camouflage about to pop, and that's an unfortunate little bit of geography that the grenade has bounced off, actually off the spike grenade, which made sure the trajectory of that nade spun back into his face and almost done the damage that he was hoping would be done to another player onto himself. Now, 2 dead for Complexity. Huss bottom middle, pushing through the rack tunnel, putting damage down, getting a trade. Not good enough for him to push forward for his team. Breaking shots there, making a meal of that kill. Common, beautiful jiggle peek, and making himself a very difficult kill. Ball will not be able to escape bottom middle. The sniper rifle now in the hands of Haynes. What can he do?
Starting to see people nervously now watching the FaZe game, by the way, as they are in game 5. And I think that really would show that anything can happen at the Halo World Championship if we're to see FaZe lose their first game in pool play. And once more, it could disrupt the entire bracket if that were to happen. It seems to happen at every single event. One of the big teams struggles in pool play.
And of course, the LATAM team, up until recently, were an open team. They had to do it the hard way. They qualified for the World Championships, and now putting it to possibly the biggest dog when it comes to World Championships. Of course, a lot of those players having 3 rings to show for their successes. And now, in a shootout, and it looks very close. I can't really see the numbers down, but I'm seeing the progression on the boards. It's very close. Very, very close indeed. Too close if you're a FaZe Clan fan.
Close in this one as well, though.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, TLF would love to take this to a game 5, because I think if you can go up against Complexity in a Slayer, you've already shown that, you know, with the aggression, with your individual skills, you can actually take down Complexity here. But your worry would be these objective-focused games. But in the early stages, Complexity have not been able to get that setup. We talk about that previous time over towards green. They weren't really able to get the ideal position, but now this will be their best chance. You can see trying to move the ball over towards the rest of the team, but they are hunting the rest of TLF right now, and Huss just needs to kind of move with them, but he needs to worry about spawners behind him.
The score in the doors, I do have confirmation at the moment, is 36-34 to Halo Esports. And apologies if you feel like we're harping on this story a little bit too much, but as a matter of fact, it has massive implications on this pool. They all share the same pool. So another opportunity for Complexity, perhaps, if FaZe do falter here, for Complexity to top their pool like they did last event against Optic Gaming. So all still to play for. A lot of Halo still to be played, of course. We're still only in match number 1, but upsets on the cards.
I mean, it could change everything in this pool when you think about it, and not just for Complexity, for TLF as well. I mean, they would imagine that they would be having a match against Akave for the chance to progress into the bracket, right? And to get into top 3. But that could be completely turned on its head, and then we could have tiebreakers with how this pool could be heading if there were to be that upset. So as soon as that confirmation of the scoreline does come in, we will let you guys know who are watching, because I imagine most people who are watching this are Complexity fans or TLF fans, or just massive fans of Halo, and you're the best kind of people.
We do love you. Massive appreciation for you. And you're the reason why ultimately we still have a job. And I'm yet to get cancelled as well, which is always very important. That I'm very Irish.
You are very Irish indeed. We can take the H's and put them back in, so
put them back in.
We can make you seem more normal than you
That's
actually
what I'm trying to do all the time. Hiding in plain sight. Breaking shot. Not hiding at all. As a matter of fact, he's looking for opponents to shoot. Rami down to no shields. Eventually gets put away by breaking shot. 73 the score then, and climbing. TLF very much still in this, but unfortunately for them, Huss has the hands on the ball, and he has a nest set up as well. A lot of damage being done. Common over towards the big door down to no shield, which will mean TLF's push will be delayed. So more vital time being eaten up on not only the clock, but score. Still in the favor of Complexity. Huss opting to drop the ball and try and get a trade. 3 dead now for TLF.
You did the thing?
I did the thing.
You said true.
You walked away, so I thought you wouldn't hear it.
I'm right here. You're right behind you.
You're behind me.
Breathing down your neck.
You're checking the scores on the doors elsewhere.
Also, what a comeback it's been from Complexity here. I mean, it was looking like TLF were in great steed. They had a lot of confidence.
Great steed.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Shit, it is now.
Great steed. Fine steed. Noble steed.
Noble steed.
Noble steed.
2 dead. 50 seconds left, and Complexity are able to take down 2. Could be 3. But this should be the round here.
Should be, could be, and will, but it looks things as TLF not in position to stop this ball progression. 1-0 Complexity in the oddball, 2-1 in the series, so 1 round away from going 1-0 in pools. And they're knocking on the door now. TLF, although looked super competitive, and that's probably the story that they have had every single time they've come to a major. They look competitive, but just cannot close out these series and close out these games. Vital mistakes being made, possibly the worst times. Huss and Rain will combine to clear out Green. Common there, though, to apply the finishing touches to the damage that was done by his teammate. Rain with the camouflage, it seemed. No, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just going blind in my old age. Instead, he will have the quantum translocator as the camouflage is about to pop up any second now. Breaking shot is there. Rhino, though, opting to prioritize scoring with the oddball. Now will train his eyes over towards that camouflage. Common's going to scoop it up, and as a result, the ball will be played. Heads-up play from the ever-experienced Rhino.
Elsewhere, FaZe now have a 6-kill lead going into the final stages of that game against Akabe as well, so it looks like they should be able to close that one out despite an incredible effort from the Mexicans. And here for TLF, is there anything left in their tank? And the answer from Common is I've still got a part to play in this one.
Still a little bit of magic left in those fingers. Pops the shields of 1, but unfortunately being pressed by 2. But he's back 2 players away. Exceptional work from Common. His teammates do have their hands on the ball, but they've been cut down to half their numbers now. Rami and Yakson have to fight off the back foot now. Try to do as much damage as they can. Yak gets 1. Unfortunately, he's the last man standing, and they will now, because of that previous kill he gets, have information of exactly where he's positioned. Shields popped once more, making himself a very difficult kill, but the push is going to come now from bottom middle, and he just doesn't know it's there. Huss gets the back whack. The ball's been scooped up as well, an opportunity for Complexity to really put distance between them and TLF.
So FaZe did win their series, so they will temporarily be top of this pool, but of course, if Complexity are able to win this one 3-1, then on a technicality, they would be top for me. But then, of course, Complexity will have to play FaZe a little bit later on today, but TLF still trying to stay alive in this one, but Huss trying to slow them down. It's only a 15-point lead at the moment, plus the other 3 that I didn't count. And you really struggle to believe that Complexity have been playing at their very best in this series, and that's what's kind of scary here. They've been playing slow, they've not really had any of those incredible moments where they've looked like the team we saw last event, and they're still winning. And I think that's pretty good. I think if you can amp up throughout the weekend, then you will show what you're made of right at the very end.
Yeah, I think ultimately, as long as you trend upwards in performance level, then things should look good for you.
As long as you get the win, right?
Exactly. I think it's important to also mention that huge props to Akabe for taking phase planting with Game 5. Well, how often do we see the almost story from the underdogs? Last event it was Cloud9 almost knocking out SSG at the top 12, but these top 3 teams always seem to find a way out of those jams time and time again.
Ice. We always talk about ice, we always talk about pressure, we always talk about in that moment. Have you been there before? Do you have the experience? And FaZe are the most experienced team, of course, when it comes to the World Championship. They are the reigning World Champions after all. But yeah, hats off for Akabe for making it a series. And now our TLF going to be able to do the same thing here and take us to 2-2, even take us to the second round here in this one. It's certainly not done and dusted right at the moment for Complexity, but they are very much in the driving seat.
Absolutely not out of the realms of possibility now, and this will help the cause for TLF as they start to eat away at that lead. And can they ensure that they don't lose some numbers? As a matter of fact, the answer is no, as Huss picked up another double kill. He has been in exceptional form all series long. So much damage being put down. Unfortunately, though, 3 of his teammates have been cut down. As a matter of fact, he has been cut down as well. A breaking shot, then the last man standing. And you see the play call here. Move that ball over towards Green and see if he can get a play on it. Being pressured, being hassled, being harried, and ultimately he's in the respawn screen now. He did get that ball over towards the big door, so no scores on the board for TLF whilst all that was happening. So that's going to be good enough for an all-4 dead. Just delaying that ball scored enough for Complexity to spawn back up and put damage down.
Yeah, Complexity have map control again. They have the ball in their possession. Probably want to back away from this one, and Rynoob does exactly that. Play your life here. You've done a little bit of damage, you've gained the information, and you should be able to see your team clean up the pieces, which they do. Again, it's going to be 4 dead. It's going to be more ball time as Complexity start to roll towards a victory here.
Great listening from Breaking Shot as well, knowing that player on pillars was going to push forward and already had damage on him. Oh, where did Rami come from? That's a question that Complexity will be asking themselves, and in particular Breaking Shot. How did he get to me so quickly? Where was my help? Where were my teammates positioned? Because that should not have been an eventuality. But unfortunately for TLF, it didn't really amount to much, because Rynoob now applying the finishing touches, getting the final seconds that he needs. In a 1v1, Rami is there again, making himself a very difficult kill, but ultimately gets taken down by the experienced Rynoob. And a trade is going to be good as well. So Rynoob good for 2, balls played. That's good news if you're a Complexity fan.
It's really now or never for Lethal Fox as well. Minute and 50 left on the clock, ball bottom middle. Comet is able to grab it. They have a 4 versus 3 advantage. You need a setup, you need a proper setup as well. But sadly at the moment, they don't really know where to go. I think that Comet's looking at spawns and saying maybe we can get to tower. He's also listening to teams about where players are going to be. They haven't got that setup that they desired, and instead it's going to be a scrappy fight with this ball now.
You know that's always going to be an uncomfortable position when you're the ball carrier, when you start thinking about maybes. You don't have a clear vision in mind of exactly where I need to be, what is the right play. When you start weighing up your options and you're guessing and you're rolling dice, that's where you're in big trouble. Now, you have gotten the ball to back tower. Haynes is taking a little bit of damage, not a lot, but enough to make him drop the ball and opt to try and slay out here. Play ball in effect. Haynes back tower, then 1v1 against Huss. Huss just has not been losing them all game long.
I remember when we first jumped on board with Huss in like the first game, and you know, he missed a shot or two, and I was like, it's okay, he's going to warm up, it's only Friday, and boy has he warmed up. 31 kills here in this one. Remember, he was the highest slayer in the previous game as well, and he is certainly going to be at the top of the kill charts probably at the end of Friday with how he's been playing. But there is still hope here for TLF. They were able to get that ball to back tower that you were talking about. It wasn't the perfect setup, but they fought very well to keep Complexity just at arm's length. And now Complexity are in danger of allowing TLF to maybe just steal this one away in the last moments.
To play ball again. Two teams separated by a mere 8 seconds, and that can be eaten away in one quick swoop. Sniper rifle is down bottom tower. Numbers, though, are starting to favor Complexity as the gun engagements go their way. 2 dead. on the side of TLF, make it 3 unofficially for a moment. Rami, though, the freshest person to hit the respawn screen. Unfortunately for him, he has to watch his teammates battle it out. 2 to go down for Complexity. This is very scrappy at the end. 40 seconds on the clock as well. But it's TLF somehow, some way, that have managed to flip this fight in their favor and get control of the ball.
Yeah, you can see Complexity had the ball, but they just didn't really know where to go. There was a TLF member every single area of the map. And now, suddenly, TLF are going to take the lead. They need 10 more seconds to take this round and take us into round number 3.
Rami goes back tower. You know he desperately wants to get those seconds here and now. Pressure being applied as he goes towards the back, trying to squeeze the ball for everything it has, but the ball has been played now. 3 dead. Common, though, is going to try and make sure this ball can't get scooped up. It has been, and it's been whisked away. Big moments for TLF here.
Common now going for the ultimate flank. But has he just left it too late? Has he given them too much of an opportunity? 99 to 99. The ball is up for grabs, and Common will pick it up. So he goes for that flank. He goes for the patient game, and he is rewarded as TLF take us to round 3.
I'm going to be honest, when we look back and analyze the plays, was that the right one? I'm not sure. It looked as though he was about to throw it away, but any mistakes that might have been made have all been spared. Any blushes have been spared. 99 seconds apiece for both teams, and ultimately Complexity dropped the ball in the final second, as did TLF, just before they could get that one locked in. So you said make a series of it, at least get the round if you could, and TLF have done that now. 1-1 the score on the odd ball. Perhaps they have ambitions of pushing this one to a game 5 and causing the upset, and that previous round is going to do their confidence the world of good.
Yeah, I mean, drop the ball, both figuratively and literally, it felt like, from the side of Complexity. They really did let that one just slip through their fingers. Could that come back to bite them in the backside? That's the real question, because now that will give TLF that little bit of hope of, actually, we are still in this. We can win this, not just this round, but this series maybe is up for grabs now. Complexity, they need to focus up and ignore what had just happened, and they've got some good early time here.
Haynes with the use of the camouflage, getting close to Ryan Noob.
Nice.
He's being forced to push back though, and straight to his demise. Great work from Ryan Noob. Recognizing the camouflage player was going to be somewhere there or thereabouts, because he'd already taken damage from him on the green side. So you know as soon as you receive that damage, then your clock is on. You know the camouflage player is coming. You know roughly when. Yeah,
Great reactions from him. Maybe as the camo player, you kind of regret a little bit not getting closer and going for a back smack. But of course, hindsight is always going to be an issue there. Hindsight. You're never to know that they're going to have the ability to force push you off the map. This is looking a lot better for Complexity. This is a big lead now here in round 3. This is going to be a tough one for TLF to get back into. You can see off spawn, they are all over the shop at the moment. They're pushing as individuals, but Breaking Shot maybe is wise to it, and he knew someone was going to be arriving soon.
It was Haynes. Rami gets one as well, but it's going to be a trade. So much points on the board now for Complexity early in this round. Perhaps trying to put TLF to the sword once and for all. Common, though, trying to make sure that they can stay in this and make it even more scrappy. Closing in on the 30-point threshold, trying to eat away at that deficit. Haynes in back tower trying to clear space and make space for his team. Being hassled, being pressured once more. Rain's got the kill. Ball's in a bit of no man's land over towards the dummies area. Rami's going to throw a bot middle ball, going to run it straight towards Ryan Noob, who already had the angle. He pushes top middle. Jackson was down to no shield. Coming now over towards Nest is also going to fear Ryan Noob and the presence that he has on the map. Camouflage also for Complexity. Huss is going to try and scout out. He's doing a little bit of reconnaissance as he pushes forward ahead of his teammates. One goes down over towards pillars. Ryan Noob again with that repulsory. He seems to have it in his back pocket at all times. 2 dead and 3 dead. Jackson last man standing. Ryan Noob though will look to get his hands on this ball. He hears someone around him using the force push, but almost throws himself off the map.
No, almost, he did. He very much decided that he didn't want to play on live fire for the next 10 seconds, and instead will start to think about his next life. Now, I was going to say how good it is that Ryan Noob keeps making sure he has the repulsor, because in every scenario he's been able to use it so effectively.
Yeah.
But sometimes it just doesn't pay off.
You had that queued up and ready to go, but then he threw himself off the map. You're like, you probably can't use that now.
Exactly. I can't really credit it.
I'm going to have to throw that one
I mean,
away.
the attempt was still good, the idea was still good, and having it in your back pocket is clearly very important because it has been able to win Ryanoob 3 or 4 kills just on our screen, let alone how many times he's done it off screen.
The idea wonderful, the execution a little less so, you might say. 70 seconds then for Complexity and climbing. Quantum Translocator has just popped up, but that will not be prioritized by any team right now. That much is for sure. 3 dead. TLF in big, big trouble then. As Breakenshaw has the opportunity and the option to bring this ball green. You can see his teammates are already over there. They've already taken the space off the respawn. Everybody on TLF spawning towards tower. They have to make up a lot of ground before they can really shut this ball down. And time is starting to run out.
If I'm Rain, I'm saying, hey, can I have the ball? I'm on 0 seconds, guys. And my stats don't look as good as yours. Can I have the ball to make everything look a little bit better? As now Hus gets 2. The ball is going to be played, so it's not going to be won just yet for Complexity, but they are very close indeed.
It is unorthodox to try and stat pad your oddball time. Haynes on the pillars continues to jiggle peek and just delaying his death long enough that his team can pick up the ball, bring it towards Sanctuary. Haynes.
Sanctuary?
Not the map.
Oh.
Just the word.
Oh, is that a leak? We get Sanctuary, everyone.
Sanctuary's coming. You heard it here first. Camouflage just popped up. Ball is in-house. Common almost the victim of a long-range grenade. Almost stuck to his leg, but he spares himself the disappointment of being taken out of the fight. Now, score, of course, remains 1-1, 2-1 in the series, so TLF very much need to get this round on the board to stand any chance of going 1-0 in the pool, because they desperately do not want to find themselves down in the series once more. Because then, of course, you start to look back again. Is it Groundhog Day? Are we going to go down 0-3 in the series like we have time and time again? Complexity ensure that it is definitely going to be a 3-1 series lead for them. They lock it in. Complexity 1-0 in the pools. TLF, although made it competitive, they are 0-1.
So it's going to be Complexity and FaZe Clan both with a victory in their first game here in this pool, but TLF and Akave both with a loss. Albeit a very close effort, especially from Akave against FaZe, taking them to a Game 5. And certainly some hope there from Team Lethal Fox throughout periods of play. But ultimately, it is going to be Complexity on top. A great series, but Complexity now need to look ahead and think about FaZe Clan as their next opportunity to maybe find a victory. That's going to be all for us for now, but of course, there'll be plenty of matches here on the B stream. We'll be right back with the next game.
Welcome everybody to the Bravo stream. Welcome to the Halo World Championships, and boy do we have a huge game here on the B stream. We have Pure versus ITB Esports into the breach, and Andy, firstly, great to have you alongside me as always, but give us a little bit of information on why this is so important, because this is Pool A, and Pool A, when you look at that second place, this match is massive.
It's massive, as you and I were talking about, massive not only for this pool, but this individual pool play matchup is huge for the trajectory of the placings of both of these squads. You have two teams with two very different stories this year. Of course, Pure securing a historic top 4 finish in Atlanta, one that people will not soon forget. However, you'd be forgiven if you did, as Last Shot's going to get away with that overshield just because they dropped to a top 12 placing in Salt Lake City. ITB, though, coming off a much stronger placing, and maybe their strongest performance, the best they've looked all year long in Salt Lake City, but only one of them can place in this pool. You have to think with SSG in this pool, it will be second for one of them. The question is, which one will it be?
And that obviously has permutations on brackets, like you say, final placings when it comes to the end of Sunday at the Halo World Championships. But let's focus on what we've got in front of us right now, and that is going to be game number 1. We have a little bit of strongholds here on interference, and the triple cap early on for Pure. You saw the overshield being picked up by Last Shot as well, and the triple cap is something we're not too, I would say, surprised to see early on in this game type. We know how snowbally it is for ITB being down this early. Obviously, it's a little bit of disappointment for them, but you got to remember, this is the kind of map where you can go on 200-point runs.
Nice shots there from Druck. Coming on the commando, finally he's taken down, but agree, we're going to keep an eye, of course, on the scoreboard, but let's not forget, as you say, of all the maps where you can have comebacks here, really interference, of course, maybe only in the same camp as Solitude in terms of the types of comebacks that we've seen and that are possible within the control of the map. Nice little jumps here for Pollock to get right back up to Whitehall. Teammates are going to push it back just a bit. A lot of teammates, actually. He's having to fight not just a 1v4, but it felt like a 1v6 for him.
Yeah, it's a really important first pick there from Mighty, because it's the first time that numbers have been somewhat even on the map for around 60 seconds or so, and the first pick around the overshield coming up as well. So important to get. You can see that now ITB have managed to get a little bit of map control. They've managed to push out. Now they can at least challenge for this overshield, but challenging is one thing, getting it is another, and it's going to be Cherished who'll pick it up. That's 2 overshields in a row now, and even though ITB get a few points on the board, you can expect that to flip pretty soon with the overshield here for Cherished.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. And you and I were talking about this specific matchup quite a bit before this event, and if you go on Salt Lake City alone, a lot of people might be thinking that ITB might have the upper hand, but you talk about both of these teams and you get the feeling that if both of them are at the maximum kind of capacity, 110% of what they're capable of, you have a feeling that Pure has the edge here. The question is, can they close it out on the scoreboard?
Well, it's 2 dead here for ITB. They are trying to flip C at the moment. You can see Pure, their attention though is onto A and flipping that back over into their control. With ITB 3 dead, it should be fairly comfortable for them to do so. Not only that, they're going to know where their spawns are coming in as well, in and around B, having left that one to be contested, so they're going to be a little bit pinched here, ITB. They've got to work their way out of this spawn. It's a kind of a process you have to go through right on interference more than any other map. Sometimes you've got to accept that it's going to be 60 seconds of not scoring. It's about getting the numbers back on the map before you can even challenge for those strongholds.
Really is. There's a lot of different game types throughout Halo history across many Halo titles where that's been the case, where you have to, there's an order of operations that you have to follow and you have to be patient with it. It's certainly the case here in interference as well.
Well, the 1v1 is going to be something you have to win here, and Jimbo won't win that one because Last Shot turns it into a 2v1 with a nice grenade. When you're looking at the slays at the moment, it is heavily in the favor of Pure. You're looking at Druck right now. He's already on 12 kills, and I mean, you look at the other side of things, he's almost got more than all of ITB combined at the moment. Last Shot with that thrust is going to take down Wootum as well, who usually is the X factor for this team, but at 4 and 9, nobody really gets to get any momentum going at the moment.
Oy! Complicated battle there between Chick and Last Shot. It's going to be a trade. They're probably both going to be happy to trade in the end of that. 141 to 19. As you had mentioned here, 2 dead for ITB for just a second.
3rd overshield in a row as well. It's going to be the 2nd one in a row here for Cherished as well. And that is not good news for ITB. This is looking already like a kind of map they might be regretting the performance on. But Wootum is going to step into B and at least get a little bit of scoring on their hands. But Cherished is going to chase him down. A simple grenade from him is going to flush him out. And now we see Pure almost on the precipice of 150 points, with ITB once again 2 dead. Even though they are scoring, it's just going to flip back over in a few moments.
Really well done there from Cherish. Love how he just uses the overshield to go open field and kind of takes that advantage. He uses the luxury of the overshield to get there. Natural shots coming in from Cherish as well. Continued damage on E2, but love how, as you said, he takes the angle where you can no longer be shot from basement. Easy nades up the ramp to shut down everything. And Nest, finally, he's taken down, but not before they get that 100-point lead.
Well, it's a 100-point lead, but ITB now, for the first time, have Pure on the back foot. They picked up a couple of 2, 3 deads in a row. Most importantly, I thought Last Shot a few moments ago when we were watching that fight happening in and around A, was in a great position in bunker to capitalize on damage, but just as it looked like he was going to be able to pounce, ITB actually managed to seek him out, get that kill most importantly, and now can turn a little bit of momentum back in their favor. Mighty's with no trade in that situation means that ITB won't have some numbers, and Druck now feels comfortable enough to step into one of these strongholds.
Challenge coming in. He needs to be careful here. He knows how much is on the line. Luckily has a little bit of help to make sure that everyone gets pushed back somehow. Enough angles coming in from the rest of the teammates where they're able to get that. Going to be now, it was 2 dead. Starts to even things up here by taking down Wootum as well, but you could tell from that angle, there was 3 players focusing Ness. He had clearly had a lot of help coming in to be able to stay alive there and isolate the 1v1 with Wootum.
Yeah, it was almost, I think that's something for the scrapbook there, actually see Wootum get back smacked, because the amount of times that someone walks up behind Wootum and on M&K just whips around, he's like, hey,
yeah.
And before
terrifying.
you know it, he's trading with you, so Wootum getting lost in the sauce a little bit there as we see the overshield coming up again, and ITB need to get one of these overshields, so once again the kills just falling against them in the favor of Pure, and that's going to be yet another overshield going over to Pure. That's 4 in a row now, and it's difficult enough to play against the T1 interference, let alone when you're giving them all of these overshields.
You don't really wonder when you see the score line and you know that there has been 4 overshields in a row, and you see nearly a 100-point lead still on the board. Really, there's no surprises there. Back to the Wootum point, though, I agree. There's very few times where it feels like Wootum is the definition of eyes in the back of your head. You really can't actually get behind him. He's going to see you each time. In the end, though, somehow he gets taken down earlier, and even though we continue to see a BC hold coming in, Pure still with a sizable lead.
It's like watching The Exorcist, but like on 3 times speed.
Terrible. Terrible.
Druck's going to go on a killing spree himself. He's on 19 kills, leading the lobby at the moment, almost breaking 20, and he's certainly got plenty of time to do so. But ITB are starting to formulate somewhat of a comeback here. 178 points for Pure. Remember, the last time we were really talking about them scoring conclusively, it was around a 150-point threshold that they were about to cross. So ITB have managed to answer back here and put 111 on the board themselves. And we mentioned these big runs you can go on. Now they have a triple cap, and Pure are 4 dead. Last shot has just spawned, and ITB back into this one and showing that they have some fight left in them yet.
And they get the reset as well. They will continue scoring just like this. Let's not forget, we were just talking about how it was a 100-point lead moments ago, and now just like this, it's less than a 40-point game.
Remember, they haven't had an overshield as well, so this is a fantastic run coming in from ITB, doing it the hard way at the moment, but Pure step into C with numbers not on their side. It looks like they're going to just concede that C stronghold and fight for B here, or at least play for the Slays in and around it. Mighty's going to be furthest forward with great grenades, maybe a little bit of an overchow there. No help coming in for Mighty's in that situation, who is struggling a little bit in this game. 6 and 15 for the Dutchman.
2 dead here for Pure still. Let's see what Last Shot could do. He needs a lot of pressure on him. Needs to kind of stay alive on the car here. Takes extra damage, which is going to buy even more time for Wootum to come around and flank him here. That was 2 dead for Pure. And just like that, we got a 15-point game on our hands.
It's an overshield coming up. Can ITB at least fight for it? Can they find some sort of space for it? They get 2 kills. Chick's going to get that overshield, and now they can pressure again. And look at that score. It's BC, the hold here for ITB. And I tell you what, they're looking for the triple cap as well. Druck's looking for a stick. He's not going to get it. Gets taken down, and ITB continue to rotate these spawns. They have taken over this game, and they're about to be pretty close to going into a lead here.
Nice job by Chick. That was very dangerous territory. Could have easily gotten back whacked, and I'm pretty sure that's what Last Shot was going for, actually. In the end, Chick able to stay alive there. As you said, that overshield is huge. They go into the lead, and what a time to do it. 1 out of 5 overshields, but they're in the lead here in the late game.
2v2 on the map at the moment. Jimbo trying to get a little bit of space, knows that the battle for B is going to be lost. They're going to lose that race, but C is being flipped by ITB right now. And like you say, they are in the lead, and now we are into the moments of the game that really matter. A going to be flipped here by Pure, so it looks like ITB just been rotated ever so slightly here, but the kills seem to be the focus. Jim's going to find the first.
Good shots from him, also stays alive. He will flip in the end here. ITB scoring yet again, and will cross the 195-point mark.
Doubling up here on the back of Engine as well. Going to re-wrap as well, because Chick's going to need some help. Chick gets 1 though, and now they can kind of pick their poison. They can decide if they want to go forward or they want to go back, because they've got those numbers to play with. They know the Last Shot is still alive inside of the bunker. They're going to leave him there for a few moments and concentrate on the cap, as they still have B in their hands. They finally flush him out, and it's going to be ITB now, who are 40 points away from closing out game number 1.
He's going to flank tower here as well. That's a good angle, very important angle, because the damage is already there. Druck, though, almost turns on him. Jim is going to try to finish it, but doesn't. That leads to a double for Tallink. That could be dangerous for ITB.
Can't lose those ones. Cannot lose those ones. There is no way that you should be losing those ones. And now look at the scoring. It's flipped back in the way of Pure. Cherish finds another one as well. And is that going to be a moment that ITB look back at? It's 1 kill, but we know how important 1 kill can be.
Keep an eye on the overshield as well. Overshield is where we have to keep an eye on. Just like that, it leads to a pure OS grab, and as you say, just how quickly things can change. ITB still leading by 9, but maybe not for long.
Toilet gets another one. It's 3 dead for ITB. Chick is last alive, and they've managed to sneak away to find a position to challenge him as well. It's a killing spree in the late game here for Toilet. 5 without dying in a row for him, and this is when the kills matter most.
What a time to do it as well.
Enemy team nearing victory.
All 8 players up on the map here. You have a feeling this push could win the game right here.
Cherish gets the first pick. That's going to clear some space for them. They are still scoring. They have A and B. They want to play the inside of the map here. You can see that ITB are 2 dead as well, but they're going to have to force something on the map. Looks like they're going to make the play for A here, but look at the flank coming in now from Torlik. They know he's here, ITB. Jimbo is trying to cap and will get the cap, and all of a sudden, just when it looked like it might be game over, ITB will score. Wooten finds one. Might he stay alive in that situation? Torlik with the pre-nade's going to take him down, but the trades come in. It's a 2v2.
It gets reset as well. That's huge. What happened at C here? They're all eyes on C here.
He gets flipped, though. The eyes were on C, understandably so, and now we're in a position where it's Pure who have to push. We have the same situation we did a few moments ago. Wooten looking to make the play, though. He's looking to pressure onto C here, as we have a tie game with just 10 points to go inside of A. Pure are going to step in. Cherished needs to win this 1v1. Chick's going to win it, though.
Absolutely huge here. They have the man advantage. BC holding now, and they will be scoring it again.
Chick is looking for damage, looking to survive. If he gets a trade here, it'll be massive, but 2 dead here for ITB. Is this going to be the opening that needs to be created here for Pure? But there isn't time for them to do it, and ITB turn this game around and will win at game number 1, 250 to 240. What a game 1.
Wootum goes 24-16, and somehow, with only, I believe, 1 out of 6 overshields in the game, ITB will sneak out the win from underneath Pure, who otherwise, up until that point, had played picture-perfect Halo. They also forfeit a 100-plus point lead during that game as well.
I wanted to just say, what was it, 24-16? 24-16 for Wootum. At one point in that game, I think he was 4-9, which shows what a run he went on in that game. And I mentioned how he is a game changer. And that's what happens when he catches fire. He's so difficult to stop. He's so aggressive on the map, and he was the difference maker here. And he also had 2 minutes and 20 seconds inside of those strongholds.
I mean, unbelievable.
That is insane.
13 captures as well to his name. He leads the entire game in captures. He leads the entire game in occupation time. And somehow at 250 to 240, that's what we said. You know that Pure knew coming into this series just how much of a threat ITB would be. They are immediately being reminded of why they had those concerns here already in game number 1. It is going to be ITB taking it.
Well, we'll get back in a few moments and keep you up to date with game number 2. But ITB find themselves 1-0 up in this series against Pure. Well, welcome back to the Bravo stream, everybody. ITB Esports win game #1 in this series versus Pure. Find themselves up by 1 with a pretty incredible comeback that we saw on Interference Strongholds. But now we head into Slayer, and we've already seen some upsets in these game 2s from every series we've watched so far. But I think one thing you can say in this series, nothing feels like an upset because these two teams seem so evenly matched as Mighties will get the first overshield of the game.
I was going to say the same thing. Let's see what Mighties can do in this first push here. 4-1 already off the break. The Insta's going to be the opener in terms of the damage on the doorway. 3 dead. Last shot was your last player alive, and he might even be a spawner. Yes, indeed, based on the positioning in the gen, he will be a spawner. It's an early 6-2 lead. ITB picking up where they left off from game number 1.
Yeah, fantastic start from Wootum as well. 3-1 in this game. We saw that he picked up a huge amount of kills and went on a crazy run in the last game that kind of sparked ITB back into a little bit of form where they started that comeback, and Wootum continues, finds another one. 4-1 at the start of this game, even though Pure did manage to scrape a couple of kills back there.
Yeah, very well done there in the end. To just keep this within reason here. It will be go 9-5, but it was 3 dead to just keep them at least within 1 rotation here of kills in the match. But what an opening from ITB. And I couldn't agree more, Mark, off of your opening comments. You felt like that game 1 sat very neatly within the confines of this tournament in terms of surprises and upsets and everything going absolutely down to the wire. And you can tell we're on Wootum's POV because things are getting spicy and they're getting quick.
The closest thing that we have in Halo Infinite to an owl is how I would describe Wootum, the way that he just whips his head around left and right. Don't even know if owls do that, but you know, 10-6 is where we find ourselves, still a 4-kill difference between the two teams, and we've been playing inside this bottom middle position at the moment, just looking for some information. But one thing I love about the way that Wootum can get in and out of fights, he's not going to be able to do this time because he gets cut down, and ITB find themselves with 2 dead.
Oh goodness,
Chick gets a kill somehow.
Chick sneaks out a kill, as you had kind of alluded to, that he really had no business getting. That will now bring them to 12-9. All eyes are going to be top middle here for this overshield.
First one went to ITB, they went on a little run. Maybe down, but the help is there, and the overshield will be popped. 3 kills the difference. Chick is going to be down to no shields. Last shot cleans that one up. Cherish finds another one onto Jimbo, and ITB now find themselves 3 dead. Last shot has no idea of Wootum's position. He was up in the rafters.
I think everyone clenched just about the same that I did as soon as those shots started coming in from the rear. The back whack was inevitable. 16-13 now as Pure only 2 kills away. Make it now tie game just like that on the swing. It was 3 dead, 4 dead for ITB. And now we're tied at 17 just like that. All netted up.
Well, it looks like a series that's going to be based on one team dominating for 2 minutes, then the following team dominating for 2 minutes or so, and we end up essentially at 49-49 at the end of it. But 20-17, the run continues here from Pure, and they have completely turned this game on its head. Now, for the first time in a while, we're actually going to see it slow down for just a second. Everybody reset on the map, 4 players alive on either side, although Cherish will be the first pick. It's Mighties who will find it for ITB, and just kind of slows down the momentum that was on the side of Pure.
It was about 6 almost unanswered for the side of Pure there. Now they will only be up by 1 as ITB manages to get the trades that they need to keep the game within 1. But as you said, it really has just been absolutely back and forth. Not just this game, but the entire series so far. Wootum versus a last shot. Name a better 1v1. In the end, Wootum wins that one narrowly. 3 dead for the side of Pure.
Solid Glass alive and down to no shields as well. You saw that from the point of view of Jimbo, and we're seeing a lead change again. A 2-kill advantage now for ITB. Last shot's trapped in the fridge at the moment, and you get the feeling he's not going to be long for this world for a few more seconds. Chick's going to find that as the overshield becomes the point of attention for both teams once again, but Cherished will cut down Jim. It seemed like Jim got a little bit too focused on that overshield there, a little bit too hyper-focused on it. Wasn't dealing damage, was thinking about the root more than the damage.
That lead change is now just cut down to 1, 25-24. Still just a 1-kill game here, and you really do get the feeling that both teams are playing their best Halo. It was 3 dead, now 2 dead here for the side of ITB. Overshield, as a result, going to go in the hands of Last Shot. Tied at 26, we'll see what he could do here. Plays in his hands.
The overshield has been the spark for both teams. Chick will find 1, but it's 3 dead again for ITB. Very similar pattern to what we saw a few moments ago. Jimbo will find 2, though, just to keep this close, and essentially you have to say that ITB kind of won that battle because they managed to trade out enough kills and buy time for the overshield to be burnt. Now we're back to a more stable footing on the map once more, and it's only a 1-kill difference between the two teams once again.
Wootum up to his usual tricks. He's leading the lobby in kills yet again, only +1, but the first one to hit double digits on the scoreboard. And as we had started to allude to before that last round of chaos, you just get the feeling that both teams are playing their best Halo, right? It's really, really well controlled. They get 2 to 3 dead. They set up for the next rotation, but just immediately thereafter, as we're tied at 32, The other team responds. They get their own 3 dead. You're just seeing really high-level Halo here, executed time and time again in this kind of tug-of-war style Slayer gameplay.
33-33, we are tied up once again. The pattern continues. And it feels like, for the first time, we did see a little bit of a standoff a few moments ago, but this is now becoming a kind of hold-the-map situation where deaths are starting to stack up for the teams. They realize that trades are becoming less and less valuable at this point, so everyone's trying to think more about their deaths than picking up the kills themselves. ITB have a 1-kill advantage, although just as I finish the sentence, that changes as 25 seconds pops up. And we're going to be having eyes on that overshield once more.
Good shots from last shot, good follow-up damage as well. That would be 2 dead, 3 dead for ITB, and then a very important piece of timing. It might be 4 in just a second. If they can get the kill on the pink streak, should be able to, and they do. That will now create staggered spawns. More importantly, a 4-kill lead, and then a very important time in the game here. Overshield popping in 7 seconds.
Wooten finds a kill though, and the 7 seconds might not seem like long when you have map control, but it allows at least ITB to spawn and fight for this, but Torling's going to be in a position to scoop it up, but there is Chick! Out of nowhere, the Frenchman finds the longest grass that you can find, pops his head up and back smacks the Ovi.
Absolutely unbelievable. We're tied at 39 as a result. That's the second overshield denial there on the Achilles heel backpack. Unbelievably done to shut down the second overshield, and just like that, we're tied at 39. Will we look back on those as the difference maker in the final scoreline here? Only 11 kills to go. This is your home stretch.
Well, Chick looking to put a little bit of pressure up the map here. Pure trapped in and around one of the bases and on the car side. It's kind of a 2v2 split on the map at the moment. They're trying to isolate one player if they can. See if they can get that first pick. Last shot, no shields. That nade should be good, but somehow he manages to just slide out the AoE damage from it. Wooten will find the kill though. It's going to be a lead, just a slender lead of 1 kill for ITB, as they are now 10 kills away from good 2 up in the series.
Chick anchoring from such important angles, unbelievable damage into the high gen, then he goes back down to bottom car as well. It's huge, and it gives them now a 2-kill lead.
Jim trying to stay alive, does well, buys enough time for Mighties to get into position to help him. 3 kills, the difference now between the 2 teams. Drop down to no shields. Jimbo has to be so careful here, and Jimbo gets damaged down, but most importantly, at this stage of the game, survives long enough to re-engage once more.
We talked about Wooten being positive 1 earlier. Now he's 16 and 11 in a game that they are leading by 3, stepping up again in game number 2. A 3-kill lead here. No, just narrowly now down to 2, 43-45, as Pure answers back.
Big finish though coming in from Jim. Had to secure that kill. You could hear the call out even with no comms. The Cherish was going to be no shields bottom middle, and now we go to the overshield once more. Drug with some good cross-map shots here. Now, how do ITB play this? Do they play for the overshield, or do they try and play past it? And it looks like they're going to try and play past it here. They want to try and pin them in.
Chick again. He was so instrumental in that last overshield grab. Last shot might get away with this ulti, though. He does.
Cherish gets a double.
Cherish gets a double. 47-46, not over yet.
It's a 1-kill game, and Cherish, by making that double kill happen, has allowed now the overshield to be picked up by last shot, but the green gun is going to come in. Wooten gets his 18th in the game, and now ITB find themselves 1 kill away. Wooten will get it. He finishes with 19 kills in the game, and ITB go up by 2.
Oh my word, down to the wire once again. I don't just say that in the context of this series, I say that in the context of this first round of pool play matches. Unbelievable finish down to the very end. You thought Cherish and Last Shot together, combining with the double and the overshield grab, they were going to close it out, but no. As you say, Wooten says no. He goes 19 and 13 in a game that they win by only 3.
I mean, I'm just looking at those stats there as well, and Mighty's something to point out. He went 11-11, but he had 15 assists in that game as well. And we were talking before this tournament about the importance of Jimbo, and even though Jimbo goes neg 1, the moment that happened in that game changed it all. Wasn't the overshield pickup. It was the green gun that was hit by Jimbo in those final moments that took the overshield out of the equation, that gave ITB the footing in that map to close it out. 50-47, they're up by 2, Andy, and we're back in a few moments with game number 3 to see how that one goes. Everybody to the Bravo stream. Welcome back to Pure versus ITB, and it's been all ITB so far when it comes to that series score. However, you would say it's been pretty back and forth when it comes to the games themselves, and ITB now find themselves in a position where they can close out what we have been kind of describing as one of the biggest pool play matches that we'll have in the entire tournament with a 3-0 victory. It's a huge opportunity for them here.
It really is. We'll see if they can continue where they left off, but the momentum's certainly on their side. Each game, though, coming absolutely down to the wire. Just in case you're just joining us, this is a perfect series to be watching alongside the other tabs that you undoubtedly have open as well here at the Halo World Championship. ITB with 2 very narrow wins to be leading in the series and now only 1 game away from closing it out.
When Jimbo finds himself last alive, he's having to deal with last shot, but a great little no-scope coming in from him is going to enable an opportunity for a flag to be run here by Cherish on the other side of the map. Drug's going to pick up the first kill off the respawn, and with 2 in the death screen, ITB might have to just watch this one go home and be reminded that this series is nowhere near over. Look at the pressure in the base as well. As the flag goes home, ITB still have 2 in the death screen.
Yeah, just like that, finally pressure comes in. Ooh, just moments away. Wootum going to be the first forward. Was 3 dead as well off of the counter. Talik was the only player alive. We'll see if he has anything to say about the pull so far. Not yet. The flag run will continue. There was still 2 dead. Talik is dealt with, by the way, in the feed, which means this flag will go.
No one runs a flag like Wootum, man. Every time we see him running flags, he does it a little bit different. Just able to just maneuver his way onto those drop slides, onto those ledges. And now Mighty's got to be very, very careful because last shot's on the flank, and that flag looks like it's going to be dead. Wootum's the first spawner, and he's off the respawn.
Oh boy, a lot of pressure on this flag, and they split their attention, but nobody looked at long shot coming from the Mauler. The return will come in. There is no touch. That flag will go back. So after 2 minutes of play, we will still see Pure leading with 1-0 off of them. It felt like that flag might go in the end. A little bit of miscommunication, to be honest. Oh my God, Chick gets taken down as well. Last shot with a beautiful no-scope finish in the end, but a little bit of miscommunication coming from the ITB side. Mighty's or Chick needed to deal with the Needles player. Neither of them did. As a result, it's pretty much a free double kill coming in from last shot, and they get the long haul stop in the end. Both flags back at home.
Attention turns now to power weapons. Rockets coming up, and the kills are starting to stack in the favor of Pure. There should be a rocket being secured here by Druk. A couple of grenades are going to go in, but nobody is really going to be able to connect with them. The flag is going to be pulled off the stand here by Jim, and 1 rocket is going to be wasted. So ITB, you can see Druk has got decisions to make, but he doesn't look sure what he wants to make. The repulse from Chick as well with the rocket.
Oh,
0 for 2 on the rockets for Druk.
My word, what a counter to the Rockets in the end, though. It's Wootum, the only player alive, so it's not going to result in any sort of pull or even really an opportunity to do so, but it is still an impressive neutralization of the Rockets in the end. Not easily done, and that means they've got a little bit more time and a little bit less pressure here to try to construct their first flag run of the game.
Well, sniper rifles have just come up as well, so as if you weren't entertained enough by repulsive rockets in and around green, now you've got to watch the long stick and see if anyone's going to hit some big shots to create openings. Drug's going to be up on his tower, and right on cue, he gets the double kill. Woot might be taken down as well. Use that bandit, because otherwise that can happen.
There's one player I don't want in my cuts when I'm on the tower. It's probably Wootum, because the speed at which he can be looking at me in the tower after he was just checking the sword cuts
needles
is absolutely terrifying. Jimbo here now with snipe of his own, top tower.
Jim now has to hit some shots himself. Cherish is going to find one in around the border. Somehow he's going to find 2, and Jim can't connect with the shots that are really going to matter in this situation. Now he has to back down. Now he's last alive as well, and now these are the shots you have to hit. Pressure coming in, understandably, from Pure, and Jim just kind of stuck, but hits the big shot when it matters.
Doesn't hit what might have been called the easier shots, but somehow hits the absolutely beautiful jumping last-second brainer, and good damage on the first BR as well. This flag should stop. It's a 2v2 on the defense.
A little bit more work to do, though, for them. This isn't going to be sent home quite as yet. No more sniper ammo here for Jim to work with. Doesn't look both ways when he crosses the roads, but it's going to be ITB who do get the return, and for the first time applying a little bit of pressure onto the Pure side of the map. You have to say, it's felt like a Pure game so far. Not too many big moments coming in from ITB. Oof. And once again, they get shut down. Wootum last alive.
Last shot with a very, very important kill there from the cuts. That's going to slow things down just a bit, and as a result, Wootum, like you said, last player alive. Even though he wins this 1v1, the pressure will of course come. Even worse news for them is that flag was already being ran when they did not have the numbers that they needed. This flag will go home clean. It's perfect timing on the pull coming in for Pure.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Cherish gets another kill as well on the furthest player forward, and Pure now answer back. It's 2-0. 7 minutes, a lot of time left in this game for them to either close it out with a third cap themselves, or for ITB maybe to find some kind of momentum. Chick falls down from the heavens, collects himself on overshield, and ITB have a foothold to push from.
See what they could do here now. Keep in mind at 2-0, only one flag away. Cherish does have the rockets as well. He'll get the first one on Jimbo. Wutum, though, picks up 2 in the feed, which is going to be big news, especially now with Chick with still about 30% overshield as well. He'll use this to challenge on the first BR.
Love the way the Chick plays this, though. You know he's never going to over-challenge. Chick is so good at just buying time, waiting for teammates, seizing the window of opportunity, and now looking for more damage before they carve the window to try and pull this flag. But unfortunately for him, teammates around him don't do the work, and he says, forget that, I'll do it myself.
3 dead, 4 dead here. The pull should be coming in momentarily. That's a spawner. It's going to be Last Shot. This is an important 1v1, but Last Shot gets both. From the cuts, he gets both kills. He was the only spawner, the only hope to stop the run. And that's exactly what he does. Moments reminiscent of shooting into P2 with a single BR shot. Somehow gets multiple kills in what he thought was maybe just a 1v1 and shuts down what was about to be a considerable ITB progress on that flag run. And oh my God, and now Cherish just adding insult to injury here from the top of the turret. Only 5:40 left. ITB needs to get themselves together quick.
I mean, Cherish has got a job to do here, though, because kills have been picked up on his side of the map. ITB are starting to move that flag. Jimbo's going to be tasked with trying to flush him out here. Cherish is going to challenge, can't quite connect. He may be thinking about playing this sniper rifle to make sure that ITB don't have it to cut players down on the way back. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Jimbo gets the kill, but that flag is making progress. Last Shot did find a kill and might be thinking about jumping on that return. Can Jim get there in time to get that touch? Last Shot's going to be there. They are going to get the touch. They do get around the corner. Support is here for ITB, but Drunk will cut Jim down.
3v3 on the map here. Chick will fall as well. So not over just yet. Mighties needs to play this very carefully and very well here. They're 3 dead, last player alive.
He's just got to stay alive on this Mauler side, though. He's got to buy time. Thinking about that flag touch, will get it, gets a beat down, there's damage there, but is it going to be enough? The respawns don't come in on the flag and the Mauler, and even though Jim is wrapping through and trying to do what he can, Torlik has a sniper rifle in and around their needles, and he's just kiting them down as they're desperate for this flag.
That flag's going to go back here. There's no way Last Shot can take it down. No touch going to come in. Big return coming in yet again, and it is Heartbreak once again on the side of ITB. It's Pure finding a way to get that flag back home, and feels like a little bit of deja vu. Here's Wutum now with the fastest looking rockets you'll ever see. Picks up some decent splash off of that one, but now things are starting to get thin in terms of the scoreboard here. Just 4 minutes 15 left for ITB to make something happen, and they need 2 flags minimum within that time.
You see, Wutum's trying to buy time at the moment. Repulse is going to come back! That might be the longest ranged repulse rocket that we've seen in Halo Infinite. We're breaking records here at the HaloWC.
We really are, and also that came very close to being sent directly back to the sender, which would have been an unforgettable moment as well. And we're only into the first series for this team, which is unbelievable to think of what we might have in store for the entirety of the Halo World Championship weekend. Druck is your last player alive for Pure.
Wutum gets 2. By the way, Wutum was no shields during all of that, and Jimbo now is going to run this flag. This is the cleanest looking opportunity for a cap here for ITB, and there's still 3.5 minutes left in this game for them to try and find one to tie this up. Jimbo will send this one home, and if you're looking at the map spread at the moment, I was going to say, if Wutum could stay alive, there might have been an opportunity to think about double capping, but instead, it's back to a reset on the map here. The 50-yard line will be fought for. And with the sniper rifles coming up in around 10-15 seconds, this is an opportunity to seize momentum in this game as Mighties and Chick will find a couple.
Ooh, and that's 2 dead here. They're also maybe going to get in control of their opponent's tower. If they're able to do this, they might even be able to have a double sniper scenario here. As the flag starts to run, it was 2 dead, but you got the feeling based on the map positioning that there were going to be splits that came in. That's exactly what happened. They get pinched on the run. They try to grab the snipe. In the end, the pieces don't come together for them. 250 left. And what felt like it might be ITB starting to run away with it and even have control of their opponent's tower as well is interrupted by the splits. Now we'll have a sniper battle. Jimbo going to grab the ITB sniper versus Torlik.
Ooh, and Tolik's, I mean, Chick is going to find out that Torlik has got that sniper rifle as well as he folds him up like a cheap accordion. Jimbo's going to have the snipe again on the tower for the ITB side. Wutum wiggling his way away from a bullet himself As Torlik now decides to try and just move towards the long haul to support his teammates in Cherished and Drug. Now that flag is away, and Jim just exposes himself in a position to allow Torlik to hit these big shots. Jim needs to win this. If ITB want to stay in this, the flag is moving. It's 4 dead. ITB Esports will have to watch this one from the death screen. Cherished will run this one home, and we are going to a game 4.
Your flag defeat.
Welcome back once again, everyone, to the Bravo stream. And boy, do we have a series on our hands. ITB go 2 up in the series, but Pure answer back with a victory on Empyrean CTF to send us into this game 4. And we've got a little bit of oddball to play now on live fire. And one man who had a little bit of a disappointing previous game on the ITB side was Mighty's, 8-18 at the start of it, but winning an important individual fight early on in the game just kind of puts those bad memories to bed.
Wolfman gets taken down as well. Last shot's going to have a sniper rifle as his reward as well. Going to also just rotate the ball right back to scoreboard. He's got some teammates here around window. Should be a comfortable hold here, and more importantly, all eyes on the power-up as well. He angles on Jimbo. That'll be a guaranteed power-up grab. Now he's going to rotate here to the sandbags, and this should be an opportunity for even more time on the board, especially if they continue to play this well. They still have the man advantage.
Jim plays that one pretty much as good as he could have. He's like, hey, I've got to get eyes on camo here. I'm going to slide out to make sure that if there's a sniper here, that he's going to the shot's going to be really tough to hit.
Yep.
And these guys have got sniper over at camo still. I'll see you in a few seconds. Anyway, Jim's going to be sent back to the death screen again, as he has no idea that Torlik is there, thanks to that camouflage. And with 19 points on the board already, Pure with a very strong start in this game, and Torlik with a very strong start in this game as well. He's 5-0. Oh, make it 6, make it 7. 7-1. But this spree is up to 6.
Unbelievable from Torlik. So impressive what we saw, even down to the discipline of when he had the camo, making sure he doesn't take any damage on concrete as he gets that melee kill. Really, really beautifully done, and just taking the time to make sure he's disciplined in his approach and the plays and taking as little damage as possible. That now gives them a 44-point lead.
One team, I would say, in the Halo Championship Series who just rides momentum more than other is Pure, from what we've seen from them, right? when they won that big series back in the phase event, you know, you felt like that was their momentum. Every single time you saw them play from then on, there was a different level of belief. And having won that game in the way that they did previously, it looks like that momentum is starting to continue here into this fourth game. And for ITB, it's been the first time that they've even had numbers on the map, let alone that odd ball in their hands. They're going to have it in the hands of Chick now, who's going to rotate back towards the tower. The Lasha gets a free pick onto Jimbo. Wootum's going to trade it out, though, as Chick continues to hold that ball.
3v3 on the map here. Wootum with a very important responsibility just to make sure there's no pressure coming in from sandbags or the cuts. So far doing very well to apply pressure in both areas here. Push going to continue. Ball will be played prematurely, maybe, but more of a safety play ball there. Wootum going to make sure he gets this kill on C-Plat, and we'll have a bit of a reset on the map. 3 dead, though, for ITB. Jimbo was your last player alive.
Yeah, Jimbo, at least with his spawn, can fight with this camo and does get the kill onto Druck. Now, even though he got taken down and there is a trade, there's going to be kind of a rush towards the camo now, as both teams will be spawning close enough to try and fight for this. The QT out, and Larshot picking up that kill maybe is going to give the opportunity for Pure to collect this camo. And Larshot with a double, make it potentially a triple. Will be the reward indeed that he wanted. Jim last alive, and I tell you what, Larshot knows exactly where he is.
Should be able to rotate this ball as well. Actually, doesn't go straight for the key door there. Instead, he actually gets taken down, punished by trying to go back to the dummy door. It's an interesting decision. And in the end, just like that, it's actually going to be 2 dead for Pure off of what felt like it was going to be a very, very clear Pure advantage.
Druck last alive here, trying to use that repulse just to buy himself time to get out and reset on the map. But the importance here for Druck and for Pure is that at least he's in a position to stop ITB immediately jumping on that alt ball that's been reset bottom middle for quite some time now.
I think one thing that's important to note is we just saw back-to-back 3 deads for the side of Pure. However, they have not added more time on the board there. And if you're just trying to gauge what the rest of this game might look like, it's a pretty big concern for fans of Pure. If you get back-to-back 3 deads and you haven't added really a second, something's not clicking. Overall, almost tees it up. In the end, the repulse will be good for Druck. Almost makes it even look better with the tee up. In the end, no trade coming in. Jimbo will get that melee kill. Cherish will be forced to play ball. 2v2 on the map.
Mites gets at least the kill to flush them out of green. Druck's going to try and fly in to collapse on a little bit of that damage. Wootum in a position top middle to deal damage onto respawners, and you can see that they want to play for some kills before they do anything else. Somehow he connects those shots onto Larshot to win the individual, and now ITB will go for that ball. The QT is going to be popped here by Druck to get out of that fight, having won it. And now Mighty's going to be pressured bottom middle, but he does have the support of Jim here. Another player flies in bottom middle, and Jimbo will find 2. And with that odd ball in his hands, he's going to have to do even more work here because everyone else around him is just falling like dominoes.
That was 4 dead here. Wootum's going to be your first spawner. Finally, it's a moment for Pure to start scoring it again, but it feels like despite the fact, as once again we've said, that they've been outslaying considerably over the last few minutes, still not that many points on the board over that entire duration. They still lead comfortably here at 66 to 13. It will be a play ball as well from Larshot, just going to milk these last extra seconds as well. Finally, he's taken down. Wootum is yet again the last player alive on the map.
That's the trade in that situation. 3 dead for ITB. And with the camo coming up, again, it's going to be another comfortable pickup here. And when you're talking about power-up pickups throughout this series, it's been so one-sided. We saw in those first 2 games, I think we did the math on it, it was like 9-1 in overshield pickups between interference and a second map that we had in the series. You know, you can't allow that many power-ups to go against you when you have 2 teams who are so evenly mapped. At some point, even though ITB felt like they got away with it and countered it for quite a few of those plays, at some point it's going to hurt you. And you're looking at this map right now and the camo's getting away from them. It is hurting them. Look at the difference in the score with a minute left.
Very uniquely scoring game here. 70 to 13 with only 60 seconds left on the clock. This is pretty non-traditional and unconventional to say the very least in terms of scoreline. Larshot was the last player alive. Very, very important kill that he just recorded as well. Really, one thing I want to highlight, though, is we only have 50 seconds left on the game clock. Talik is 17-8. He's been absolutely popping off this game.
He certainly has, and he started off with that sniper rifle in his hands, and saw it a couple more times throughout the game. But Jimbo's going to have this ball in his hands at least, and stop that game clock and give ITB a chance to maybe send this round a little bit further than Pure would have liked. 70 to 33 now with the pressure coming in, and the first kill being picked up by Larshot onto Mighties. He's going to be forced to drop that ball, and that time off the clock is going to be important. 2 dead on either side at the moment. Jimbo trying to survive. Talik going to help out Larshot on the small window. And now with the ball in his hands, you can see the rest of the damage is being done, and Pure are putting themselves closer and closer to a first round of the board.
Looks like maybe a rotate coming in here. Ooh, nice little body. Mighty's is immediately just forced back. In the end, it's still 2 dead, so still quite a man advantage here. Only 20 points to go for Pure on the round. 35 left on the game clock.
Totally just holding down this top middle angles at the moment. Any body shot he hits at this point is essentially going to close the round out, you feel. Cherish is going to find one. There's a trade. That's going to be 2 dead for ITB once more. And last shot is just going to essentially come under little to no pressure, you would imagine, in these final moments. They're just going to play the sensible game here, play the ball, make sure that ITB aren't going to be able to set up around those kills that they pick up. Wooten finds one, but dropping now on the flanks, looking for his second onto Mighties. We'll be able to get this one in a few seconds' time as well. And even with Jimbo in front of him, he takes care of everyone, grabs the ball, and that should be the round.
A little bit of celebratory melee is coming in as well. Very nicely done. ITB tries to exit on the pillar side. It was not the right side, to say the very least. They will be taken down in this round, and it will be Pure with the first round on the board, and they find themselves only 1 round away now from sending us to a potential game number 5.
ITB needs to take a deep breath, I feel, at this point. You can tell that things are looking a little bit hectic, a little bit disjointed. The buddy system we saw being so effective, for example, in that game number 2 in the Slayer, seems to have just kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit here, and Mighties will be last alive as the opening strategy is about as clean as you could ask for. It's 4 dead, sniper rifle in hand. They have control of the camo side of the map as that's about to pop, and most importantly, of course, in oddball, they've got the oddball in their hands as well.
You said they needed to maybe take a breath. Well, 4 dead's one opportunity to find yourselves with a lot of extra time to maybe take that breath. It's an early rotate, an early lead as well coming in from Pure. They will finally rotate the ball all the way to nest boxes that will trickle down 12-0 off the opening points.
Tolek continuing his game, by the way, double positive at this point, 21 and 10. One of my favorite players in the Halo Championship Series, who I think always needs a light shined on him for his performances. Well, ITB, they have the odd ball in their hands, and if they can just, even if it's a second or so lead in this round, just give themselves the belief that they can get back into this. Just reset things, and I think the use of this sniper is going to be important to it. Wooten, though, takes damage. He's not going to be able to survive as well. Just maybe overextended a little bit in that situation. A sniper rifle gives you range for a reason. Don't really need to play that close enough personally.
Important timing on the board there, though, just in terms of ITB being able to, as you said, just take a breath and realize, okay, we're still in this game. We're not only leading in this series, but very much still in this individual game as well. They go out to just a narrow lead, but maybe an opportunity for them to reset and realize there's still everything to play for in this game number 4.
Well, it's a little bit of a transitional setup for the odd ball at the moment. You can see they're trying to force it to green so that if they can get the play, they will get the play, but Wooten wins an individual. Now, can he play the ball? And you can see he's trying to. He's using all of the buttons, all of the mouse, all of the keyboards. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the elevation on the toss to throw it over the head of Druck, who catches it gleefully in his hands and will continue scoring here, and Pure will go into a minute and slender lead.
Druck probably saw that was Wooten there about to throw the ball and wondering just how high can this guy throw the ball with the mouse and keyboard. Luckily, Druck at the height of his jump, he'll set down a QT as well. Maybe even get a little bit crafty to avoid this nade damage in the end. It does not pay off. Chick was the last player alive, and he does get the play ball. Very nicely done to keep the game within reason. Now they're going to have an opportunity to fight off the spawn.
Cherish is absolutely flying at Jimbo there. You can see from the point of view of Tolek. Wooten's going to be on the sandbags as well, and even though he won his fight, he's going to be traded out immediately. It's yet another killing spree here for Tolek as well. 27 and 13 now for him. On the other side, you're looking at Jim. Even though he's got the majority of the objective time, for ITB, he's 10 and 20. He's double negative at this point.
Tolek still underrated at this stage somehow in his career, and at this stage of Halo Infinite. He is more than double positive in this game right now. I mean, unbelievable numbers coming out of him. Obviously a huge factor of why they closed out that first round and also continue to lead here.
They got a camo, everyone. They do know it's on the map. This is great news for ITB. They have remembered that there are power-ups to play for. Sniper rifle in the hands now of Jimbo as well, and a body shot alongside it. Maybe this is what he needs just to bring those stats a little bit more in line with what is expected of a player who has so much experience. One body shot going to connect, but not enough for the kill. Chick's going to be there for the follow-up, and now the man who is synonymous with a sniper rifle in this position finds the weapon himself.
They also go into the lead here, even though they find themselves 3 dead. Chick from this very position, as you say, he's done it before. He gets the help in the end. Jimbo comes off the spawn. That was 3 dead. Chick will eventually fall, but not before ITB goes back into a 15-point lead.
He'll be able to kind of just escape those grenades that are being thrown down bottom middle, and the cluster of the respawners trying to stop them grabbing that ball, and they get it to at least an area of safety in and around those pillars. 2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead. Playball does come in. Mighties thinks he maybe can just extend a hand to grab that one before it goes off, but Jimbo is in a position bottom middle to get this ball immediately back off of those kills towards his ITB teammates. The lead will extend here, and ITB once again start to tip that seesaw of momentum back in their favor.
It's good damage, but where does the opening pick go? Where does the opening pick go? Oh my goodness, off the break. This is going to need to be a forced play ball. It's a good stick to keep things even. However, Jimbo's the last player alive. He's forced to play ball immediately. In the end, it's only about 6 extra points that come in for the side of ITB, and right away, last shot's going to be down bottom middle to start scoring it again.
I started giggling because that was, a stick came in from Wootum, and it was like the most central stick I've ever seen on a Spartan's helmet in my life. And it was like, okay, you're dead. But it's going to be not for much at this point, as ITB still trying to fight off the respawn, and Pure have this ball now set up in and around the tower. Wootum finds one, but Druck's in a position to trade that out. On the overshield side, the camo side, as we go a little bit old school with our call-outs. Power-up will be popping in a few moments' time as well, as Pure, most importantly, go into a lead here. It's a 1-point advantage, but with 1 round already on the board, ITB are playing catch-up.
Beautiful rotate as well. They go right into the fray. In the end, 3 dead. Talik is your last player alive here. He gets taken down 4 dead. So, interestingly, the play ball there, the rotate doesn't the rotate, not the play ball. The rotate specifically doesn't really pay off. I think they were hoping that the power-up rotate was already going to come in a little bit earlier. They would have caught him off guard. In the end, though, there was still quite a lot of presence in-house. So, in the end, it's going to be ITB continuing to score. They go back into the lead here by just about 10 points.
Camo here for Mighties as well. This is a big life, a huge life in the context of this game, maybe in the context of this series. Damage is going to come in that Wootum can capitalize on. There's another one. Last shot is last alive now, and they have the information on where he is as well. Chick trying to chase him down. Wootum gets that kill, and Jim will gleefully, for ITB fans back in Europe, hold that ball. This is one more push for Pure. If they can't break, then ITB will tie this up at 1-1.
Talik all-ins as the first spawner. That it's going to be risky because only 5 more points to go. And with those kills coming in, assuming a rat tunnel rotate might have been safe, it doesn't come in. 3 points to go, and they get stopped at the 97-point mark.
Kills are important here. Kills are vital. Big beat down. Big win coming in from Chick at the back of green. And even though Druck has got that ball in his hands, the numbers here for ITB are in their favor. But they need to try and win this race. They need to try and collapse onto Druck with this ball. Otherwise, if they lose this rotate and Pure get that ball away, there might be a way back in. Chick with that grenade, though, shuts that rotate down.
Huge nade from Chick. They should be able to get this kill in the cuts as well. That should be 4 dead. That will be it. That will be the round as well. And ITB, they win the sleigh battle, the important sleigh battle, to make sure that they do close out round number 2. And how fitting, we are going into a game-deciding, potentially series-deciding round number 3. If ITB closes it out, they will defeat Pure here in this first round of pool play. However, if Pure takes it, we will be going to a game number 5, everything to play for in the 3rd round.
Talk to me a little bit about that life from Chick in the final moments as well. Because it's one thing to hit shots, but the decision-making was, every single decision he made there was perfect. If he makes 1 step wrong there, he'll probably win that round.
If he doesn't hit that nade, I think Pure wins that round. Unbelievable nade. He continues the pressure top mid. Those are not easy to do. He had a lot of priorities and things to worry about on that final push, and he made sure that it counted in the end. The pressure also came in from the teammates, but really it was all about the timing. It was all about that nade. You got to think, if there's another player for Pure on the map, we may not even be in this round right now. We may already be loading into a game number 5. Instead, we get a little bit of a bonus, a final round here to decide this one between these two, and everything, as we said, to play for.
Peekaboo. Taller gets lined up. Fortunately for Mighties, can't quite connect though. The grenade is going to force him back. Maybe a second one is going to tickle the shields a little bit more, certainly the health bar. But the distraction enough here for Chick to grab this camouflage and think about getting that ball out of the hands of Pure. Last shot. Oh, Druck is going to be there to take the camo down as well. Oh, it's a disastrous push coming in from ITB. They had to make more of that.
2v2 here, 15 early points on the board, as we said. Druck is going to be your last player alive, actually. Just finding players around Nestbox. Should be able to clean this one up without getting taken down. He gets some help in order to do so as well. Wootum, the only player down on the map, and somehow Druck turns in what was essentially a last player alive scenario into now an opportunity for more damage.
Been a much lower scoring opening to this game, to this round. And you're probably wondering, why is that? I think everybody realizes at this point that a mistake is going to be costly in the series. If it's ITB who make that mistake and Pure take this round away, we go to a game 5 and all the momentum is on the side of Pure. Pure know if they make a mistake at this point and they lose the round, then it's the series done and dusted. Mighty is going to be taken down thanks to a little bit of help coming in from Cherished. It's a 1v1 on the map right now. Wootum isn't going to be close enough to pressurize that oddball. And with that, it's going to be Last Shot who wraps this one back to tower, but there's Chick with a, what we'll sort of call a trademark cut down nade. as they try and rotate that ball away.
That's right, not the first time we've seen that. Druk finds himself yet again as the last player alive momentarily. He knows he's going to need to wait for help. You do see Last Shot coming in on the power-up side as well. They're going to start to get Druk to push, but Cherished somehow off-screen gets a very, very important double.
Wootum's going to look to grab this ball and play it. I think it's a really smart play from a player who is relatively inexperienced on the biggest stages. Maybe a little bit of good communication coming in from his teammates there. Just get that ball off the map. It doesn't matter about the death. It's about resetting for us to have a chance to fight for it. Chick, though, gets caught off guard a little bit here by Torlik, who's 34 and 25 at this point in the game. Still, when you're looking at the slays, it's heavily on one side. It's Chick and Wootum on the ITB side, who are the only two players who are positive. Jimbo adds another death to his collection as well. Wootum will trade it out. Chick's going to be there. Wootum, by the way, Wootum still gets a beat down. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Unbelievable. You had a feeling he was going to squirrel away there. And when we were on the third-person camera, it's like, this is not going to go well. Wootum is going to somehow find the right angles, and in the end, he does. And as a result, ITB is scoring it again. As you said, our lowest scoring round without a doubt in this game so far. Going to be 2 dead for the side of Pure. ITB trying to desperately win what has been largely a messy battle here back at window and scoreboard.
Last shot last alive. Well, I was going to say, last shot on his last bullet of health. Cherish is going to bring that ball back as ITB were 3 dead momentarily there. And now the sniper rifle can be set up in a position where one of these lanes can be watched. Druk is kind of the floater here, and look at the spawns that are coming from Torlik as well. We're going to be alongside him. That's what they're trying to wrap this ball out towards green just to keep the pressure on. Mighty's really important job from him to cut down that sniper and not take any damage by doing so. And now Pure going to be forced to play ball. 2 kills come in. Jimbo finds 2 himself, who's just starting at the right time to find a little bit of momentum. As Wootum will grab that ball and bring it out for ITB. 32 points here on the board already here for Pure. But that's not the kind of lead that makes you feel comfortable at any point.
Pure was 3 dead. Good shots here coming in from Mighty's, but he's taken down off of some very good pressure coming in once again from Last Shot in the mud. This round is starting to feel a little bit like the first round, where you have this kind of not so comfortable but subtle lead from Pure. We'll see if they can extend this, but it's also just as low scoring as the first round. There's less than 90 seconds left on the game clock, and it's only 34-15.
3 dead for ITB, though. And this is reminding me of round 1, like you say, for the reasons that you say, but also because ITB starting to look a little bit disjointed as well. Starting to push one by one, starting to get in a position where Pure are able to get that first pick every single time, and then wrap that ball away from the spawners accordingly. Now with 1 minute and 18 seconds left in this round, a little bit of an alarm starts to ring in the headphones of ITB Esports. Cherish has that camo to play with as well, and even though the trade comes in, the lead is starting to look like a little bit more of a mountain to climb as Torlik. He's looking to drop 40 in this game, by the way, as are 2 of his teammates, but it's a pretty wild stat line to look at. As Pure will get 50 points on the board and continue to score here.
Last Shot with a nice safety play ball as well. I have loved the discipline that we've seen out of Pure. They have not wasted any time. Whether you're a back green or whether you're a tower, they've been immediate play balls. They're not trying to get cute with it. They're not trying to tempt fate. They've had very effective play balls that have given them a lead yet again.
Yeah, you add into the fact there's just under a minute left in this game. Every time a ball is thrown off, it's a few more seconds off that game clock, right? So they can reset on the map. They don't have to worry about time going against them, but they maybe have to worry about ITB starting to wrestle momentum away from them again, because the game is a little bit closer than it was a few moments ago. Chick throws that ball out towards bottom middle to try and reset it, put it in a position that's uncomfortable for Pure to try and pick up. Last Shot has that sniper rifle and he has his eyes on Mighty as well. He knows he's here.
I'm saying also a QT as well, so he can even get really dangerous. He can get to the fray right now if he needs to, and know that he has a get out of jail free card just like that with the fadeaway out of the QT. The nade damage as well means 3 dead for the side of ITB. 30 seconds left. They continue scoring at the 58-point mark.
Last Shot's the player to watch here. Wootum gets a kill, but Last Shot with his snipe, he's got 5 bullets to work with. You hit a couple of body shots, then you stop ITB making progress on that oddball. Trade, no trade. Wootum gets the kill, but it's immediately traded out. 2v2 on the map right now, and this is ITB's chance. Cherish is trying to stall, wait for Druk to get in position to help him out. Cherish has done a wonderful job in this situation to buy that time. Chick is going to be in a position to be taken down as well, and the oddball is dead. The oddball is down, and ITB will fall as Pure send us to a game 5 here. We said this series is going to be important. We said this series is going to be close. Well, this is the proof for you. We are going the distance here in Seattle. It's a game 5, and we'll have that coming up in just a few moments. Welcome back to the Bravo stream. Welcome to Game 5 in one of the biggest series in pool play. This is Pool A. This is Pure versus ITB, NA versus Europe. And from 2-0 up in the series, ITB now find themselves in a Game 5. It has been a comeback of all comebacks here from Pure. First few moments in these Game 5s are so important here, Andy.
Unbelievably important. It's a big 1v1 that Cherish finds himself winning at top gold as well. We're tied up 2-2, and you got to think for both these teams, it's a very different story of the series so far. It's a very different story of the season so far for both of them, but it's all going to come down to a game number 5 that, as we said earlier, could really impact not just their trajectory, but the entire bracket here at the Halo World Championship.
I'm fascinated to know what kind of pace this game is going to be played at, because Pure only really, in my opinion, know how to play one way, right? And that is fast, that is quick, that is aggressive. Try and split for you, try and make their numbers count. Whereas ITB have a few more gears to go through, but you wonder if those gears are going to be employed in a good enough way where the comms and the way that these last 2 games are going, where if everything's going to come together.
Yeah.
Last shot, as Last Alive momentarily hit some big shots to tie this up at 5-5, and I just feel like this weapon that's in his hands right now could well be that difference maker.
Really could. Already taking angles here on mid-bridge. That one will not connect. Cherish, how many times have we seen Cherish only gets kills in 2s, it seems, in the kill feed. Picks up another double that brings the game to 7-7.
Chick in the drop slide to reposition here as he knows that last shot is going to be on the tower, and now they're trying to flood him out. Chick is trying to play his life so well here, and you have to say he played that about as well as he could have.
Yeah.
Wootum now will get that trade, and Drug has to be careful that he doesn't get taken down as well, because if he does, it'll be 3 dead, but he finds a trade himself. Drug does go down, and now Wootum finds himself against Cherished. Cherish's going to wait for at least 2 players to be on the screen so that he can pick up maybe a double kill, but it's going to be Jim who gets the double, and it will be a slender lead here for ITB, and most importantly, the shock in their hands.
Cherish with a very nice drop slide off of the crate, almost untrackable, to be completely honest, there to do that melee damage in the end. However, really it's that 3-man Hydro push that gets them that 13-10 lead. Really impressive the way they're able to flood through Hydro. Wootum maybe getting another one as well. And you feel like he's got a little bit of an advantage there with that mouse and keyboard play in a scenario like that. And he certainly does now. It's a 4-kill lead for ITB.
Yeah, and off the back of that, there's a couple of reasons I love that from Wootum. One, the individual brilliance to hit the headshot, but one, it was a recognition that the player who was at top Ellie there was going to have attention towards players cross-map or on that camouflage as this was popping up. So Wootum sees a small window of opportunity to just whip across, get that beat down and pick up that kill and create the space for his teammates to get the camo. Off of it, ITB find themselves with a 6-kill advantage, and Jimbo's hunting for more.
My goodness, taking a less traditional route there with the grapple, and finally gets taken down. Jimbo 8-4 off the opening, but hits a kind of an awkward kind of grapple angle that actually buys him a lot of cover off of that top wall and then lets him fly right back down into bats. That gives them now a 6-kill lead at 19-13.
In the words of one of the greatest efforts to do it, calculated. Shout out to you, Lunchbox. Everything I do is calculated. 20-13 now as Mighties finds another kill onto last shot, and Mighties will find a double. Another player in this series who is a big momentum player. Torlik finds 2 in response, but when you're looking at the overall trades in that situation, it's ITB who come out with the advantage. They will extend that lead 22-15 now. This is an opportunity that doesn't come along too often for ITB. To have this kind of established lead in a game that means so much, you have to make this count.
Chick doing everything he can to buy a little bit extra time. He always had the feeling he was going to get taken down. That nade doesn't do as much damage as he would have hoped, and as Wootum would have hoped as well. And now at 23-16, it's an opportunity for Pure to get right back in this, or we might see ITB continuing to apply the pressure and continuing to pull away here.
Camo coming up as well. Shock rifle, I'm not sure who's, I think it's Mighties who has that in his hands. Chick will find one onto last shot. One in the death screen here, which might create the space in the opening at least for ITB to step towards that camouflage. Are they going to try and bait someone into going for it though? Druck is down there at the moment. Cherish is trying to create some space. He'll have his shields broken. Chick will clean that one up. And look at the cover fire now coming in from ITB. This is the teamwork we needed to see in that previous game, and now it's starting to click. They have a 10-kill advantage.
Druck in the end, the one that was able to get the camo. And based on the top left of the screen, you get a feeling that there might be a reset, and there will be indeed. Brutal to see it. We're going to have to wait to hear from our station referees on exactly what before we comment on those. We'll make sure we get the exact score updates. We'll be back as soon as we can with the continuation of game number 5.
B-Stream, everybody, and welcome back to Game 5 between Pure and ITB. If you're just joining us, let's bring you up to speed. We had a little bit of a technical issue where one of the players fell out of the lobby, and we'll be restarting with ITB up 27-17 with a 10-kill advantage in this Game 5. It was a phenomenal start from them just before we had the restart.
It really was. Chick, I think, also going to grab the camo off of the opening damage, if I'm not mistaken. He does, and that's going to be big here. All 8 players still alive on the map. We'll see if he can make a play. And he gets the opening pick as well. The opening double is big to now bring them 29-17, make it now 30-18.
Big plays. Druk gets one, but that's going to be not only him taken down, but the shock rifle down as well. So camo, shock should be in the hands of ITB in a few moments' time as well. And they continue to ride that momentum that they had before this game had to be restarted. So 31-19, a couple players going to be stuck at the back here. Doesn't get the trade. Maybe a little bit overzealous there, a little bit greedy.
Not forget, not just over yet. An 11-kill lead here. Still with quite a bit of Halo to play in this game number 5, and you can bet that Pure knows just how much is on the line here in this series, and they are going to make this anything but easy. Look at the cross shot, though, the team shot coming in from ITB. Might lead now. Good stair shots coming in from Mutum. Still 2 dead here for Pure. It's now 34-21.
And there is that shock rifle. This time got ammo to work with and flick straight onto the dome from the tomb. That is what he does. That is quite simply what he does. Not many players do it like him.
Beautifully done. Early pressure. Thinking about trying to make the move here. Tell he's getting pre-netted here. Last shot with some... doesn't check the right way. He's going to be forced to probably play the shock. It does not play. Tries to kind of get the best of both worlds there in that scenario. Tries to go for the peak and tries to play it. And guess what? You can't have both, and you can't take it with you in the end. That maybe is not going to be good news, because what was just an 11-kill game is now just an 8-kill game. 35-27, and last shot with a little bit of ammo to play with.
Second time in this game that an ITB member has got a little bit carried away with the situation. The first time it was Chick, when he had that camo, tried to make the flank, runs into 2 spawners, gives away that 1 kill. Now that doesn't cost him too much because the camo had already gone. However, given the shock over to a player like Last Shot, who can change the game very easily with a couple of bullets, that play from Wooten might hurt them here. And now you're going to see trades coming in. Wooten finds 1, and Wooten will get 2 at least, but it's at the cost of 4 deaths for ITB. And remember, when we restarted this game, it was a 10-kill advantage for ITB. Well, now that's been cut down ever so slightly.
4-kill trade for a 2-kill trade. 38-31 now. 38-36. It's a 6-kill game that goes to now to 7. Back and forth here. And you have to think, pacing-wise, as ITB hits their 40th kill, they're going to be very okay and very comfortable continuing to trade at this stage as they hit the 41 mark. But if we look at the trajectory of the past few minutes of play, this is getting dicey and dangerous for ITB. They cannot continue at this pace, because at this rate, we'd be tied around the 46 mark.
Oh, that's a big kill from Jimbo. Really used the geometry of that ledge so well to make sure that Druk wasn't going to be able to trade in that situation. Those little kills that we just saw picked up without response put ITB back into a much more comfortable position. Now you're seeing the 2 of them push together. Now they're trying to flush out these final players from Pure at the back of blue. And even with shields broken on one side, Jim is there to support the teammate and put them 6 kills away from closing out this series.
Unsurprisingly, Pure's response is to slow things down quite a bit. They realize that even though the last few minutes of play had sent them on a pretty good pace for getting right back in this game, those kills at batteries and those kills specifically in pipes really changed the direction of things here. Only 6 kills to go for ITB.
Remember, it was Jimbo just before the restart who was leading the way for ITB in this game number 5. Well, he's continuing this here, 7-5 for him since we've restarted this game, as the game almost goes to a complete standstill here. You can see that ITB want to play for this camo. That's coming up in a few seconds. They want to control this side of the map. But what that will do is produce opportunities here for Druk to hit a shot. And if he can hit a headshot, they can collapse, and maybe they can be the team to come away with this camo. There is that opportunity, and it is taken by Druk.
He gets great info as well on the whereabouts of Jim. We'll see if they can isolate this 1v1. They get another one on Stacks. This is a big push from Wootum, though. A pivotal push there. Brings them their 46th and 45th kill. Now still a 5-kill game here, down to the home stretch. This camo is going to be big.
Cherish is going to get it here. Cherish is going to get this camo. ITB trapped to pipes. A horrible spot to be in when you know you don't have this camo. They are going to be desperate to find a trade. I think Mike's just spotted out the camo here, but that's just going to increase the anxiety of every single member of ITB, knowing this player is somewhere with this power-up. this could be the swing.
Oh my God, it's Nightmare Fuel. Finds 4 players in pipes.
Drop
48
the
to 43,
Jimbo
49.
got the stick, that is massive! And with that stick, ITB clutch up game 5. And they will win the series in what might be one of the most pivotal series that we have in this tournament. It is a massive, massive game from Jim. It's a massive moment for ITB. And Pure will find themselves on the losing side as Europe have something to cheer about.
ITB somehow avoiding the reverse sweep narrowly in the end. 50 to 43 is your final score, and honestly, it's credit to incredible mid-game. As we said, 27-17 was the scoreline going in. They made sure to close it out, and even though we saw a lot of great numbers coming in from the side of Pure in the restart, in the end, it's ITB. They avoid the reverse sweep. They close out the series, and as you said, could be one that really impacts not just the group, but the rest of the tournament.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2024. We got Golden Boy and Walshy on the horn. We're going to be talking some FaZe versus TLF, Team Lethal Fox. And let's see if TLF has what it takes to be able to stand toe-to-toe against the defending world champions here at HCS Seattle.
Yeah, a lot of solid players on this TLF roster, but let's be real here. We are talking about FaZe, like you said, they're the 2023 world champions, countless tournaments under their belts. And it's going to be a hard road ahead of them here for TLF, but let's see if they can kick it off in game one.
All right, well, decent-ish start here for FaZe. They managed to get themselves a few toys to work with, right? They got that sniper rifle. Royal 2 is going to be doing what Royal 2 does best, posting up in the back of the base with a sniper rifle, looking to pick some people off, put some damage down, and then you got the rest of the team just playing real forward-facing there, right? You also saw the QT in action, too. But look at this here. The flagpole starting to come through, and Royal 2's got eyes all over the place because he's nestled right on top of where that QT spawns, and they're already making this halfway across, Dave. I think they're clear to be able to cap this.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell how much control they have across the map. The fact that Renegade was able to take that
and no one
route,
shot him.
go that side plat, go above Magnum there without taking any damage. So all of them are TLF, wisely focused on their base versus trying to just desperately shoot someone across the map that they can't finish. But
yeah,
so much map control here for FaZe.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here. Presently, FaZe, TLF already starting things off with a deficit, so it's going to be a bit of a hole to climb themselves out of here. A lot of talent on this team, though, on TLF side, right? Common, Rami, Haynes. These are names that I've seen plenty of times across the HCS. Yak, a little bit of a newer name for myself here, but, I have no doubt that if he's teaming with players like this, he's got what it takes, but they need to find that rhythm here, and it's going to be so challenging to do this against FaZe Clan team. It's coming to this one, Dave, quite frankly, with a lot of confidence, as they should.
Absolutely, and that's a huge, huge recovery there for TLF. At this point, when the other team's on fire like this, where FaZe is just popping off, you just need to slow it down, get some slays, drag out the game a bit, get your team a chance to get control of Sniper, get control of QT, and do some work across the map. And sometimes that can't happen if the team that you're fighting in the form of FaZe get a double cap right off the gate.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, of course, in that slowdown, though, does actually come a Royal 2 that is now going to be on a hot flank here, and he's got eyes. He can see pretty much where these players are, but he's got to get eyes on exactly their location. So he's called one out, and he should be able to clean this guy up, have his teammate handle him. There's another one up top. That was so well played, too, because he knew that he had the help to be able to do that. Cannot stay alive, and I'm sure for Royal 2, he would have loved to have been able to play his life a little bit longer over there.
Yeah, just great job, though, knowing that he was flanked too far through behind enemy lines. Instead of pulling the flag without knowing where players are at, decides to come through, help get the slays. He realized that if his team keeps control of the map, gets the slays, they'll just win this game.
Yeah, and with that one flag cap in, Dave, you're right. Like they're good. They don't really have to do much with the way that Argyle plays out, how big of a map it is, and all the shenanigans that can come with that. But of course, when I do think about I guess you could say like the impact that TLF could potentially have here. I mean, these are young players who can just throw caution against the wind. And I would like to see them play a little bit more like that. I get it. You respect FaZe. We all do. They're a fantastic team. But it's like, and maybe it's just because they don't have an opportunity to because they literally can't.
Yeah,
they're being boxed out.
There's just times where they haven't really had like a full setup for a while.
Yeah.
There's been times where they answer a couple kills, but we have yet for them to get all 4 down in FaZe, kind of push halfway across the map. And like you said, I don't think it's more of a confidence ego thing. I think it's been just more of an opportunity thing.
Yeah.
Like these guys, they're here at Worlds, and knowing all these sort of competitors on the side, they're coming in saying, all right, guys, let's try to win a game or so. Like, they're going in with some confidence. You know that you have to. If you want to make any shot at this tournament, you have to go in some confidence and say, hey, let's make these upsets.
Yeah.
You
have to. You have no other choice.
Yeah.
Because it is always going to be on FaZe, right, in these situations to be the one that, that shines. And be the one that picks up the W in the end, right? Because statistically and, well, historically and all that stuff, like, oh, I love that. All that good stuff that you can see what these players put together. And it's reasons like that, too, right? When you think that, oh, maybe they're going to be in a bit of a pickle here in a bad spot. But look at that. Well done from Snakebite. He's going to bring that flag right across, and they should be cool as a cucumber to lock in flag number 2. I don't think anyone was necessarily going to be there to stop it. He gets a nice speedy slide right into that flag. It's going to be number 2 in FaZe Clan. I mean, Dave, it really does look like FaZe, they are just owning the map. TLF, no opportunities to be able to get into this game, even in moments where, you know, you think they can squeak away with a couple kills. Just does not happen.
Yeah, and the wild part, like I said, there's just this difference between some of the very top teams and some of the teams that aren't ranked as high at the Halo World Championship. But like, you throw any of these guys from TLF into any other game or any other lobby, like these are the people that are going to be dropping like 40 kills inside your matchmaking game at high Onyx. Like they're just absolute killers.
Yeah, I mean, we've been commentating Rami forever. You know, like he's been doing this for a super long time now. So yeah, I couldn't agree more there, Dave. You know, you got a lot of talent on this team, which means it does speak volumes to how good FaZe is, that they're able to shut down a team of quality players like this in such a manner. Just speaks to how immensely skilled this FaZe roster is. And you know, you got to be feeling good if you're a FaZe fan right now, Dave, because historically speaking, the warm-up tournament has always been, or not always, but last year, FaZe walked away with a warm-up tournament win, came into this event white hot, and picked up a world championship. I don't know, man. Could history repeat itself, or does FaZe, you know, does FaZe maybe get shocked by like a space station or something like that? And that's where we are in this tournament. We're talking about these guys, like, we know that they're going to be in that position because they're so damn good.
Yeah, and just a lot of times, like you said, we kind of go off pool play. And before it used to be, pool play used to be a time where we see all these top teams and group stage where it's like, all right, like, were they 3-0ing or were they, you know, how hard were they dominating? But now it's like, all right, for these top teams, are they actually winning their pool? Because with the amount of skill, like that skill gap that shrank so much over the season, it's actually a feat now to be able to win your pool. And as we saw last event, Space Station cleared through the pool and cleared through the tournament.
Yeah, and that, of course, was nice QT there from Renegade. He's going to go back for seconds. He's got a teammate there to help him out, but I was going to say, I mean, that is just, you know, where things shake out, right, with how this tournament's going to go. You have no idea how things are going to play out here in Seattle. We got another flagpole starting to come to fruition here. Renegade's going to bring this one across. Got 2 players down now for FaZe, 2 players down on the other side, though, for TLF. So it's going to make things a little bit more challenging for the TLF members to try and make this stop happen, as FaZe are not going to be off and across the map. This is looking to be flag cap number 3, and it stopped right at the door, but thankfully they had a buddy there for the pickup. It was Frosty, and he'll get that cap in. 3-0 clean. Exactly, Dave, what FaZe need to do if they want to establish themselves as a threat here in pool play and at the Halo World Championship.
Yeah, they're looking real good. They're also incredibly efficient. You've seen sometimes in the past where it felt like FaZe might just get in the overslay mindset, especially something like World 2 where it's like, all right, pool play, World 2 is going to go like positive 3 KD or whatever. But here they went for that flag consistently anytime they had the opportunities, and they were efficient with it. So expect to see more damage off FaZe here the rest of the series. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hola, mi amigos. Welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2024. You're not on the Spanish-speaking broadcast. All right, let's jump back into this one. FaZe TLF, Team Lethal Fox, getting kind of, you know, poopied on in that one. It wasn't the best way for it to go for them, to put it lightly, or to not put it lightly, rather. But for FaZe Clan, it just continues to be more dominance from this team. That said, though, we're in a Slayer live fire situation here, Dave, and as we saw when we casted that last series with Quadrant and Optic, right? You know, opportunity here to be able to pick up a win, get that momentum going. Could be huge for TLF, especially considering that we saw FaZe struggle against the LATAM team, Akabe, formerly Alpha Esports, earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an opportunity. Right here, we see a few kills answered, so great start here for TLF, considering that they don't have camo, considering they don't have sniper.
Yeah.
But they can't just let things get out of hand. I don't really know how to fully pinpoint it, because like sometimes if a game has been more one-sided, you can't just point out a couple small changes, like, oh, they need to control tower better, control this a little better. It's sometimes it's more systemic changes around like how long or how much time are you buying every time you're going down? Are you buying enough time? How quick are you helping during call-outs? It just felt like kind of every single step of the way, it felt like FaZe were just outclassing them.
Yeah, and that is always the thing that I love about Halo, is I love those shots too. I want to be very clear, when you're one shot with a sniper and they're just sliding into your crosshair, oh, that is such a great feeling. But I want to, you know, talk about the fact that, like, you know, this FaZe team, right, like they have so many tools at their disposal, and the thing that was, you know, kind of hurting them was that objective efficiency. But I am seeing, in my opinion, I'm seeing a completely different FaZe, a FaZe that's like being that's being very, very just patient. Honestly.
You consider this patient right here? You see what I'm saying?
Frosty's having fun, okay? He's just having a good time. But look at the way that they're playing, bro. They're just like moving around the map, you know. It's like, oh, look over here. Oh, we're good, you know. Just taking her time, you know. Get it. Oh my God.
I'm surprised at this point when like Frosty misses a no scope.
Yeah.
It's actually unreal, especially this highest level of play where they're just so good with the snipe.
I told PJ, I was like, if Frosty misses a no scope, you got to drop him. And he was like, no.
He's like, it'll never happen.
He was like, no, shut up, Alex.
Well, we're about to see a frenzy here. Frosty can somehow turn that one. Jackson puts a stop to that spree from Frosty, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, 23-12. Granted, though, you know, you can see situations where things start to slip out of the hands of the team that might get a little bit ahead of themselves, but it's going to be a tall task to do that against FaZe, granted. TLF are going to need to be able to be smart about picking up these power items, you know, these power weapons, and they got to get them. They got to keep him away from the hands of this guy. You cannot allow him the freedom to be able to move around so just willingly with power items, power weapons, doing whatever the hell he wants, and there's just no room for them to contest him.
Yeah, it's just really tough here. It feels like TLF, from what I can tell just from watching this perspective, feels like they're all trying to coordinate pushes, or they're being, you know, like you said, passive in some areas, waiting for everyone to be up and make a push, but then things just get shut down instantly. You run into either a snipe, you run into a Royal 2 snakebite combo. It's just a very difficult position to be in.
It really is, and you can see Rami at the bottom of the screen there. He's trying to make a flank happen, maybe toward pillars, looking to get into action, and he does actually contribute a little bit here. So this opened things up a little bit, and now you're going to start to see this push coming in from the dummies, which is going to have to force Frosty to go back over toward his teammates, who are going to be in a bit of a battle themselves here. So Frosty's going to have to put some work together, and thankfully they have so many one-shots present that they will be able to pick that up perfectly fine. If he had hit that, I actually would have left, because that would have been insane. But yeah, this is, again, even as to what you were talking about before, Dave, right? Those opportunities, the TLF have a moment to get in there, to start something. It's just, you need to now do that, like, a lot. It's 19-33. You got to do that a lot. And FaZe ain't going to give you those openings to be able to make that happen time and time again.
No, it's going to be tough here, but even some of those trades, like, you know, those would have been great early on. I feel like at this point, FaZe are fine with trading. They're happy to trade out to the end of this game, but we are starting to see some bigger life out of TLF here. Nice pickup by Rami there. Unfortunately, by the time they get a sniper in their hands, that sniper is out of ammo. So they'll have to set up for that next one.
And you're still down by 10. So there is a lot you have to do here. This next sniper and this next camo could be big for them. They're going to need to get possession of this one, and they can't because Frosty's there again. This man has been all over them, this map.
Gobbling up camos, gobbling up the snipers.
Just giving no space.
Everything good.
There's no space, none whatsoever. 40-point threshold cross here for FaZe, 10 remaining for FaZe to be able to lock up a 2-0 series lead against TLF. And just genuinely impressive what we're seeing from Frosty. He is, you know, again, he's put himself together a decent run here, 13 kills, 5 deaths, right? But he almost went on a frenzy. He has been unbelievable with those no-scopes. He's been on point when it comes to coordinating power item utility. I mean, this guy is just on fire right now.
Yeah, just doing everything. Goes in even with the combo. Seems like he knows the exact amount of plasma burst plus melee. And somehow just gets the overkill with that.
Overkill! Unfreaking believable. Frosty with a massive overkill. He's not stopping. Rammy's tucked behind the box. He can't do anything. That guy's going up for a swim, and that's GG. Unbelievable stuff, man. FaZe just dominated the tail end of that one. TLF had 0 answers to be able to stop them. Just utter destruction.
Yeah, that was just insanity there from Frosty and the FaZe crew. I don't even know if we had to switch POVs much.
No, I'm pretty
we
sure
almost just stand at Frosty's the
Frosty
entire
time.
Which I don't blame him. I mean, based on what we were saying, it was the correct choice. But yeah, there was it told the whole match just from that one POV.
Yeah, 14.3 KDA. Frosty looking unbelievable. When we come back, map 3. Can FaZe close it out? We'll be right back. And we're back. I've been wanting to do that one for a while. Welcome back, everyone. FaZe, TLF, FaZe up 2-0. You got Golden Boy and Walshy on the call as we get ready for some streets. Oddball and FaZe coming off of that incredible live fire Slayer game. We got to stick with Frosty at least for the opening fight here because Walshy, he was unbelievable in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like he was running around doing whatever he wanted and hitting every single shot. Like some of those snipes he hit were very challenging as well.
Yeah,
like I also felt like just the amount of control and awareness that they had there from the FaZe side, just shown throughout the entire time. It was never like Frosty was getting caught off guard by someone coming up next to him and surprising him.
Yeah,
that was the most surprising we saw right there from that PD poke out that caught Frosty off guard in the last 5 minutes.
That's so true. He never really had to worry about anyone ever being behind him because he was behind everyone else. So like, it makes a lot of sense. In any case, though, TLF now looking to try and get back into this game. I'm looking at Yak, a guy who haven't really
I'm liking this play here.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Just a few shots there from Cafe. Lets his teammate get the finish. They're hunting someone down in PD. We're actually seeing a little bit of map control here from TLF. So really liking what I'm seeing so far. This is like a really strong streak for them to start off this game.
Yeah, exactly what TLF desperately needed here. World 2 is going to try and spoil the party, though. Frosty off screen is able to get a kill onto Haynes, who's going to put the pressure there onto Yak, and because of that, it opens up Cafe here. Ball's going to be up for grabs up top, sent down to the middle. That might as well just be no man's land here. But has anyone from TLF got eyes to be able to stop them from grabbing that ball? No, they do not, and they are able to bring that one across to a safe position, start to add a few points for themselves.
Also like how all those members of FaZe weren't afraid just to come back bottom center with the ball.
Yeah.
You'll notice that when in doubt, these players from these top teams, when they have a significant numbers advantage, will all fly in the same spot. They're not going to worry about getting someone top tower and all in the perfect positions. Instead, they'll say, we know the pressure will come towards the ball, so let's just go down there and make sure we can spot where they're at, and then reposition.
Yeah, it's just a great way to just be heads up there and provide yourself, you know, just a bit more of a winning advantage, right? 'Cause that's really all Halo ever is. You know, it's just about how can you get your advantage over the other person in the fight, right? So that you can get your kills, so you can get your objectives, so you can get your power item. And speaking of, Renegade is able to get himself that camo again. It's been beautiful control for FaZe throughout, honestly, this entire series for all the power items that they've been able to gather.
Yeah, and we've also just seen a bit more wise use out of the utility so far this tournament, as we're getting to the third year of this game.
Yeah.
Whether we've saw the Lucid play earlier with the QT over on Livefire, most people are popping that right away. Same here with Renegade. As he was getting shot, he knew he was pushing back towards his teammates, so he did not pop camo early to risk burning it. Instead, he realized if he was going to die, he was going to die in a position that would be near teammates, so he decided not to throw it right away.
Yeah, and that's, again, small minor details, but minor details that could be the difference between you winning a world championship and you not. And if there's a team that is familiar with that stress, it's certainly going to be FaZe Clan here. Big opportunity there for World 2 to help out his buddy Frosty now, and they're going to get into this tram. First time we're going to be seeing the ball make its way over here in this game, and now that you got FaZe set up inside of the subway, and they have ball, and they got all the bells and whistles with it, it's going to be real difficult for TLF to have to get through some of these chokes.
Yep, here they go. They're going to be pushing over from Neon's, going to be pushing over from B Street. They need to win one of these sides here. B Street's going to be where the win has to come from. Looks like Common trades out with Royal 2, and here comes the push up the stairs, but they all fall down. The action's the last one.
I think the win was everywhere, Dave.
Yeah,
I think they won everywhere.
They tried to win all the sides.
Oh,
but
dear.
Eventually, picking up Jackson gets that stagger kill, and on top of that, FaZe are just going to start to put pressure over towards the PD spawns.
Yeah,
players are running for their lives off spawn in PD.
It's a jungle gym. It's a jungle gym. He's just doing whatever he wants. He's running around willy-nilly. It doesn't matter. He's getting some great kills. And you had mentioned before, like where we're going to be the ways and the lanes that they needed to win there. But with FaZe, they are able to take these fights and win everywhere, because they have such great individual skill, and on top of that, they work so well together. Look at Renegade just playing around with
Actually, it was a really interesting play there. I'm not sure if the ball got tossed out earlier or if FaZe were just doing a deliberate rotation as they put that pressure on towards A Tower and PD. Because ball was over at Neon's prior to that. Looks like they ran it back to the tram now, but maybe it could be a new strategy, or maybe just the fact that FaZe are a step above the competition here. They can kind of get away with some more, but most times when teams are in tram, they have all 4 of their members alive. They're going to hold that tram and hold that setup, but like FaZe almost were trying something different, like I said, by rotating towards Neon's and just trying to spawn select.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like a maybe not exactly, but like a variation of like the the elbow hold, you know, like all the way in the back, like behind the tower and stuff, right? Where it's like you're kind of just like transitioning back and forth, and then like cafe and PD, and you're just like trying to hold your, like kind of maintain your side of the map here. I mean, the thing is that it gets a lot harder when you're just chilling in the tram like this, right? Like
yeah, sometimes just letting them get a chance to get set up, which is what I was kind of saying. It's like, you know, at some points it could be a viable strategy even against a top team if executed properly. But sometimes you almost want to put the opposing team in a position to be the ones that have to be the aggressors, have to make a mistake versus trying to force this perfect scenario.
Yeah, and well, you know, TLF did manage to break through inside of the tram, but problem is they're going to have a big climb that they're going to have to make, and just immediately, the moment that they expose themselves, the moment that they push past a doorway or something like that, they're half shields. they're just getting drained by the bandits from FaZe.
Yeah,
so just stay
the last 3.
That's it.
FaZe putting up round 1 in their favor. And despite looking like it being very one-sided there, an incredibly, you know, much closer round 1 there of oddball here on Streets. I mean, we saw TLF get to about that halfway mark.
Yes, yes.
So.
Yeah, they definitely showed that if they have an opportunity to get some kind of control, they can do it. But with FaZe, right, and how they have individuals that can just push so aggressively and so freely, it just becomes a tall task and challenge to be able to break through this. I mean, just look at the way that Frosty is making himself just the hardest possible target. Now, is anyone there to help him out? Well, it turns out he gets a trade. So look at that. All of that attention that he pulls, it ends up leaving to 2 down for TLF. And while no one has been able to get control of the ball quite yet, I mean, damn, man, that was just tough.
Yeah, I mean, it just, like it does feel like at some parts, certain moments almost feels like toying with him a little bit.
He wants to back whack him from there? That would be awesome. If that happened. Doesn't pan out the way he liked it, though. Now we'll see what TLF can do. So Yak's going to bring this one all the way back to the elbow here, right? This is that area where you usually see teams you're either holding it here. You can also, you know, hold it like PD potentially. But I feel like less people do that now. Unless it's like desperation and you're trying to scoop up the last final minutes, seconds before the game.
Yeah, PD's
or
not
you
like
hold
a super strong hold up.
Yeah, it used to be everyone played PD at one point, but not as much anymore. But in any case, though, the reason why I'm saying that is because, you know, here's their opportunity there to be able to gain some points, be able to try and hold them back. But it feels so much harder to be able to hold this area just because of the sheer amount of openness that's at the other team's disposal to be able to push these fights.
Yeah, it is, and look at that. Snakebite trying to find Haynes. Somehow Haynes still alive. Finally gets picked off by Frosty, but that was a great job by Haynes to perfectly read that situation. Sometimes that's so tough, like, as you grenade in PD, you're like, well, I want to make them spend more time to kill me. I don't want to sprout for this, but he read that situation so well. Bought some time, tried to hide, but in the end, unfortunately, still taken down, and his teammates are also trying to push across the map.
It goes to show, right, that when we're talking about these players, we're not talking about slouches at all, right? These are the best of the best in our esport, and they're here for a reason. It's just that, you know, you got teams that, look at the history. HCS just put out a graphic of the other day showing, or today as a matter of fact, showing all the, you know, champions of Halo. And hey, guess what? 3 of these players that are playing right now have been together since the first Halo World Championship. So you're dealing with a lot of chemistry that no one outside of maybe Optic, maybe SSG, actually probably Eco and Stellar would have. So it's just the coordination's insane. And it's always going to be a uphill fight for TLF to try and disrupt that. And on top of that, this is a team that has been struggling with their objective. So, you know, when Snakebite and the crew put that time in, it's hard to argue against it.
Tough indeed. Like you said, they've been dominating. They've been playing for a long time, and nothing's really changed. At some points, they're still dominating.
I've never seen that too, man. Like a core that stayed together this long, it's wild. Especially in the volatile world of esports. In case though, you got Renegade in a big fight here. He plays those pillars so well. Like I do love the way that he like strafes around that and the timing he takes for it all the time. Such a difficult target.
Yeah, those players' peak shots are just so good. You'll notice that they can turn sort of any pillar, any ledge into a significant advantage, even if it feels like they're down a few shots. They'll just use that to dodge grenades, dodge as many shots, and be an annoying kill.
Haynes finally, along with Common, will find the target. Talking about annoying kills, Frosty was trying to make himself a very difficult kill. Tried to pull as much attention as possible. Didn't really work out the way that he would have liked, but he needed his teammates up on the spawn, which they are now. And here comes a potential push here. How does TLF respond? Are they going to lose Haynes early here, or Yak rather, up front? Yak does go down, but Haynes is there for a pickup. So they're looking for where those pushes are starting to come through, and off screen you can see Royal 2 getting a kill, rather, a melee kill onto Common, which is just going to disrupt a hole that they were looking to make happen. And Dave, I mean, yeah, FaZe broke this one.
FaZe broke through, but they at least got some points on the board. I think Haynes was also looking for that camo, not realizing that he still had one of those repulses left.
Oh, yeah, good call.
So not able to fully grab that, but...
That's the worst.
Yeah. It happened to me all the time. It's like, oh, I got to swap this now. And then by the time I realize it, I'm just like past it or dead.
I just forget what my drop button is or whatever. Or just like forget what my pickup button is too. Just everything. 60 points passed here for FaZe. And Royal 2 Renegade putting on a show. Clinic 24 kills, 21 respectively. On the other side though, Yaki has certainly been putting in some work, but it just hasn't really paid off the way that they would have liked in this series. And as we keep highlighting, it's due to just this unbelievable coordination. I mean, even look at this, the way that they kind of take their time with that. They knew someone was there, he makes the call, snake by, and Royal 2 is like, all right, cool, you sick him. He goes and gets the kill. Just PJ and his minions. You know? That's what it is at this point.
But it looks like Royal 2 rotating that ball away from this push over towards Neons. I like this play.
Yeah.
Just rotates towards teammates, goes in for the flank, and he's actually surprised. He's confounded. He's like, why did nobody come over from balcony over towards driveway?
Yeah.
It seems like one of the most obvious or realistic flanks as they're chasing that ball around, but somehow they opt to go from balcony over towards B stairs, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah, quite odd, but I think Royal 2, he's fine getting a few more kills out of this one, considering that he's already found a few with this commando.
Yeah, we talked about him. Maybe padding stats sometimes we'll play. Back to Royal 2, classic Royal 2 here.
Yeah.
Putting up some big numbers here.
Get them numbers, boy. That's going to be number 28. Looking for 29th, but doesn't happen here. 35 seconds left on the clock with the way that the time is ticking down, and you're wondering, why is no one grabbing the ball? Well, because they have a sizable lead, and the pressure is going to be on TLF to have to go after that ball. Though, I can't say you probably want to grab it and end the game here and now. Both situations work out fine for FaZe in this instance.
Yeah, I mean, it's about 20 seconds left for FaZe, no matter what. Either way, if they are the ones in control, the only way this game's going to extend further is if TLF somehow get these kills, get that ball, but we don't see that changing here, as this has been a FaZe domination here in pool play.
It really, really has. And after the opening that FaZe had against the LATAM squad, struggling early on to kind of find their, how they wanted to play this tournament, I think now we're starting to see FaZe, all that practice, all that time, really starting to pay off here. The objective efficiency has been impressive, the slays, the patience, the coordination, but I want to see what FaZe can do further into this tournament because it's still early days, Dave.
Yeah. Early on for them, but they are looking solid, and we're going to have to see how TLF decide to bounce back from that. Obviously, this is the number one team in their pool that they're worried about, but they got they got one more match at least to bounce back from. So we'll have to see how TLF bounce back here. That's going to be it from me and GB.
Hey.
We'll catch you guys later for another
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Halo World Championships live from Seattle, Washington. We have a big one on your screens here. Sentinels up against Quadrant. Both these teams sharing a pool with Optic Gaming, who have just about 3-0'd ascending baseline. So this one could be about who's going to make second in the pools, and perhaps even for Sentinels, they might have ambitions of finishing first down.
Yeah, of course, Optic have already played Quadrant. Quadrant sadly went down to Optic, but for Sentinels, they will still have that game to come a little bit later on. So they really will want to topple Quadrant here and try and solidify themselves in the top 2 of this pool, and then they can think about battling for first place. But we know when it's on Strongholds, Quadrant are always going to have something to say about it. Arguably one of the most famous teams in the league when it comes to Strongholds in their history, but a lot of that history was made when they had Legend on the squad. But they still have shown dominance today. Even against Optic, they did very well in Strongholds.
Yeah, Quadrant definitely cracked the code once upon a time. Still trying to settle with life after Legend, as you so rightfully put. I think it's important to note as well for Sentinels, they've been a real mixed bag this season, Dan. There's been top 12s, top 8s, and whenever we look at this roster, we always expect to see them in the Championship Sunday conversation, in that top 4 bracket, but they have yet to really live up to the billing.
Yeah, they've really struggled at times, and some disappointing pool play performances as well. And arguably some upsets that maybe shouldn't have happened. But Quadrant is a very difficult task, and I think that Sentinels will know that coming into this. But can they topple them? If they do, then that puts them in great stead for how they move forward later on.
It's always interesting as well when you have the 2nd versus 3rd seed in the pools, particularly when it's an international competition. Sentinels will fancy this is the series that they can win. And on the other side of things, Quadrant will also be quietly confident that this is the one that they can win. And ultimately, we're going to have a winner here one way or another, and it will be decided. And I think for Sentinels, the mood in the camp probably hasn't been too great with how tournaments have been going, with how their schedule has been at tournaments. We've heard Lethal taking to social media, having a few complaints. So there has been some gripes, there's been some issues, but ultimately, when it's come to play, they haven't really given all they can. The results haven't gone their way. For Quadrant, they're in a triple cap now, 113, and really being dominant here. This is the problem with interference. If you find yourself down, you get on a couple of bad spawn cycles, you can really be punished. You can see that in the scoreline now.
Yeah, Sentinels at danger of just allowing Quadrant to run away with this one far too comfortably in the opening stages. Just not enough kills on the board for Sentinels. They've not been able to get anything done. Only 5 kills between them at the moment. And you compare that to the 22 on the side of Quadrant. It really has been a one-sided affair. Finally, Sentinels going to break through and at least get some control and some points on the board, though.
BNC then in control for Sentinels, perhaps an avenue back into this game. Because as quickly as you can lose a few points in the triple cap, you can capture them back if you can flip the script, if you can then garner some kind of momentum. Booba is down to no shields, as is Glory. What can the Irishmen do? Here representing our little country, the green, white and gold.
Our.
That's where I'm from. That's where I belong.
You said our, though.
Our.
Like yours and mine.
No. Ours is in mine and Glory's.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not
from the
included.
little county of Cork,
right.
the rebel state it's known as.
Yeah.
Lovely place, lovely people.
Well, Snipe Drone from our...
Nobody cares, moving on.
Red and white.
Moving on. Red and white.
Yeah.
I hate that place.
Do we?
I do, anyway.
No, you don't.
There's some history there. We won't dive too much into it.
Some of your best mates have come from England.
Yeah, but there's some history there. People have been upset in the past.
They have. Still upset now, actually.
Still upset, very much upset.
But it's great to see Snipe Drone and Glory on the same team to do what we never could.
They're settling the differences, yeah.
To do what we never could.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then somehow they've got 2 French players with them as well, just to throw another spanner in the works.
Because not many people like them historically either.
Really.
Yeah, it really is. It's a mixture. It's a pot here. It's a fine cocktail of European talent and European countries. A lot of cultures coming together. Some settling their old squabbles that they once had and trying to perform as best as they can. And so far, it's been working to their benefit. 187 to 19 and climbing. With Sentinels very much on the back foot here, or as Wes Clutch would say, back feet. I'm not sure how you do that. That is something he says, and he refuses to admit he's wrong.
I've actually had several conversations with him about it, even one live on air.
Yeah.
And he still
won't back down.
Still won't back down on his feet.
Remains on his 2 feet, both positioned backwards somehow. If someone could draw that for me, that would be great.
I think he also said on their back heel once
back
as
heel,
well.
yeah, on their back heels.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're on your front toes, that's a Michael Jackson. Back heels is a different thing entirely.
Back heel is something you see in soccer.
You do in football.
I said soccer for the North American audience.
Yeah, I'll do the European stuff. You do the American stuff. It's a subtle blend that we have going on here. One thing we know, neither one of these teams have a Lionel Messi. He's in the MLS. I'm trying to appease
Trying to
crowds here.
pander to them. I really enjoy that. Yeah, thank you.
You see what I'm doing.
Although, if you were to pick out a Messi throughout the entirety of this game, I guess the closest you'd have would be Lethal, right?
Yeah.
His history, his experience, what he's been able to achieve in Halo. And then he goes to a team who isn't quite reaching the expectations.
I thought you were going to say he's past his prime, and that would have been very mean.
I wasn't going to say that.
Messi. And right now, A, B slightly, still in control, and C, triple cap still locked in.
This game's over.
This game looks done and dusted.
It's over.
Over shields about to pop. Snipe drone pops into his chest. They have captured B. C is under threat as well. The job not quite done just yet. B and C in control, and now Sentinels can maybe cook. What can Falcated do?
It's a long way to go, isn't it?
I
think that this one is still, it's going to be done. I haven't seen enough from Sentinels so far to suggest that they have the minerals to make a comeback and hold on to it for that long. But I would love to be proved wrong. It's one of those things that you want to see an upset. You want to see a comeback, because when they do happen, they are very special. And it does take incredible teamwork and the perfect positioning to do it. And I think Strongholds is always one of those games where you do have to never say never, right? It can happen.
I think I take the opposite stance, in which I do not want to see a comeback. Of course, it would be great for our Sentinels fans, but of course for European fans, Quadrant and ITB are pretty much all we have. So we'd like to keep them progressing nicely in the tournament.
Oh, you're biased? Okay.
Yes, of course.
Right, okay.
Absolutely. And Lethal and Boo Boo Doo Boo both combining a couple of kills on the Glorian Snipe Drone. So not going out at this one just yet, keeping it in the balance. But of course, Dan, like you say, it's such a long road back, and you can make no mistakes from here on out.
I mean, I have been known to curse teams, and by me saying this game is over,
just curse. I've seen this swear.
I may have cursed Quadrant by saying this game is over. So if the comeback does happen, then I'm sorry to any Quadrant fans.
It is spooky season, so curses do happen.
The curses happen. You have to get rid of the ectoplasm.
It's nothing but ectoplasm. 7 points is all that's required, but sometimes Quadrant have put themselves in situations like this in the past, Dan, where you think you just need 7 points, just figure it out, and then time goes by. Now they're about to get locked into a triple cap of their own, so you need to stop speaking almost. Why do you keep getting hired?
I'll just shut up. Well, because the thing is, right, hiring me and me cursing means that it creates exciting games and drama.
Yes,
and that's what people love.
That's what they come to see.
In all seriousness, this has been great from Sentinels. They have really been able to fight back, but there is no room for error. One small mistake, and this game is going to be falling away from you.
Overshield is up. Speaking of falling away, the Overshield seems to have fallen off the map. It might have hit a catwalk down there. We'll have to get confirmation somehow, some way. As you can see, the kill's still heavily switching one way, and it's going to be the boys who typically wear the red and the black. Sentinels continue to grind out points here. And as time goes on, Quadrant are just going to start panicking very, very shortly, Dan.
I don't know who's more nervous, me or Quadrant. I said this game was over.
You were almost ready to raise a hand in game number 1. Still time left.
I was almost ready to throw it into a break.
This is the magic.
Here we go, though.
Of a Strongholds. They got an extra point, so they only need 5 now. Do that 5 more times and we should be good. Precision, though, locks in B, and they're going to keep scoring. Falcade and Boobadoo Boo have fallen for now. On the other side of things, SLG and Sika.
It's actually commentary genius if you think about it, right? Because I say, you know, this game's over. And then as
There's
they
no
start
way
to come back, people are like, oh my god, it's even more impressive because the commentator thought it was done.
But didn't that happen last event where we thought Sentinels were going to do the incredible and they had this massive points comeback but then ultimately fell? So it was maximum drama, actually. As I say, that Quadrant have finally... Well, have they, though?
Have they?
Have they, though?
But imagine!
Falcated scampers away. He has to reload his gun, but Glory will finally lock in the shot onto the face. Sika's going to continue jiggle peeking back and forth. B's being controlled. C's being controlled. This one's not over. We looked as though it was, but is it, though?
But you never really know. Well, now B's being contested. Surely this is now where they go over the finish line. Sentinels have to throw everything forward. B is being contested, C is being contested, A though is being taken
Someone
back.
get inside B,
They
step
just
in.
can't get over it, but finally they do, and Quadrant will close the game out, albeit from a little bit of a worry in those final moments. But Sentinels, they did well, but sadly far too many points were lost in the early stages there.
Yep, I think Quadrant finally get the job done. Made it a little bit more of a difficult task than they would have liked to. Sentinels showing signs of life in the mid and the end game, but ultimately they'd given themselves just too much to do. And game number 1, that will be a wrap. We'll be back very shortly with our game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. We are live, locked, loaded at Halo World Championships here in Seattle. Game 2 is now on your screens. If you were here before, you already know what happened. But if you're just joining us, Quadrant are 1-0 to the good after a very strong Stronghold performance. Sentinels almost making the comeback of dreams, but it was just that. It was almost. Now game 2, Slayer on Aquarius. One of my favorite maps, maybe not favorite mode combinations, but we always say championships really are built off the back of Slayers, Dan, and if Sentinels and Quadrant have aspirations of causing a massive stir at the World Championships, you've got to find success in the Slayers.
Yeah, Aquarius has become a bit of a shootout.
Shootout.
With the GAs in place, Heatwave not being used. You've of course got the overshield, but most of the work is going to be done with bandits. No real other weapons to be played with. Of course, you can see a commando, you'll see a battle rifle pop up here or there, but most of it is going to be done through the main weapon on your screen. It has been a year filled with the bandit, of course. Personally, I miss the battle rifle. I'm just going to put it out there. Controversial, maybe. I miss it.
I miss it too. How much of it is down to nostalgia, and how much of it is down to I just like the way it felt in my hands.
It did feel quite meaty, didn't it?
It was beefy, and I do miss it. Maybe one day we'll get back there, or maybe one day we'll continue on with the bandit rifle. One thing we do know is we have a squabble to settle here. 3 go down for Quadrant. Seekers just spawned back up to make it 2. You can see Snipe Drone slowly introduced back into the fight as well. As it stands though, Sentinels with a perfect start to get themselves back into this series. If they can continue in this same vein, you really wouldn't be backing against them with the overshield popping up now. Snipe Drone's P2. Boobity-Boo has taken a couple of shots of damage. Snipe Drone's going to try and get away. He does so successfully, standing on that pillar. And you would think to yourself, when you get someone down to no shields, they're standing top middle behind that pillar. Where are the rest of the bullets? Where are the rest of the people? What are they looking at? And how is he still alive?
I think that every time I play matchmaking.
I'm telling you.
I'll put far too many bullets into someone. Also, this is a very ugly battle rifle. Just gonna put that on there.
It's in a red bag.
Is it a Christmas wrapped battle rifle?
It's something.
Is Santa giving someone a gift of a battle rifle?
Whatever it is, it shouldn't be.
Well, he just got covered in ectoplasm, and
more ectoplasm.
It will be glory going down. But this is a bit of a comeback from Quadrant. I mean, they were down by, what, 8 or 9, and now suddenly they've turned it around to 5. Aquarius really can flip-flop around like a dead fish.
What sort of dead? No, the fish is still alive, Dan, if it's flip-flopping.
Not necessarily.
No.
Muscle spasms.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not having that, Dan.
Muscle
the fish
spasms.
is still alive if it's out of water. But the dead fish isn't moving.
Well, sometimes it could be.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Unless it's on your plate and you're moving it. Accept it.
Have you seen the other seafood? Like there's squids that move even after death.
We weren't talking about squids.
No, we weren't.
We were talking about fish. Don't change the game. Don't move the goalposts.
I think mussels can still move.
I mean, they can, but they won't.
Or, well, maybe what I was insinuating
just stop. You could just stop.
Flopping around like a dead fish was that we weren't flip-flopping. It actually was just...
No, but you're the point of analysis was
it was
like a flip-flop fish that was dead. Well, we've been chatting utter nonsense is all it can be described as. The game within 4. Signs of life, I almost said shines, because again, I'm putting H's where they shouldn't and don't belong. But 4 kills is the difference now. Overshield about to pop up once more. Snipe Drone was the benefactor of it last time. Will we see a similar story here as he slides forward and again gets a kill with a teammate? Seeker remains top middle, gets another. 2 kills now the difference. With Snipe Drone having overshield, with numbers advantage, and them knowing exactly where the teams are going to spawn. This is perfect for Quadrant.
Here we go, Quadrant on the comeback. Will tie things up, 28-28. No more fishes to be talked about. Instead, we can start to focus on the fact that Quadrant have taken the lead just like that. Lethal, though, takes down Glory.
Lethal with the fadeaway. Keeps themselves within 2. Momentum just starting to shift because it was... What, the difference was 8 kills or so at one point, so Sentinels had 2 clean wipes advantage, but just like that, Quadrant have come back, making sure that they're more than a couple of clean wipes, then there are a couple of dirty ones along the way as well.
I do love a good clean wipe. Makes my day far better. 5 kill the advantage now. And Sentinel was probably wondering, left scratching their heads saying, well, where on earth did we throw this away? How have Quadrant come back into this so comfortably? Well, part of that reason is the man on your screen, Snipe Drone, 15 kills. Only a couple of assists, but he is not on this team to get assists. He's on this team for this reason, to get the kills, to get into the face of the enemy when the opportunity presents itself. But if not, he anchors very well. He is a turret. And they are now 11 kills away from winning this game and going 2-0 up in this series.
Snipe drone, bandit drone, damage drone, all of the above. Continues to be an influence on this game, on this series for his team. And typically when things are going right, it's because Snipe Drone is playing well. He really can be the linchpin and a positive force for the Europeans. SLG over towards the fridge, backing precision all the way down. He's forced back to his own side of the map. This is good pressure being applied by Quadrant. The Sentinels need to try and find an answer now. Running out of deaths, down by 5, 6 minutes on the clock, so that shouldn't be a factor here. Melee comes through in a trade from Glory. 2 go down for Quadrant, 1 for Sentinels. That's a pretty good way of analyzing the damage that's been done. Sentinels coming out of those few engagements, the better. Lethal, doing damage, getting Seeker down to no shields, who's backing away over towards Bridge. This is much better from Sentinels, but still a couple of kills going against him. Overshield, this is going to be massive if he can get it. He has got it, he's locked it into his chest, and he's gotten a kill. Much better, 2-kill game.
Well, as my granddad used to say, if we go down together. That's not how you want to play the game of Halo, though. You want to be making sure that your teammates stay alive. If you're going to go down with someone, make it an enemy. Trade out.
Did your granddad write that song?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. 44-43 now, though, and Sentinels have taken the lead. So just like that, this game has, in fact, flip-flopped like an alive fish.
A flip-flop. The fish is very much alive. It is moving, it is grooving.
The tail is certainly flapping around. 46-44 now, and just like that, Sentinels can take control of this game. But every single time you think a team is taking control, the other team just bites back, and it's 46-46. This is going to be a nail-biter of an ending.
What way is it going to shake out then? Things are starting to heat up. Precision goes down. Double kill for SLG, and the Frenchman keeps on moving, keeps on grooving. Booba and Co over towards the fridge side now, and they're going to be backing away, trying to find the cover of their teammates. Booba gets a nice grenade. That'll open this up now.
SLG on the flank, but he is going to get called out. Need to be careful. Doesn't matter, though. SLG puts the 50th in, and Quadrant will take a 2-0 lead. And this could be a huge series for them if they keep playing like this.
1 game away from the complete clean sweep onto Sentinels. Can they find a response? So much experience on that team. But for now, it's Quadrant in the ascendancy with 1 game away from keeping their pool play hopes alive, Dan, it must be said. We'll be back with more in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to pool play here at the Halo World Championship. It's Quadrant and Sentinels. It's map 3. It is a 2-0 lead to the European Giants as they look to try and make this a 3-0 to give themselves a fantastic chance of going through to that winner's bracket here in Seattle.
Well, the result as it is, and if it continues in this same vein, criticism has got to land at the feet of Sentinels. At what point is the talent on this roster going to find form? Because as we said at the start of the series, they seem to always fall short of what we're expected of them. Never really fulfill the billing. They've seen a lot of difficult times, a lot of difficult performances, and has to be said, they've underperformed. For large parts of the year, it has to be said. But SLG just obliterating them. Now they're spawning courtyard. They're exactly where they want them. As SLG continues to challenge the world, and listen, the confidence was flowing through his veins. And maybe the work had already been done, and as a matter of fact it has. Now the only concern is a counter cap. Just like that, a minute and 15 on the clock, and Quadrant are absolutely cooking right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if what you're alluding to is team changes, but I think after the World Championship, there's always going to be a lot of team changes. I mean, there's going to be players waiting in the wings, and there's one player in particular who can't play at the moment, Spartan, who will be returning after the Halo World Championship, and of course he was on Sentinels, so you know, there is definitely going to be room and wiggle room for new players to enter different teams, and I'm sure there is going to be a hurricane of changes depending on what happens in this tournament and who wins, because everyone is got their eyes set on the same thing: winning championships, getting rings, and being the best in the world. And sadly, if you do fall short of that, you start pointing fingers and you start wanting to make changes to try and get closer to your goal.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's very difficult when you're talking about, and perhaps the prospect of making team changes, because this Sentinels roster on paper is so good, and you're trying to figure out what is it that isn't clicking, isn't working, what roles need to be adjusted, what play styles need to change. Because when I watch them, there's never an obvious X player didn't do Y thing correctly. It's the sum of its parts that seems to be the issue here. You have so much talent on that roster, former world champions. Something's got to give. And whether they figure it out, still plenty of time, not only in the series, but in the tournament. They can still go on a run. They may still turn this one around. You can never count them out because of how good they are. I think the expectation that I always have on them is that they will be in that top 4, top 6, contending for some of the big boys, even making it to a top 3. But so far, they faltered. One way or another, things need to change, whether that's performance levels from each individual or, like you alluded to, the team changes. But for Quadrant, very much a different story. They've been trending the right direction. Results having gone their way this year as well. They might find themselves in a similar situation, which their expectations where they're going to see a similar story to last year. Top 3s, top 4s, top 6s. But they've fallen short of expectations as well. Two teams in very similar situations. But right now, the result is only going one way.
Quadrant having the lead means they can kind of sit on it a little bit and bide their time. They don't want to give up too much map, though. As I say that, all 4 were temporarily down, so this is going to be a Sentinels push. And they are going to be able to pull this flag. Is anyone in a position to stop it? Glory does get the first kill on the board. And that might just give the time for spawners to do something here.
Work to do. Lethal with the sniper rifle. We know he can start running some bases. Hits the body on the snipe drone, but shots were there. Shots were good. Sniper rifle will now fall in the courtyard. Sniper drone's going to scoop it up and immediately head towards Sword. He's already got Glory behind enemy lines. Seek has gotten a kill. SLG's going to fall though, and that's going to make this flag pull a little bit more difficult. Falcade in the courtyard. Body gets connected to. He's going to try and escape, stay alive. Falcade will eventually get shut down. Boo Boo Doo was there though. A 2-bullet sniper rifle to play with then. And what can Boo Boo Doo do with it? I won't do it. I won't do it again.
That was so easy.
I won't do it again.
That was like...
What can Boo Boo Doo? That's what you want me to say.
You teed yourself up for
I did.
And you didn't knock it out of the park.
Well, sometimes putting the bat down is
The right thing to
An
do.
honourable thing to do.
You said Falcated in the courtyard, and it reminded me of a game of Cluedo. Falcated in the courtyard with the crowbar.
Did he do it?
Can't say that. Quadrant now on their way to giving up a flag here to Sentinels. It has been a great pull. And Falcated looks like he is going to be hammering this one home. And map control still on the side of Sentinels here. There's a chance for back-to-backs.
Flags out. Can they progress it over the halfway point? That's the next point. That's the next challenge. Grenades are going down. Snipe Drone will take out the flag carrier, but still a lot of pressure being applied to the base. Lethal is there. He has a bit of a backstab, a lot of damage being done. Trying to stay alive now, put himself in a pretty precarious position, but delaying this fight all the time, getting his shields back as well. Lovely work out of Lethal. Engaging with 3 members of Quadrant. Snipe rifle now, he's going to steal from the boys in green as well. Glory's going down. SLG could be about to join him. Shields get ripped. And this is much better from Lethal. Much better from the Sentinels team in general.
Yeah, they've been able to rip away the control from Quadrant a little bit. And they really have been bullying them on the sniper side, and Quadrant haven't really known what to do. Often, if you push sniper side a little bit too often, you can leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to some sort of counterplay, but they've been spreading themselves out well, have Sentinels. Almost a line, a wall across Empyrean. And Quadrant have just been running into a Sentinel's gun every single angle they take. And when Lethal keeps hitting body shots like this, Quadrant are really struggling to push up.
That's the thing, you talk about successful snipers in the game, and it looks flashier, it looks nicer when you hit the head, but if you keep hitting bodies like that, the influence you can have on the game is massive, and Lethal is having that. This life alone, 14, 10, and 8. Lethal's finding it. Again, more damage being done. He's still alive, still been a thorn in the side of Quadrant. They need to take care of him. So otherwise, he'll take care of them.
Yeah, that was a great life from Lethal. In the end, amounts to nothing but extra kills and a little bit of map presence, but it looks like that's also going to fall away for Sentinels, and now Quadrant have been able to survive that push. Sentinels will be able to get the overshield. Where do the rockets end up? Should end up in the hands of Quadrant, you'd imagine. And yes, they will. So it's the rocket versus the overshield, the age-old battle. It looks like the overshield is going to get the better of the two. Mainly because SLG couldn't find him.
He did find him.
Oh.
Precision was the overshield player.
Oh, was he?
But his overshield was gone by the time the rocket had played.
Well, well, well.
So technically he didn't find, he found the overshield player with no overshield. Either way, Snipe Drone's hit the flag. He's already got it home. 2-1 now, and just like that, the amount of pressure that Sentinels, you spoke about it, kills that was being put down. Lethal doing so much good work, but it didn't amount to anything on the scoreline. And just like that, Quadrant take the lead and look as though they could be about to punch in 2 back-to-back.
SLG is going to bring all these Sentinels players over towards him here by just pulling this flag. Get them out of any nook or cranny they might find themselves in. There's a trade 1-for-1. A kill here would be massive for SLG, but it was equally as big for Precision to ensure he wins it so that no flag can be run. And even though Quadrant are ahead, map control now goes back in favor of Sentinels, and they can look to lead the charge here. 3 minutes left on the clock to try and even things up. Otherwise, it could be a 0-3 in pool play against Quadrant here. And remember, Quadrant have already beaten Pure. No, that was ITP.
ITP.
Excuse me. Wrong European team.
European team
I
mixed
am.
up. Crossing
Quadrant
wires.
have already lost to Optic.
Yes.
Is where I meant to go with that one.
We have eventually stumbled our way there. One player not stumbling right now is Snipe Drone with the flag. Down long haul. Moving at what can only be described as great pace. SLG's gotten a kill behind them. 2 go down. Damage is being done, but Snipe Drone gets there. It's a clean sweep for Quadrant. It's a clean sweep for Europe, and Sentinels' woes continue.
An unbelievable performance from Quadrant and a great response after their loss to Optic Gaming. Emphatic fashion, they find a 3-0 victory against Sentinels, and it does leave a lot of questions asked about Sentinels and where they go from here, especially as they still have Optic to play. Will that victory put Quadrant in the top 2 and have them getting into the winner's bracket once we get to Saturday? Of course, that's going to be done. The series, a very quick one. That's 2 back-to-back 3-0s here on the Bravo stream. But we will be back for more action after this. Take care.
Welcome to the B stream, everybody, and welcome to a momentary solo cast featuring me on Sayers. Bravo is AFK for a few seconds. He will be joining us in a few moments, so please bear with us for some beautiful analysis that, of course, only he can provide. But we do have a great series in front of us, and we are heading back to Pool C between Native Gaming and Cloud9. And off the rip here, non-interference strongholds, we're going to see C9 go 3 dead, and A and B being flipped by Native Gaming. Now, Native Gaming 0-2 in pools at the moment, and we saw C9 go to yet another Game 5 that they weren't able to close out, which has kind of been the story of their last couple of events. Very impressive performances, but not been quite able to get over the line when it really does matter against the biggest teams that we do have here at the Halo World Championships. The Overshield is going to be descending into the darkness for a few moments as we will see Native Gaming now get control of B and C, and will continue to score. C9 yet to get a foothold, and if you know anything about interference strongholds and you're with me for this cast, then you'll know that we're expecting to see pretty big runs of points before we start to see a little bit of a turnaround. But a 3 or 4 dead situation can be one of the most devastating in all of Halo Infinite here on this map. Septify will fall again, but it's going to be Native who find themselves down a couple of numbers for now. So an opportunity maybe for C9 to get a little bit of map control before they try and flip C, which looks like their attempted play. You see Gilky's trying to do what he can at the moment, but he'll be dealt with, and it will indeed be C that's going to be flipped. Now, the flank is coming in from APG. Love that position down, just hiding on Nest, waiting for that push to come in. And by doing so, he gets the reset onto B here, and will keep momentarily Native Gaming scoring, but B will now be flipped as is the usual path, of course, here on Interference. We're going to see numerous kills being picked up and flipped around after we see that 3 dead situation, and we see C9 now with their opportunity to get that scoring starting to rally and snowball in their favor. Gilk and Barcode will go down, which means that C9 still have a couple of strongholds in their control, and we'll have to see if they're able to wrestle their way back into this game as the Overshield will pop. They're going to grab that one as well, and a thrust will be collected. 2 more thrusts to be collected, I should say. In the favor of C9s, they're sharing the goodies for now. A Suspector who's been very impressive once again statistically this event so far, just to clean up some damage. Triple cap now in effect for Cloud9, which means this scoring and the score overall is getting closer and closer. Native managed to wrestle away A. With C9 still in control of B and C, they're going to be scoring, and it should be a tie game in just a few moments, and C9 will turn this one around. So a hot start for Native Gaming. Will be slowed after the comeback now from Cloud9, based off of a couple of kills that came up around that Overshield popping, which they managed to put to use. Septify, big shots coming in from him, not just to stay alive, but allow his teammate to get involved in that fight. Keep him alive in a way that allowed them to get the kill. It's going to be 3-4 dead here for Native Gaming again, and after what was a very good start for them, this triple cap has been stifling. And if you're watching for the first time, a reminder that strongholds, if you are capturing all 3 of the points, A, B, and C, you are going to score double the speed, essentially, of what you would if you're only holding the 2. That's why you're seeing C9 really start to get into a position here where they are running away with it. Doubling up now on the score of Native Gaming. The thrust here for Suspector, who's still got 2 to play with as well. Gilky's going to be taken down as they trade shots with that bandit rifle. And C9, in a 2v2 scenario, look to continue the press as they do have a numbers advantage momentarily. Septify gets that kill, and they should be able to flip C here as the Overshield is going to be popping again in around 15 seconds. That's the next point of contention for both these teams. C9 trying to play for that Overshield as well as the flip onto B, and they will continue to score. It's been a really difficult situation for Native Gaming to try and fight its way out of, as it has been for the majority of the Halo Championship Series teams. Here on Interference, double push coming in from Native towards the engine side, and good news, everybody. I'm going to be able to take a breath because as Bravo rejoins us here, the story of the game so far has been a hot start for Native Gaming, out to 50 points, but it's been C9 all since then.
Have you been casting this entire time? I have. It's a lot of points on the board.
You owe me 100 points of casting. It's okay.
No problem. You got it. I will get you back here. Great to be with you, and quite a lead here.
Missed you, man.
Missed you too.
It's really difficult without you.
Maybe we'll each do it solo. It'll give us even more appreciation for one another, or something like that.
I won't put you through that. Native Gaming managed to get a little bit of control though. This is a good thing. C9 went on that classic 100-point spree that you do see here on Interference after a hot start from Native Gaming. And Native Gaming have, I was going to say, momentarily managed to find their way back into this game, but B is being flipped by C9. Tapid's working on A, and it will be Native who finally find their way back into this game as C9 find themselves 2 dead.
AC hold still in effect here for the native side. All the pressure coming in. Top mid very nicely done here by tapping. Somehow manages to live through all this. We'll see if they can push out though. Still 2 dead for the side of C9.
It's strange to jump back into a game like that.
It really is.
Yeah.
I'm
trying my best to kind of give you the story.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm playing to catch up, but good to be here.
Give me a hell of a game too. And Tapping Buttons, Barcode and Gilk get their kills to put C9 and 3 in the death screen once again, and Native Gaming now find themselves in a position where we are almost at a tight game again. The remote detonation comes in, shooting that nade on the floor. It was a cheeky way to get a couple of kills as APG finds another one as well. So Native Gaming have done a really good job of keeping their foot on the gas, having picked up that initial 3 or 4 dead, and from that they've run with it. It's a triple kill again. It's happening with some beautiful, not even beautiful, perfect shots to pick up yet another one. Means that C9 are kind of reeling a little bit here.
I feel like in the end I joined in the perfect time here to see this entire comeback. I mean, an unbelievable swing to now not only have brought this game all the way back. Good shots. See if Sad can grab this one away. No, he cannot. It stays here on the vent. We'll see if anyone's able to grab that, but it feels like we've seen not just a comeback, but a huge, huge swing from the side of Native.
Yeah, it's a really big series for Native as well. Remember, they're 0-2 in pools at the moment, so we're looking at potential elimination conversations starting to happen, right? We're talking about elimination bracket runs potentially having to happen, but you've got to get that win on the board. You've got to manage to force your way in a position to at least continue your Halo World Championship runs, and it would be a very disappointing and a little bit of a damp squib for Native after their performance, their best performance of the season last event, Salt Lake City, to find themselves in this kind of situation. It is a disappointing situation to find yourselves in, but to lose here to C9 would be a really disappointing way to end the season.
Really, really would here. 200 points on the board. And the first one to cross it. Now they're going to have to fight out of this. AC holds Sap with some very good shots. And to be honest, we know that C9 is capable of some big things in terms of comebacks and being able to stay in games. APG, though, make sure that they stay out in front, at least as far as the kills go.
Cloud9 with a little element of control starting to develop here, Andy. ANC is the hold. Suspector controlling the tower. Gilkey going to find himself in the death screen as well. Septify is going to pick that kill up after the damage from Suspector, but once again seeing a classic interference strongholds here where essentially the game starts at about 200 each. When we go to that last 50 seconds, last 50 points, excuse me, and the game is decided.
Now BC here for the side of C9 as they will start to mount their comeback, and keep an eye on the kill feed here at the 3v3. This will really determine if C9 is able to get back in this or if Native starts to run away, and now as A starts to flip as well, I think we're going to get our answer pretty quickly.
Manny gets one, Sab gets another, Suspector finds another, and it's the perfect timing as well on the push because the overshield comes up, the triple cap is in effect as well, the scoring is going to be rapid, and with Manny with this overshield, blocks those spawns to make sure that everybody's spawning together here for Native Gaming, and now they can just collapse. This could be the home run.
This really could. What a comeback. As we said, it was a 50-point game just now, and it was going to go one of two ways, and it goes 4 dead plus the overshield grab, as you said, on the perfect timing now. As they'll continue scoring. C does flip, but not before C9 gets to the 220 mark.
Slither of overshield now going to dissipate. Marco trying to challenge Septify, gets that kill, but kills aren't going to be enough here. They need to get inside one of these strongholds. They are inside 2 of them. So at 227, Cloud9 lose a couple of members. The Native Gaming step into one of those strongholds and turn over not just 1 but 2. It's an AB hold. And what we thought might have been a game-ending situation with the overshield in the hands of Cloud9, now we find ourselves with a little bit of squeaky bum time.
We really do here. Sab is still down. However, it's a big help from Manny to make sure that he keeps it a raw 3v3 for the moment. Here comes Barcode to the push.
Big reset. Big reset on C comes in. That's going to buy time here. Barcode has to win this. Septify will come out on top of that fight, and Native Gaming find themselves 3 dead. And even though they're trying to flip, C in their control. Sap is inside of B here, and Native Gaming, they had the opportunity, and C9 look like they might be doing enough in this endgame to close this out.
A does get flipped in the end, but still, as you say, C9 still holding BC, and this needs to be a miracle play here coming in from Native.
I don't know if they're going to have the timing on it. They're not going to have the timing on it. C9 get a couple of kills. They can't get anywhere near that stronghold, and Cloud9 will clutch up in those final moments. They will take game number 1 here in this Pool C match, and they will find themselves up by 1.
Welcome back to the B stream, everybody. Andy, over to you. You owe me some casting.
I do, no problem at all. Here we go. Back underway in game number 2. And we'll see if the guys on Native can find signs of life here in this tournament. Don't you cast just yet. I'll keep casting. 2-2.
No, I got you, brother. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that to you. 2-2 off the rip here and tapping buttons. It's interesting to talk about, right? The fact that Native Gaming is 0-2 at the moment and going up against C9, we knew this pool was going to be crazy.
Yeah.
We knew that someone was going to be disappointed, but I think the way that Native played in that first series made me believe that maybe they would be one of the teams to survive. But then seeing that Dark Inside result that came in, the revenge tour that we were talking about after Native beat them in a Game 5 back in SLC, and they lose the Game 5 to Dark Inside. I mean, we knew it was going to be crazy. We kind of thought that something weird would happen, but I still didn't see it happening after the first series we saw.
I feel the same way. I feel like this pool was set up with an unbelievable amount of storylines, but to see them all actually playing out in their kind of most exciting and extravagant fashions is something else to witness here. 8-7 off the opening for Native, and let's not forget, they need not only this game, but they need this series desperately to stay alive.
So Spectrum tapping, they get a trade, so nobody really getting any element of map control. But as I say that, Cloud9 burst into life. It's 3-4 dead. 1 respawner coming in for Native Gaming, and now they are all going to be trapped. You can see the rotate back in. Septify just got so much information for his team on where they're going to be, and now you're going to see C9 pushing towards the base. Looking for a little bit of entry damage before they do so, but that battle rifle, we talk about how important that is. There's the flank. The stick comes in, though, from Suspector, and let me tell you, by the way, Suspector's got some of the best sticky grenades in the whole of Halo Infinite. It's a bold claim, but I stand by it.
He really does. I also love, man, Suspector's just been on the quiet grind for a while, right? We've seen him kind of highs and lows of his career, and now what he's done recently with this C9 roster really is something special, and they're looking, of course, to make their biggest splash right here at the Halo World Championship.
Overshield going to be picked up by Native Gaming, so this is a chance for them to not only fashion lead, but maybe extend one as well. Barco's going to fly in, but there's the thrust! He doesn't get the kill, but has he done enough damage to capitalize on for the rest of his team? It looks like C9 just bait it out perfectly. And I don't know if that was Barco going a little bit early there with the overshield, thinking that he could get more done. Tapping buttons makes everything right, though. It's a triple kill for him, and he's going to be sliding out looking for the overkill. Not going to find it, though. Sab will find one, and they can't find Sab.
Big plays from tapping now. Not only that triple, but of course that triple brings them now with just a 1-kill lead. And if you're a fan of these players on the Native Gaming side, you're hoping that they're going to somehow dig deep. And even though this would be, let's not forget, they are the 2nd seed in the pool, but you have to think overall this would still be considered upset potential if they take down C9.
Yeah, I have to agree. The way the C9 played back in SLC, they were the shark in the waters when it came to the bracket. The amount of good performances they put in is Game 5 heartbreak for them again a little bit earlier, though. They showed that they can hang with the best in the pool. They can hang with one of the best teams in the world in Shopify Rebellion, but hanging is, like, we talk about the game of margins. That's the difference, right? It's a series win or loss. Nobody cares about what the series result is at the Halo World Champs. It's all about getting that dub on the line as we see Cloud9 now go into a 1-kill advantage here.
Should also mention, in Pool C and D, you've got the 4th seed actually stealing games, which really never happens when you talk about pool play. The 4th seeded team very rarely making a big impact. However, in Pool C and D, the 4th seed has actually won their series and now really turned things upside down.
Good push coming in here from C9. Manning going to pick up the double kill. Overshield coming up next one in around 15 seconds or so the attention on the map will turn towards top middle. Manning trying to wrap onto P side to be able to contest that, but he's going to be caught out a little bit here. Barco gets the kill. Barco will be traded out. Gimpy finds another one. Tappin's there to perform cleanup duty once more, but it's Sab as last alive who's trying to deny that overshield pickup, and that's exactly what he will do. Tappin is going to be challenging, but it's Barco from across map who gets that kill. But where did the overshield go? Was it burn, or is it still down top middle?
That's the question. Keep a very close eye on that. Still there, looks like. Going to sit, and we'll see who's going to finally be able to grab. Pop does come in, I believe. Yes, indeed, it's going to be tapping with a 1-kill lead still. We'll see if they can extend that further with this overshield.
Tapping buttons, by the way, he's 10-5. Been a great Friday for the LATAM community so far.
Yeah.
Looking for some bodies at the moment. Looks like C9 trying to burn a little bit of time off of this overshield as well. Just turtled up in the back of the base. Now they're going to try and double team. One trade's going to come in from tapping buttons, but it creates enough space for the rest of his team to move up here and try and capitalize on that damage to turn it into some kills. 37 to 34 now. Spectre, he'll be taken down as well by Gilkey. APG starting to turn up a little bit here as well. He's 9 and 8. 9 and 9 in this game, leading his team in assists. As Scepter fight will at least give Cloud9 a little bit of a foothold on the map here.
I like that OB trade from C9. And in the end, it looks like it might have been an advantage for Native as they get that kill, but that trade from C9, just making sure the OB isn't that big of a factor, keeps the game now within just one.
Native go 2 dead. Great shots coming in from both Sab and his teammate there to pick off that kill and pick off one of those Native players on the car side. And now you can see it looks like Native Gaming are trying to retreat back in towards their flag. Tappin's coming out for the trade. He's not going to get that. Sab hit some more good shots. And C9 in the most important moments of this game, with 10 kills to go, find themselves with a 1 kill advantage.
Here's the push. Big nade damage coming in against Sab. Kills are traded out, 2v2 momentarily. Septify, last player alive for C9 here.
It's a bit of an all-in here from C9, to be honest with you. And it ends up, I would say, working out for the trades, but with the overshield coming up as well, Native are going to spawn on that pink side. They are going to have access to it. But who's going to be able to pick it up? That could be the game-winning overshield that's come up right now, top middle, and you can see nobody wants to be the first dead.
Septify uses both of his nades as well. He might get doubled here, needs to be very careful. Sab is going to get the OB and drop down. An opportunity for C9 to steal this one out from underneath Native again.
Just looking for bodies. Gonna find one. Should find 2 as well. Sab with this overshield looking to win the game almost single-handedly here. Playing off this damage. It's a triple. Surely it's the over. It's the overkill for Sab when it matters the most in this game. 3 kills now to go. And the overkill off the back of the pickup of the overshield. That's why you go for it. That's why you pick it up, and that's what wins your games.
Beautifully done there for C9, as they now have not only the 4-kill lead off of the overkill, but also just 3 more kills to go before they close out game number 2.
19 kills for Sab in this game, by the way. 19 and 12 in this game. And that surely has to be the dagger here for Native Gaming. It has to be Cloud9 who make a massive blunder at this point of the game. Manny's going to find one, and that is the signal to charge here for Sab. He gets the killing spree. He gets his 20th, and C9 find themselves 2-0 up in the series. And with 1 game to go to close this out with a 3-0 sweep. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Halo World Championships. Welcome back to the B stream, and welcome back to what might be the last time that we see Native Gaming's on our screen for the entirety of the HWC. C9-2 up in the series, and looking to close this one out, Andy.
Unreal scenes here for this team, and of course they worked hard all season to get here, but it's been a very difficult, to be honest, just pool for them here, and we knew it was going to be a difficult one. As we said, Pool C was called by some the pool of death, at very least called by everyone the hardest pool to call at this tournament. They found themselves victim to a lot of their opponents so far, and C9 might just be their final one.
One thing they do have on this map is experience. We mentioned previously how APG probably has the most games on Empyrean. Wow. And Gilky certainly knows his angles when it comes to this sniper rifle. They need Gilk to have a Gilk-like performance if they want to keep themselves alive in this tournament. APG is going to get a kill a little bit further up the map, and it looks like Native are swarming on this base. C9 are 2 dead at the moment. Barco gets the trade in the base. One more to deal with, and this is an opportunity to flag run, and I love this from Gilk. Wraps back through, but look at the spawn. Look at the spawn.
They take down Manny. I think it was a needle spawner. It's pretty wild. Also, Septify is a needle spawner, so in the end, we finally get the splits that they were looking for, but guess what? That flag's going to be dead in the water. Manny's alive again somehow. Now just wasting ammo is tapping. But man, just when you think that flag's about to go, a needle spawn comes in, and it gets shut down.
Not sure. I have to watch that one back, because you imagine that someone somewhere would have been blocking the spawns in the courtyard to force that spawn, but it seemed like they had every single piece together to have a clear flag run now. Well, then I should say, as now we look at APG and we look at C9 running a flag of their own. They do shut it down, so C9 going to be on the death screen for a few moments, but they're really interesting situation there. It looked like Native had done everything right.
I was just as surprised as you were. To be honest, also when the flag got pulled, I saw Manny respawn, and right away the nade damage on the first BR was so heavy that I'm thinking, how was he perfectly nading from the court? But it turns out, of course, he was just simply nading from the needles. In the end, 2 dead for Native.
Flag is running on the other side from C9, a little bit of a distraction run coming in. Manny behind enemy lines. Decides to give this one up and just retreat towards his team instead. Overshield's going to be coming up pretty soon alongside the Rockets, so a real big power curve about to pop up on the map. You get 1 or 2 of those, then you have the opportunity to strike. And C9 a bit on the back foot for 95.6% of this game.
Good math from you.
Hey, I added it up. Told you I'm getting better at it.
Crazy quick calculations you're doing these days.
I see the gaming code now.
Oh, tanks both Rockets.
Gets the kill as well, so the Rockets come to nothing. The Overshield is the winner.
Nice job from APG, just eating those Rockets, making sure to burn them. And we'll stay here at 0-0 after 3 minutes of play.
Speaking of eating, by the way, shout out to churros.
I wasn't a fan of the churros. I wasn't a fan of the catering churros. No, I had one bite. I thought it was pretty mid.
Where's the rest of it?
I know. It's already been tossed. I know you and Shursy like the churros,
dude,
though.
Come on, man. You can't.
There's a lot left. It's unlimited amount.
You've got to dig it out of the bin.
No.
C9 really struggling to get out the map at the moment. It's interesting, right? Native have been continually pressuring them. APG's got a sniper rifle of his own. Barco trying to get a trade in this situation with the G-Slide, not going to be able to. APG taking some funky angles from his courtyard at the moment to see if anyone's pushing bridge, but this is a kind of situation where it's like, this is synonymous with what we see from Native today. It looks good, right? They're doing everything right. Something a little bit unfortunate happens, and before you know it, they're down 1.
Yep.
Like, they need to kind of keep themselves together in this situation. APG with that shot is going to give them a little bit of an opening at least to push forward. Barco going to be that first player forward.
See what APG can do. Still Manny pressuring here on the needles. This is going to be a tricky 1v1 between these two.
I think he knows he's there.
Definitely doesn't. But they might have also agreed to go their separate ways. Ships passing in the night. Manny might be in the mauler right now. Yep, there he is. Pulling the flag. Oh! APG gets the last laugh.
I forgot about you, young man.
APG's like, my gun shoots further.
An order.
Yep. Ooh! That's not always the easiest nade. Often a pretty tricky one. Whoa! He's not done yet, folks. Don't count him out. Now he's done.
18 seasons strong for APG and still showing that the man's got it. It is going to be finally the first flag going in for Native Gaming off the back of the big plays with that sniper rifle from APG. So they avoid what I predicted may happen, and they do manage to get that first flag on the board here as the Rockets will be coming up again in 10 seconds.
It's a big flag cap, and let's not forget, there's a long way to go here for the side of Native, and not just in this game, but also in this series. But we'll see if they can find the resolve that they need and the resilience.
Ooh,
premature repulse.
Yeah, you never want to pop a repulse too early.
Don't I know it?
Told that many times. Barcode now with one rocket to work with. Nanny popping up and down on that tower. Playing this one patiently, knows those grenades angle, what the angle of the grenades is going to come in from. And now I try to support his teammate in and around the mauler, but play this one a bit slower and more patient. Like the trigger discipline here, would have been very easy to predict that a player would jump up, but...
I would have pre-fired this rocket 7 times before now.
Yeah, they would have 0 rockets left.
Ah, there it goes. See, you should have just pre-fired it.
Flag moving here for C9. 2 dead for Native Gaming. What's the remote detonation?
Nice work from Manny.
Good support from Septify as well. More importantly, just giving him a little bit of a body block, and it looks like no one from Native Gaming is in position. And the worrying thing is with Sab picking up a double, and with the location of Barcode well known.
Oh, wait.
I think he just threw it off the map. As well as his own body.
Yep. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Premature firing of the weapon off the map.
Sometimes you just eat the whole package.
Yeah, just throw it.
Just throw yourself off.
Yeah.
Try again next time. We've been there before.
1-1. Native trying to put the pressure back on. First flag that we've really seen pulled with any kind of gusto coming in from C9. It does turn into that cap. So showing that they've got the efficiency once they got the pieces in place. To cap flags. Barcode. Spectre.
God.
Tapping might be next. He gets taken down. Gilkey's trapped in the cuts as well. 2 dead here for Native Gaming. You can see there's numbers as well for Cloud9 on the needle side. Septify's inside the base. He gets that last kill. And now Spectre, he's going to be spawn killing. If he can find a couple of kills, a couple of bodies here, C9 might be able to get this one back.
Deja vu, man. He just the exact same run. I didn't think he got to get that thing. He got it.
Damn slippy poles. Barcode might be the last chance to be the savior here. So 2v2 on the map. Spectre can't land the bullet. Sab gets the touch, but has he just thrown it into a position which is easier to return here? Or is it going to be something that Spectre can access? He's trying to play the head glitch, trying to play his life, but Gilkey will get that kill, and now they've got to worry about the counter cap.
See what Gil can do. Gonna try to jump on this real quick, and should be able to. 3 were dead, so Spectre is the last player alive. This should be a pull here for Native, and we'll see if they can get another flag on the board. Septify is your first spawner. Let's see how early he engages.
What?
He's here too?
Spawns needles
Another mauler spawn.
I don't know what's...
Another one.
Someone blocked something. Someone's got to be doing something
Was
wrong.
it Gilk?
Looking at you, Gil.
I see Gilk in S1 right now. How long has he been there? And where was he before that? I want the receipts. That's a wild series of spawns again. And I'm not saying they were the wrong ones, but certainly not the ones they hoped for.
Yeah, they were the wrong ones if you're Native Gaming.
Yeah.
They were the right ones if you're C9, because that should have been 2 more flags, at least down the long haul for Native Gaming, had those needle spawns had not come in.
I would be hyper suspicious if I didn't see Gilk in S1 moments later.
I'm as suspicious knowing that Gilk was S1.
As suspicious of what?
Who was responsible for the spawn.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I was suspecting that the spawns were wonk. Now I'm wondering if positioning was wonk. Gotta be careful for those.
Yeah.
All the wonky bits.
Good luck with that one. I'm not going to follow you down that path. I care for my employment status, which is shaky at the best of times.
I'm not even sure if I'm employed for this event. No. They just keep telling me.
turn up.
They just keep telling me to put the headset on.
2:51 left on the game clock as Native Gaming find themselves 3 dead, and C9 applying just a little bit of pressure, but the trade's coming in, which allows at least a little bit of a reprieve here for Native to get back on the map. But this is now a very, very dangerous time, not just in the game, not just in the series, but of the tournament for Native Gaming. Being tied up at 1-1. 25 seconds until the rockets are coming up, and Sab is starting to hit some big shots. It's all over that snipe for C9 as well, but Tappin answers back with a snipe of his own.
Septify realizes that he barely got away with his life as well. It's a nice shot from Tapping. Sab also. Just holding down sword. 2:09 left here. This one could go. You got the feeling it's already in sudden death based on the fact that we're in Empyrean, but this one really could also go all the way into an official round of overtime. Ooh, you heard it.
Manny gets the pop on the overshield.
Taking the long way.
APG's got the rockets though, so it's a split of power up and power weapons. Tapping bodies, or at least does a little bit of damage. Maybe not the body with the sniper rifle. APG turns around, fires two, doesn't get the kill, gets the stick though. It's going to be a trade. On the other side of this, Barcode is trying to be a little bit of a snake in the grass, a little bit of a slippery pickle. Another example of something that's a little bit badly tracked. Please give me one, I got nothing else.
Septify wins the battle there in the 1v1. Still 2 dead. See what Sab can do.
Enemy flag return.
Got a flag return coming in here. If they get this kill in the pit, might be able to continue this pressure. Should be able to take down Gil if they do. Sab will fall though. It was 3 dead momentarily. Septify was the last player alive.
APG will get the return. They will send this one back with a minute left on the clock before we head into a little bit of pie chart action and overtime. Maybe Native Gaming have got some space to do something with, but just as I say the sentence, the kill feed lights up in blue, and Cloud9 may go from the defenders to the aggressors in this situation. Septify is flying down the long haul to try and create some space for them and maybe think about getting that flag moving.
Septify taken down, tapping isolates them out. Like you said, I like the aggression, I like the idea. However, you're going to get picked out there if you just are a little bit too fast for the pace. Looks like Manny might get taken down as well.
However, push.
Wait, Manny stays alive.
Triple courtyard push coming in from C9 here. It's a little bit untoward. It's a little bit unpredictable, but they have the flag off the stand. They have 2 kills. They have 3 kills. If they can get around this corner and get this one across the bridge, there might be a chance. Sam's trying to land out the G-slide. You can see a little bit of nerves maybe in these final moments.
Training run.
But he's getting it across the training. Native Gaming are finding themselves once again in a horrible position with 2 seconds left on the game clock.
Oh my
C9
God.
are going to win it!
Defeat.
Of all the ways for that game to end, it's unbelievable. It's the plat to training run. We've never even seen it, I don't think, in Halo Infinite. And that's the way that game ends. That's the way that series ends. And that's the end of the road for Native Gaming.
Unbelievable way for it to end, but isn't that like the most synonymous way for it to end for Native from what we've seen today?
Yeah.
Some really great moments, some really big moments, but just coming up short in those really important ones, the series-defining ones. And unfortunately for them, they are going to lose that game 2-1. They will fall in the series 3-0. Cloud9 look great, but unfortunately that will be the end of the road for Native Gaming here at the Halo World Championships. We'll be back in a little while with some more games here on the B stream, but for now, we'll see you soon.
incoming.
And here we go. Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship. You over here at the B stream. You got Golden Boy and Walshy calling all the action for ITB versus Space Station Gaming. Into the breach, shocked everyone, picking up a massive, massive win. I believe it was against Pure. And now they find themselves in a great spot here, but they're going up against your SLC champions in Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, ITB has two choices right now. Get a big upset right now against Space Station and hopefully get an easier round 1 bracket tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or get a round 1 upset tomorrow if they don't beat Space Station now. So either way, you have to upset one of these big 4 teams.
You have to.
There's no other way around it. There's too many good teams out there. And you just have to, at some point, be able to contend with them and beat them.
Yeah, I know, I always yap about pro wrestling and stuff, but there is a famous quote from Ric Flair, which was, if you want to be the man, you got to beat the man. And the reality is that for a lot of these teams here that are, sitting in that 5 to 8 range, they are pretty much living that. They have to beat the best players, the best teams. Otherwise, how can they possibly expect to win a world championship? This is it. This is where the best come to play. There are no pool play, there's no open bracket. This is just the absolute best of the year here competing for a chance to become a world champion. And at the way that Space Station is playing right now, a lot of great control early on. They're showing why they're such a threat and why ITB are going to have a hard time dealing with them in this series.
Dude, Woodham is just so fun to watch.
I know. I just see his movement with his mouse. It makes me so happy.
He just plays different, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and this must be interesting for you too, right? Because it's like, your input method, you've been watching Halo Specific Wave for years, playing Halo Specific Wave for years, and it kind of feels like keyboard and mouse players have a few little things that they can do. I love it personally. I play keyboard and mouse in case our viewers don't know. Just wanted to share that with everyone.
No, I feel like Woodham will be the first of many, especially if you guys weren't paying attention on the mainstream. HCS Year 4 was just confirmed by Tashi on the desk. So
Year 4 or Year 5?
Year 4.
Oh, Year 4.
Yeah.
Okay, Year 4. Yeah.
This is the Year 3.
Wow, I thought this was year. Because of Infinite.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Infinite.
I was thinking about HCS.
No, yeah.
As an entity.
HCS Year 10, but
Yeah.
HCS Infinite. Infinite Year 4.
Yeah, awesome. So. Yeah, it's going to be great. And, you're just seeing more and more players, right, begin to really put effort into learning keyboard and mouse, getting better with it. It's super fun to play. I could yap about this for hours. But in any case, though, what we should be yapping about is how Space Station Gaming are playing this one. And they are playing this one excellently, as they've been able to get that first point on the board. They're well over halfway on being able to get that second. And Walshy, this is looking like an SSG team that really is just, they're just doing the thing. That they always do. Nothing too crazy.
Doing a thing. Look at Legend, 11-4.
Yeah.
Doing the dirty against his European counterparts here into the breach. I think that you can see how much he appreciated winning that MVP award. I think one thing that's always difficult about pro gaming, especially events that don't have as many lands, some other esports sometimes have weekly matches or something like every month. But, you got 5 events throughout the year here for HCS. And so you have those
a handful of events to make an impression.
A handful of redeeming moments that you have through all the countless daily practice and everything. So you can just tell how much that meant to Legend after all the work he's put in. It's just like, wow, here is something to kind of earmark all that hard work that he's done. And he's got the rest of the weekend ahead of him still, but you can see right here, already dropping an 11-15, showing a big reason as to why he's our 2024 MVP individually.
Yeah, he's playing great, but let's not forget about Into the Breach, though. Wootum's also trying to put on a show for us as they tie things up 1-1. So ITB now, they're going to bounce back into this, but you're so right about that, Dave. Like Legend and the run that he's gone on and what he's accomplished as a player. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he is the most successful European player of all time, right? Could be wrong on that,
I mean, he's the only European.
Who else would we think of?
I mean, there's a lot of players in European history that have had great amounts of success.
For sure.
Like the Buck Twins, Jimbo, and such. But
yes.
But yeah, when it comes to having ever won an international tournament or won a major tournament on U.S. soil, it's only been Legend.
Yeah, incredible. What the man's living up to the name, without a doubt here. And he's trying to live up to the name even more so and stay alive toward this pillar, but he's going to have to deal with a few more members of ITB than he had initially anticipated there. ITB now will look to get control of this as they have house, and they have cleared underneath the house too. So they clear the basement, they sweep everything out, they throw out the trash, now it's time to get to work.
Is he still standing on those grenades, or did he pick up those frag grenades? I couldn't tell for sure there. Either way, I was going to say that's risky standing on top of those frag grenades. Everyone is aiming for those ones over at the back, so there still was one up.
Yeah.
Which I was afraid of.
Yeah, risky. Oh, by the way, playing keyboard or mouse, it's really great to shoot those grenades real easily. Wait a minute.
From
Can we go to Chick?
What is going on? So despite Legend having an incredible start to this game, Woodham and Chick both playing out of their minds.
They're going to get the second.
They're about to get a second hill here in favor of Into the Breach.
Dave, is ITB having an event? I think ITB is having an event right now.
Is seemingly having an event so far.
Yeah, one hell of a Friday. That is for certain.
We were just critiquing, you know, kind of half joking, like, you got to get upset at some point. If you got to, you know, beat the best, you got to beat the best. And they are showing up.
They really are. But there is something I do want to make note of. And despite the fact that, you know, you are seeing some great plays from ITV there, you just saw a massive clear from Stellar. Something I did want to make note of was, like, Bound, he was doing what he usually does. He was just putting some shots down. He just wasn't collecting any kills. So you can certainly see that 0 kind of lingering a little bit too long on the scoreboard there. Not to say, like, oh, he wasn't getting kills. How could he? It was more like, if you're not able to put that up, then it makes sense why ITB is in the position that they find themselves in here. So I'm really going to be keeping eyes on Bound and see if he, you know, really just starts to get activated on the slays. Because, you know, once he starts pushing, once he gets in the face of his opponents, it becomes a big problem for anyone else have to deal with.
Yeah, and like you said, even though he had a slow start, the rest of the team was picking up those kills. But yeah, let's see if Jimbo and Into the Breach can bring back this 4th hill here. This one was heavily in the favor of SSG. And now he has to decide, is it worth scrapping this extra time, or does he have to get the high ground? And somehow, neither works out. Not able to get the high ground, gets hunted down by Legend and Bound. And I expect this 4th hill to be picked up here by Space Station and give ourselves a tied game.
No reason to really try and push this. You got 1 shot left in the chamber for that snipe as well. The cap's coming in, so there it is, locked up and secured. We're heading up to the top middle now, so we're back to the strat. And I think if you're ITB, you're perfectly fine with that because you just want to get up all in that business there and try and cause some disruptions for SSG. 3 down right now. Great opportunity here, and you get yourself some decent control toward tower side too. So you got a good side of the map locked down.
Yeah, they're in great position so far. We're going to have to see what he decides to do. We've seen before a lot of stalemates happen towards this top hill where players will just wait for a little bit, see if someone oversteps. But 3 kills on the board there for Into the Breach. Make that all 4 down, and a late 4th kill there on Legend, meaning that Space Station are either going to have to wait another 6 seconds for Legend to spawn or going to make a push a man down.
Well, good news for never mind.
That was all right.
That was okay. I was going to say, hey, you get yourself a kill, you get out of that with camo, and you disrupt this push a bit more. But opportunity now yet again for Space Station as they manage to get themselves right inside of mid. A lot of progress to make. And if they do not manage to secure this, if they lose control at any point in time, it will be ITB with a lead.
Yeah, based on the pace of this game, too, we are absolutely going to 4 caps. Look how much time left on the board, GB.
2:30.
4 caps already on the board within the first 2.5 minutes. Just need potentially up to 2 more in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and Legend makes it look easy. Gets himself a double kill, trying to get himself another one as well in the basement, and he does so. It's a killing spree. Killjoy. Legend takes out his former teammate in Chick.
And you got to think, too, that Legend of all these players on the map knows the Into the Breach players better than anyone else on Space Station, so he's going to be able to read some of their tendencies. Also, same could be said, too, about ITB versus Legend, saying that they've had a lot of battles in the EU scene, knowing how each other play, especially in the form of his teammate Chick.
Exactly. It's there's a little bit of a familiarity there. And that familiarity for ITB gets them that 3rd cap. Now they're only going to be 1 away. It's that game point here. And if they could secure this green hill, and they're in a good position so far, but Legend right behind them is able to just shut them down and not allow them to get any more progress on that green hill. And as we look to see where the ITB players are, they're going to be tucked away inside of the house. You have another one that's going to be located inside of the basement. But for right now, Space Station Gaming are sitting pretty.
Yeah, look at this. They're still not sure where they're coming from. They just know now the push must be coming from Bags and Big Door because you don't see Legend checking at all near dummies or C-plat. But the push is coming from both sides. Looks like Nest Bridge is the push. Mighty's gets to pick off the Legend. Stellar also falls, so that's going to be 2 picks right there. A very successful push there from ITB. And they know where one player's at. Still standing on the hill.
Yeah, that was
Big Door and Hill.
Play. I think, like, you know, in that instance there, and never mind, I say that, and I thought that ITB had everything read, but instead it was Space Station Gaming with the instant response. You mentioned before, Dave, they know exactly where the SSG guys were, but they fought out of that situation, and now they're going to get themselves a third cap. And Dave, we're going down to the wire, baby. You said it. You are a wizard when it comes to this King of the Hill game type, man. It's impressive.
But also, look at this. Remember before when I critiqued when I called out Lucid on the A station, where I was like, hey, he did a great job of making sure to use that QT all the way over towards the C plat. Here we have Stellar popping it instantly because he knows he's under pressure over towards back green.
And with that movement, he juked the hell out of that player toward green. So he keeps himself alive. And on top of that, he's able to get himself a melee toward that top middle. And guess what? That means you leave up 3 players, or sorry, you take down 3 players from ITB. Unfortunately, though, for SSG in that whole exchange, they lost 3 players too. But the LMS in that moment was going to be Legend. And what better player to have in the fight in this situation than him, as he just locks down tower side, and he's got the teammates to back him up.
Look at this, Legend just rotating all around, trying to find where the Zat. They know back mud was contested. A couple kills like that, along with putting up some time. This is looking really good here for Space Station. And this is where you see the ice really kick in. We talked about before, we saw this with FaZe versus Complexity. We saw FaZe just ice up during the very last hill. Even though they didn't have control, they were able to break that last Complexity setup. What's going to happen here? ITB really needs to get these kills. They got 1 on Eco, but kills answered back and forth. That's going to be 3 down for a short period of time.
Massive.
I think Stellar might be nearby. There goes Stellar. So now we have ITB, their chance to keep control. This isn't just a 1 setup hill either. This isn't a position where Woodham and crew can just get 1 round of slays. It feels like they gotta get 1 to 2 rounds of kills before they can comfortably win this. And there falls Woodham and Jimbo. That's disastrous. Space Station certainly could be flying over towards the hill, and that's gonna be all 4 down.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's it.
ITB got one
good push.
desperate push.
Yeah,
they don't have time to fan out and go the angles they want. They have time to push across the map and just try to
we're getting down to no man's
try to get
land.
some shots, but not even that is going to be allowed. And that's going to be Eco.
Do you see the dead carcass?
Yeah,
the red
flops
carcass
on top of the hill.
Hey, but you know what, though? Well done by SSG. And Walsh, you were talking about, you know, when you get that ice, that moment where you got to clutch up in a critical situation, and Space Station did just that. ITB, big battle, that was won there. But instead, it was a spawn happening over toward Nest side, a clean push. They shut him down instantly. And also ITB, when they won that fight, they never really had an opportunity to be able to get inside of the hill comfortably. They lost so much of that positioning. And, well, the proof is in the pudding. It's going to be a 4-3 total count there for Space Station Gaming. They pick up map 1. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2024. You're just joining us here, Goldenboy and Walshy on the call, and Space Station is up 1-0 over ITB into the breach after losing out on a hectic live fire King of the Hill game. It ended up working out for Space Station Gaming. Now we have to see ITB pick up the pieces and be able to get this big map 2 victory. And how huge would that be on Slayer here, Dave, against your SLC champs?
Yeah, you need to do something right here to answer back, but gonna be tough as MVP Legend here has camo in hand. 1 kill on the board, 2 assists, being very active, as you can tell.
And it's such a difficult situation for ITB to be in, right? Like, they have to do something that they have really not been able to do all year, which is be able to, that was wild, just kind of caught them. But they have to do something that, you know, they haven't really been able to do all year, which is be able to, you know, take down the top 4 teams in a manner that gives them that comfort to be able to fight and live to fight another day in this tournament. So you're going to have to do this against Space Station when Legend just picked up the regular season MVP trophy. So you got...
You know he's feeling good, too. He's like, all right, I got to live up to this now.
Yeah, right?
I got a reputation to uphold here.
Exactly. And then, you know, he's got some buddies over there that don't want him to have all the fun. So ITB are going to have to really dig deep. And dig deep is what they're doing. They're up right now. Well, I would say up, but it's tied. And just as I say that, they're just trading kills, but it's still tied. 8-8. It was 7-7 just a second ago, and they traded instantaneously there. And ITB keeping this one close.
I like the play by Stellar. Somehow recognizing throughout that situation they can break through on Yard and get a flank either towards Loop or get it towards Garden or Market, I mean. But yeah, either way, just great heads-up play. A lot of times, without really understanding where the other team could be at, you could just be charging Yard to an instant death and leave your team in a 4-on-3.
Yeah, exactly. And in those instances there, right, that's where you will capitalize in the Slayer game type on that lopsided battle. And do your best to try and tip the odds in your favor here. Big fight happening down low. Chick is able to get the kill into Pound, and I'm shocked that Nate didn't connect on him. He gets out of there scot-free. Taking a little bit of damage on that one, but Stellar now identifies the person he had just got into a fight with. There's another player around him too, and that was Mighty's who's there for the peanut.
Yeah, just dancing around there, knowing what times that he has to guaranteed commit to a fight and what times he has to back away. And so right there, Stellar, once you hear that person below him over at Loop, he's like, I got to commit, take the one-on-one while you can get it. And so it's just a game of those lopsided trades in Halo. Just pressing your advantage when you have it and backing down when you don't.
And I don't know if you saw right there, but Jimbo got himself the camo, died instantly though, and even though that does keep the camo away from SSG, you know, ITB would have loved to have been able to use that, but in those instances, right, where they look like they're going to go and make a play for a significant item on the map or an area that they want to get control, SSG is just, you know, guns ready every single time. ITB has really struggled to be able to find where those wins are with the power items, but they've been finding the kills. And that is the best part about this for ITB, because if they're getting these kills here at the midpoint of this game, well, I think you got to be feeling pretty all right. They got a 3-kill lead. They cannot give this one up.
No, I mean, it feels like every time that Space Station starts to get control, like, ITB has some answers, which is surprising. It feels like sometimes when Space Station or some of these top 3 teams or top 4 teams get control, they really don't let go of it very easily. They hold on to it for such an extended period of time, and before you know it's like, oh, they're up by 12 kills. How do we come back in that in a Slayer? But here it feels like anytime Space Station's gotten it, ITB have had an instant response.
Yeah, and they're going to need a response here because Camel's going to be coming up in a moment, and they've been dealing with a big fight over toward Yard side, which they have not been able to get out of this area at all. They've been having to clear so much of the traffic, and they are successful in a few of those fights, but now Chick's going to be dealing with just one player left alone there, and that is going to be 27-27 tied games. Camo, I believe, was picked up, but I don't know who grabbed it.
Look at that double-digit assist there by Legend as well. 7, 10, and 7, helping out his teammates all across the map. Let's see what he decides to do here as this camo was picked up by Woodham. M&K camo. How's this going to play out a little different from the controller camos we're used to seeing, GB?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Woodham's got cooked up here, but what he's doing right now is just really poking a few shots, put some damage on him, and then backing up when he needed to. He committed to that fight there, though. And that
got a little too close. Yeah, I expected either to get the melee trade there or back up because he realized he had so many players charging towards Yard, but that's going to be all 4 down temporarily for ITB. They know the spawns are going to be going on over towards Market. So how's Legend decide to position for this? Looks like he doesn't want them to rotate out towards Yard.
Yeah, and all that happening gives Space Station the lead. And Walsh, you were talking before about how teams like Space Station, when they get the lead back, they have an iron grip on those things, and they do not want to give this one up. So you got a lot of work ahead of ITB here to try and get this lead back, but with Space Station now up by 3, and I always get a little nervous with SSG because once they get that little bit of a cushion, a little bit of an opportunity, they pounce on their opponent and give them no room to breathe. So look for ITB to have to step it up here, but Legend's not having any of that with a killing spree.
Killing spree on the board for Legend. Gonna somehow pick up that against Jimbo. And now these players at ITB have to just resort to going toward Jard or something like that. They realize they've been sniffed out here over towards top blue. They can't, and there comes the rotation to Jard, but yeah, I wonder if it's too late. Mighty still hasn't gotten into Yard. Looks like they finally pick off Eco, but too many players there from Space Station. Looks like Stellar and Bound put pressure over towards Blue Ram.
This is actually a pretty big fight happening over toward that blue area there because it looked like if they had won that fight a little bit faster, then they could have handled the player who was peppering them with shots over toward that snipe side, ITB. So, well, they have a 3-kill lead, Space Station Gaming. ITB not out of this one, not by a long shot, but those opportunities, right, where they present themselves, I want to see ITB pounce on that as fast as they possibly can and don't give SSG time to breathe, time to regroup. Jimbo's got that shock rifle too, so he's got to put this gun to use here. He's got a few players that are going to be ripe for the picking, but unfortunately those shots are not connecting. It's a 4-kill lead here for SSG.
Yeah, Jimbo trying to use a little bit more of this ammo, but you got to wonder, you almost need to keep it at this point. Obviously you don't want that weapon going in their hands, but at some point ITB wants to slow down a little bit, see if they can get a few picks and start to roll some form of advantage, but not going to be easy. And there goes first pick there for Jimbo on Bound over S4.
It's going to need to put some work
getting
with
the second one, so there's 2 down.
It's doable.
It's doable.
You
they
just
can
can't
press
make a
advantage,
mistake.
but it looks like they're too worried about getting set up on their side, and somehow Stellar able to get picked also. I believe that's over near market side.
Yeah, he just managed to squeak that one away. Wuchum gets Eagle off screen now, 48-41, 7 kills here separating the 2 teams, but with SSG in a comfortable position, they could just trade this one out and they will win. That's all they really need to do. So ITB need to be mindful of this. They can't give up any dumb depths at this point in time, but there goes the 49. Found in a bit of a pickle here, but he might get blown up, and that is exactly what happens. Eco's in a bad spot too, and 45-49, 1 kill. Stellar.
The trap.
He's in a real sneaky spot here, and Mighty's has to back away. Oh dear.
A rare miss.
Yeah, that name came out a little too
a
quick
rare miss
there.
from 2022 MVP.
Yeah, I know, right? Look at that. Hey, it happens to the best of us, man. You don't got to call him on it. No, but here comes a push now. Stellar got the call. The go button's activated, and it's going to be Mighty's. There's one shot, but he actually dips out of that one. And it's going to be a lifeline given to ITB, but it's a trade coming in from Bound onto Chick, giving them the win, 50-47. But my, oh my, it got really close there for a minute, and I thought ITB we're going to find a way to pull off a miracle in Slayer.
Same. I thought they held it so well at the end. After they got those first 2 kills, there was a chance where they had a 4-on-2, and that's their go sign.
Yeah.
I've always told teams like that, teams in the past when I've worked with them, is, you know, if you're in a spot where you're down like 8 or 7 kills and it's like a 50-48 or 50-49, the way you're going to win this, not just being by being passive the entire time. You wait for the other team to overstep as they try to close out the game. You get that kill or 2, and then you just need to charge and push, get those staggered kills, make a little chaotic ending in order to close that one out. We almost saw that from ITB. Great try from them, but we'll have to see what they're going to do in game number 3. We'll be right back.
Can SSG close it out 3-0, or will ITB find that win that they so desperately need? Welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2024, everyone. You got Golden Boy and Walshy still on the horn as we're casting Space Station Gaming ITB into the breach, and SSG up 2-0 so far. But you and I, Dave, were talking about this during the break, and ITB's playing hard. They're playing some damn good Halo right now.
Yeah, when you look at SSG, a squad that majority of people have predicted to win this tournament.
Yes.
And you look how close these last 2 games were. You're talking about a 4-3 King of the Hill and a 50-47 Slayer.
Yeah.
I mean, those are scores that is...
Doesn't get closer than that, you know?
Exactly. So it's just like, those are both coin tosses that ITB are losing. I've had events like that before where it's like sometimes you might lose a game 3-0 or you might lose a series, and then you look at the team you're playing, look at how you're playing, you say, guys, keep playing the way that we're playing.
Yeah.
Because if we're going this close and this good with these guys, we could have easily still won those games. And then secondly, when we go against somebody who's not on the same level, we are going to beat them.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, not to say that that was the case with Pure, but it feels like they found that with that series against Pure, right?
Yeah.
You could see that the ITB squad was so, you know, not just passionate about it, but also just so driven to be able to pick up that win, considering that Pure has been coming into the scene just very hot lately. Like, everyone's been talking about Pure. It's all Pure all the time. So it's kind of cool to see ITB really just be like, hey, you guys forgot about us, right? We have legends on this team, guys who've been in the game for such a long time now. People like Jimbo who have just been present in HCS since the freaking beginning. A chick who has helped, you know, lead EU teams to some high placements. Mighty's Wootum, you know, a guy who's forging his own legend. Like, this ITB team's got what it takes, but they're going up against a difficult team in Space Station Gaming, and they're making them feel that right now with this 66-7 scoreline.
Also, just look at how far back Legend is playing there. Oh, does he snag it?
That was freaking dirty, dude.
Through the shroud.
That was
so
offensive.
well done.
I'm offended. Honestly, that was a crime.
What I was going to highlight before we saw that dirty play from MVP Legend was the fact that we've seen all these teams and players now on strongholds here sit towards back A. They sit towards that back elevator almost this entire time because they realize how important this stronghold is, and they'll go back and forth between top of the elevator, laying some shots across the map, or as soon as they feel any players over control, they'll be at bottom elevator, making sure no one slips over through bottom catwalk, where they can jump up and surprise somebody at top side. So it's just, they've heavily prioritized that elevator defense.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting, right? Because I feel like, you know, in the past, every team's got a different way that they approach it, right? But I feel like you'll see a lot of teams really try and prioritize C-side, try and hold B, you know, and then pitch from the middle of the map, right?
Elevator's always been important, but I guess we've just seen like a different level of passiveness there. We've seen a lot of times most people just like kind of stay towards top elevator, lay down shots all across the map until they finally get finished. We haven't really seen people go all the way deep towards back
like
elevator to hide behind that pillar and lay down shots bottom control. We haven't seen that level of passiveness until this event, I believe.
Yeah, well, the fight is going to be happening over toward elevator, or at least we saw it for a moment there, but ITB does get shut down. And while we're talking about, you know, how you want to play this, how you want to approach this, it has been all SSG, 164 and counting. ITB had a decentish start, a trip cap early on, and then it just faded away in a heartbeat. So SSG really just trying to make ITB, you know, or make quick work rather of ITB with how things have been panning out.
Look at this bound back towards the elevator. They got 2-on-1 here. Wisely slips on out. I believe that is Mighty's that tried to get away from there. Eventually picked off. No, it's Jimbo. Or sorry, yeah, Jimbo was the top elevator player. Now Woodham's got his back up here. Jimbo gets his fight. Looks like Legend also falls, so Eco gonna try to sneak out and get this battery kill. I like that play. As all the chaos is going to elevator, those players are not focused across the map, so might as well get the most difficult stronghold during that time.
Ooh, and by the way, I gotta commend SSG for how they played that one right then and there. 4 down now for ITB, but as soon as that camo player got identified, they were like, send it. Destroy him. Because they had to get him out of there. Otherwise, he could have pushed up through long haul and probably would have been an issue to deal with in gold. Anything could have happened here. So because of that play and, you know, a few other big kills that they can pick up, now they cross that 200-point threshold, and SSG are marching their way to a clean 3-0 sweep here in pool play on Friday.
Look at this, yeah. despite the first 2 games being so close, this one couldn't be much further apart. We only saw some early points on the board for ITB. Frantic battle at the back of Elevator.
You know,
and there's a trip cap at the end of it.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I can't see ITB fighting their way out of this. You got to call a spade. And I got to say, commend ITB for playing hard. But if there's one thing that you know about Space Station Gaming is that there is no off switch with this team. And when they find those kills, when they get that rhythm, it is difficult to stop them. And ITB learned that valuable lesson here today with a beautiful kill there. Locks it up, 250 clean. SSG march on forward. And ITB just ran out of steam. They just could not put a thing together on that Recharge Stronghold game. The beginning, you had that trip cap, you had a few moments, but since then, it was all SSG, Dave.
Yeah, SSG just almost never lost that Elevator. They did such a good job. So well played by SSG, just dominating the Slayer department.
Actually, can we go to the defender kills real fast? I want to see this real quick.
Who wants to see those
Look
defender
at that.
kills?
At no point in time, because obviously reflected on the scoreboard, that just goes to show you how much control there was. Yeah, ITB never had a chance to hold a hill.
I mean, you just wanted to call out during the times of the 21 points. Were they getting any kills?
No, but that's the thing, right? It just shut down completely. Very well done by SSG, a team that is looking to win themselves a Halo World Championship, but it's a long road ahead of them. That is going to do it for us. Is that the last match of the day?
That's our last match of the day.
Last match of the day, baby. All right, well, we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you for watching. We'll see you then.